Can you believe there's actually a chance of snow in Tampa this weekend? Very chilly out, which is why I'm wearing my Oreo sweater. My parents got this for me for Christmas. I just saw Iron Lung. This is a passion project from Markiplier. He stars in it, he directed it, and he helped write it. I believe it was fully self-financed by him. This is not a big studio project, and this is perhaps one of the most ambitious forays of YouTuber into cinema that I've seen thus far. He really went in fucking balls deep, that's for sure. And it is based on a video game of the same name, Iron Lung, which I have played. I did not like the game at all. I know people really poo-poo on my take on Iron Lung, but I just did not get into the game. It was not for me. But I was very excited to see this film because the universe of Iron Lung, like the lore of it, I do find fascinating when I went and actually gave it a chance after suffering through the game. And the best part about Iron Lung as a movie is I don't have to play the gameplay of it. So now I get the good stuff, which is the story of Iron Lung, which is a delightful treat. I don't have to eat my vegetables with that gameplay. I just get to kick my little legs in the chair and have a good time. So, the big question on everyone's mind, is Iron Lung good? I would say it is. Now, I don't think it's a movie that's going to be for everyone. This is a movie that I think fans of Markiplier will be very pleased with, fans of Iron Lung will be extremely pleased with, because it is like one-to-one with the game. And I also think it's a film that anyone that appreciates eldritch horror type content or slow burns will also like. But it does have some shortcomings. Now, I know Markiplier was going to some of the premieres, and one of the things that he was mentioning is try not to spoil things. So in the spirit of that, I will, for the first time in a while, avoid spoilers while talking about this movie. Quick side note, I was a little bit giddy in my chair, kind of hoping Markiplier would make a surprise visit to Tampa here for this premiere. I was half expecting him to rappel from the fucking ceiling or something, like, "What the fuck is up, Tampa?" or something like that, but didn't happen, so I gotta say I'm a little disappointed there. I feel like, you gotta be looking at Tampa when you're looking at some kind of big, premiere type shenanigans. It's very surprising and peculiar to not pay a visit to Tampa. But anyway, Iron Lung, you will spend 95% of the film with Markiplier locked in a sub as he is losing his mind on this mission, set in a world where all the stars and habitable planets have vanished and humanity's basically on the brink of extinction. In an effort to survive and try and press forward, they send a convict named Simon, played by Markiplier, in a submarine in an ocean of blood on an important mission for the sake of humanity. They have found some... I don't know how deep I can get into the synopsis without it getting into spoiler territory. An ocean of blood is set on a planet that they have been investigating, and Simon is now tasked with an important mission. Should Simon complete this mission, he earns his freedom. Simon has a dark and mysterious past, much like Urgot from League of Legends, and this is his way of getting back into society doing this mission. His submarine is called the Iron Lung, and it's got some wacky tech there, and it is a fucking tank. It is built like a colossal shit wagon. This puppy is built to last, and it is equipped with a camera that he will be taking pictures with, and then, of course, sharing with the rest of the station. Those pictures are of the utmost importance with what he finds at the bottom of the ocean of blood. That's kind of like the broad strokes narrative in a nutshell, and I think it's a very interesting narrative that by the end of the film, I think becomes very captivating. But I think the first half of the film is very, very slow, and I think fans of the property are going in expecting that. They know it's going to be a slow burn, but if you don't know anything about Iron Lung and you're expecting a horror movie starring Markiplier, you may be a little underwhelmed for the first 30-ish minutes of it, because this is Markiplier doing some chores, taking some pictures, doing some homework basically, crunching some numbers, and occasionally talking to a woman over the intercom. And for me personally, I didn't have a problem with it. It does very much drag sometimes, but overall, it didn't bother me. I've never been someone that's been necessarily put off by slow burns, and I do like eldritch horror type things. So by the end of the film, I definitely did, care about Simon and the mission and basically everything that they had put on the plate. But I don't think everybody will. I think a lot of people might kind of tune out in the first half, and it won't be until the second half where they start to really give a fuck. Now, I want to get my biggest complaint out of the way immediately. I'll just rip the Band-Aid off. This movie, especially towards the end, has this, I don't even know if I can call it like a mixing issue or what, but there is just so many like characters talking sometimes that are layered on top of each other, and especially like the main antagonist, the way in which they speak and the way in which the filters are used on the voice makes it fucking impossible to comprehend what they're saying, like what words they're actually using. So a lot of like the dialogue that you hear from some of the characters is very mumbly, which I do think is by design, but it's also mixed in a way where even when I think it's supposed to be more clear and you're supposed to be able to like pick certain things up, certain elements from the speech and be able to understand the message of what they're saying, it's just inaudible and it's like impossible to decipher, like especially at the end, which again, I don't think was intentional because it felt like, especially when Simon was interacting directly with certain characters, that you wanted to know what was being said in return, and I think you were supposed to be able to understand it, but personally, I couldn't at all. Like, it felt like trying to remember a dream, trying to figure out what they were saying. Which adds to like the whole ethereal nature of like eldritch horror and all that, but it also just becomes kind of a headache when you're hearing Simon clearly respond to something that you have no fucking idea what was even said. So you're kind of like confused on, well, what is being said? Like you're hearing words, but it sounds like fucking, Charlie Brown's parents. I don't know. That just felt like a little off to me. Maybe not everyone will feel the same way, or maybe I'm just a fucking moron who just couldn't understand things and it's more clear for everyone else. I don't know, but it's something I wanted to make a mention of because it's definitely something I noticed very much at like the end of the film. But I want to make a strong mention of something. This movie looks surprisingly good on the big screen. I say surprisingly because when you hear of like an independent film from a fucking YouTuber that's, self-financing it, you're probably picturing like some pretty shoddy visuals that don't exactly look all that glamorous. And outside of like the first shot was a little rough. It immediately kind of put a sour taste in my mouth thinking I was about to be just watching like a YouTube short or something for Iron Lung because it didn't look all that great. But after that first shot, it settles into like this really good flow of cinematography where it's clear it's not a huge budget production, but it hides that really well with some creative shots that feel very claustrophobic and actually highlight some of the best moments of dread, where things look really good. And actually, even when they do show like some of the eldritch horror, I was expecting kind of, B-movie CGI. They did like a really good job for the most part when it came to like the CGI visuals, even outside of the submarine. The submarine, which by the way, is practical effects. It's on like a crazy hydraulic system where it's like fucking gyrating and shit. It's a really cool set that they've made for this. Like, I was really, really impressed, and it shines in the movie. They did a great job with that. But of course, there is some CGI when it came to like the eldritch horror elements, and they look very good, except for a couple of moments at the end of the movie. But for the most part, there's nothing here visually that'll make you go, ooh, that kind of looked like ass. It's all very solid, like across the board. I was very impressed. And I think the way they filmed their shots, like a lot of their shots are filmed in a way that do a great job at not letting you see that maybe it's not the biggest budget that they had to work with. And I do think one of the methods they used is one that I don't really like. They did a lot of shaky cam at the end. And I understand they're doing that because, again, it's not massive budget. So if they kind of just held like a, static camera there, it might not look as good. And it does kind of add to like the hectic nature of the things going on at the end. I get it. Not a big shaky cam guy. I've criticized that in a lot of other movies. I will, of course, make a mention of it here too. But it's not the biggest deal in the world because that's pretty much just reserved for the ending chaos. But now we gotta get to the biggest piece of the pie here. You're gonna be spending the majority of the movie watching Markiplier. The vast majority of this movie is Simon on screen Simon freaking out in the sub as he's uncovering horrifying things, as the eldritch horror is interacting with him and the world around him, and you're going to be watching him basically deteriorate, which means we go on an emotional journey with Simon, which means Markiplier is going to have to be doing a lot of heavy lifting with some high quality acting in order to sell this character to the audience. So this movie either hits or shits based on the audience's ability to separate Markiplier from Simon. If they can buy into Simon as a character as opposed to just Markiplier on the big screen. And that's where it gets tricky. Overall, I think his acting was good. There were some moments that were better than others. I do think when it came to like emotional beats where he's arguing with the woman on the intercom about certain things, again, I'm avoiding spoilers to the best of my ability, but when he's maybe divulging a bit from his past, I feel like it became very hard to see Simon the convict, and instead I was mainly seeing Markiplier instead of this character. Like, I don't think a lot of those conversations with the woman on the intercom were necessarily hitting the way that I think they wanted them to. And it's not really for any fault of Markiplier's acting. I just think the way that he's conveying his emotions on screen just wasn't really able to sell the stakes. So like when he's really getting frustrated with the woman on the intercom, he's saying, "Fuck you," and "Fuck this is ridiculous, I don't," like that kind of stuff. Like, I feel like I'm hearing Markiplier in a Let's Play as opposed to Simon the convict having a blow up at this woman on the intercom who is basically, I was just about to get into big spoilers, but who is maybe not as cooperative as he would like. So it at times was difficult to see Simon as opposed to Markiplier, but I don't think he ever did like a bad job at acting. It just, some scenes weren't really landing overly well, but I do think he did land more often than not, especially towards the end of the film. I feel like his acting throughout the film got better. Like, it felt like he got more comfortable playing this character the longer this went on, which is something I said very similarly in his show that he had. In that show, which, forgive me, I can't remember the name, about sleep, I actually think as the episodes went on, he got better. Like, it feels like Markiplier is someone who definitely has the ability to act, but needs time to acclimate to the character he's playing. So in Iron Lung, as we're nearing towards the big climax, towards the end of the film, he is really starting to get into much more of a flow state when it comes to this character, and I was buying into it a lot more, and it did start to shine. So I don't think his acting was bad or anything, but I do think, especially in the beginning where it is slow and it is very much like Markiplier having to do most of the heavy lifting because he is what is on screen the majority of the time, there were moments where it just wasn't really feeling overly amazing. Now I want to make a mention of something else real quick. I know I was criticizing the mixing of like character voices and stuff, how it became very hard to understand what was being said a lot of the time. I don't want it to get confused with like just general sound design in this movie, because I actually thought they did a good job at like the ambient noise and all of the eerie creaks and all of that, where it could actually sell you on like the intensity and the hopelessness of a situation with nothing more than just the sounds of what was going on around Simon, which I know in Iron Lung is something fans praised a lot about the game, how its use of sound was very unnerving. I do think the movie for the most part did a good job at that too. I thought it excelled in certain cases of using sound to unnerve viewers or showcase just how dreadful it would be to be trapped in this fucking submarine at the bottom of an ocean of blood with an eldritch horror fucking fish thing all around you, right? I think they did a good job using sound and ambient noise to be spooky, but I would never actually call this like a scary movie per se. It's more of like an exploration of dread in kind of like a high concept sci-fi world that I think is done well enough. I enjoyed it. I don't think it's perfect or anything, but I do think it's a very, very strong debut here for a self-financed and distributed YouTuber movie. Like, this is just a solid movie on its own two legs, even if you don't know who Markiplier is, but I really do think it is not a movie that everyone's going to like. Mainly because I think the first act just moves very, very slow for anyone that's not already a fan of Iron Lung or watching Markiplier. But overall, I think it's solid. I was impressed, and I'm really curious to see if Markiplier will do other ventures like this going forward. I think he does have like a very strong talent for it, and I think this was a very decent showcase that makes me kind of excited to see if he'll do anything else with this going into the future. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. It's 5 a.m. I got a butt full of poop, but I cannot peel myself away from the computer to go take care of that business. I'm refusing nature's call, and it's not insomnia that's keeping me awake right now. We are in the middle of what I believe to be an actual big development here in the Epstein case. CoffeeZilla just made a video talking about this, as well as giving instructions on how you yourself can get your hands on this latest dump of documents that wasn't supposed to go out yet, but had been accessible to people savvy enough to get their hands on it, and now it's been disseminated. And these are some documents here that I imagine they were probably going to do a little bit more to hide some names and hide certain elements of, because, whoo-wee, boy howdy, I imagine Trump and a lot of the elites are doing this right now. Yeesh. There is some big stuff in here, and I'm not saying that sarcastically this time around. Yes, the vast majority is still like hundreds of pages of completely blacked out, redacted garbage, like it's completely useless. But some of them that they didn't get a chance to go through and just, fucking vanish to the shadow realm has eye-opening stuff that directly contradicts a narrative that the government's been running with for a while.
Here's what that looks like. It's volume 8 of the files, but you can see right now that they've only released 7 data sets. And so myself, the guys at Jmail and the guys at DropSite, we've been investigating this. I've partnered with them to kind of look at some of these files, and they got access to volume 8 early. You would just type it in the URL. It wasn't like indexable on search, but you could just type in the specific URL and it would just come up. You could download the entire zip file, and that's what we did.
Before anyone tries to cry foul questioning the authenticity of these documents here, this is the actual volume 8. They just made it accessible by pure accident because everyone that seems to be working at the highest level is actually like a thumb-sucking fucking brain-dead moron.
Specifically, I want to draw your attention immediately to the 10 co-conspirators that are mentioned in some of these emails in 2019. Now, this is just alarming stuff, because prior to this, remember that all we really had was Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the only people who have ever faced any charges at all. Ghislaine Maxwell, the only one who actually faced consequences, right? But in 2019, apparently there were 10 co-conspirators. Now, the people who were sending this to and from have been blacked out, but at the bottom we see that this is the Violent Crime Section, Crimes Against Human Trafficking Unit.
That is huge information, especially when you consider clowns like Kash Patel saying that there's no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking victims to others or anything like that, making it seem like it was a solo operation and Ghislaine Maxwell, was second fiddle and that's it. And also Maxwell, worth remembering, isn't exactly facing the harshest of punishment. Not real justice there now that she's at a summer camp prison for a little bit petting service animals. So I want to also make a side note. Kash Patel needs to be in jail. Like, he literally needs to be arrested. I don't know why perjury isn't something that's taken seriously anymore. There is irrefutable evidence Kash Patel has lied on record about this case. It's crazy that he just gets to do that with pure immunity. But I won't start shitting and spitting about that too hard right now. The important thing about this piece that CoffeeZilla is highlighting is that we now have information that confirms that authorities were looking into other co-conspirators in this operation. Co-conspirators that clearly they must have dropped the leads at some point. They stopped sniffing around, said not worth pursuing, but at one point they did have other co-conspirators and apparently quite a bit of information on them, as the documents seem to hint at and reveal and talk around. So what the fuck happened, and why are they now pretending that there aren't co-conspirators when we now have hard proof that there was and that they were pursuing for however brief a time?
And additionally, some of the details on this are revealed later, because we see this subject line. It says co-conspirators at the top. And it says, blank does not need to head out. We made contact with blank last night in New York City. Blank last night in New York. Contact was made with blank, blank, and blank. By the way, I love how these potential co-conspirators are people who are being blacked out. Like, why? I thought the whole point of this was you couldn't redact people for personal information reasons or for public embarrassment. You could only redact on the basis of it being a victim. And I'm not sure how these people could possibly be victims here.
Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not.
Liar, liar, plants for hire. His nose about to grow fucking 5 feet with that big old fib. This is inarguable that they are redacting names of people that aren't victims here. As CoffeeZilla points out, these are co-conspirators. The evidence is overwhelming. There's no wiggle room here, no way to weasel out some kind of explanation for why these would be justifiably censored and blacked out and redacted. These are clearly not victims. This is about the co-conspirators. So there should be no exceptions made. Their names should be revealed here in these documents, but they're not. It's been redacted. Why? Who are they covering up for? And why? This is illegal. You cannot do that. And this is inarguably them redacting names of people that are not victims. It's craziness, and it's so blatant, it's right in your face. Like, the proof is in the pudding, and yet I know people are going to deny it still. It's fucking unhinged. There is no world where you can spin a narrative here where these redactions in these places make sense, because there's no way that what they're talking about right there can possibly be minors or victims. These are co-conspirators that are being protected. That's fucking insanity.
But anyways, you can see that it says attempts were made to blank and Brunel, that's Jean-Luc Brunel, the famous who's now dead. Blank is confirmed to live in New York, was away for the holiday weekend. We did not have a good address, but an attempt was made in New York. Attempts are made to Maxwell today. Blank, you get it. Like, it's all the people they suspected this whole time are redacted, of course. And they say, I do not know about Ohio contacting Wexner. Now, that's a reference to Les Wexner, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. This is huge. We've long suspected that he was, of course, one of the co-conspirators. And obviously, the fact the FBI suspected it isn't a 100% proof confirmation. But clearly, they were serving grand jury subpoenas. I mean, that must be who they're talking about, one wealthy businessman in Ohio, because later it's confirmed by this whole idea of Ohio contacting Wexner.
Even though most of the names are redacted, it's not all of them. So Wexner's name appears here, as well as Brunel, but as CoffeeZilla mentioned, he's dead. He's already burning in hell right now. But Wexner, this was someone that they grand jury subpoenaed, seemingly, and I don't think I've heard a peep about any kind of consequences or justice being served over there, or any kind of like pursuit on analyzing his connections here to all of this, even though he is here in one of the emails here about being a co-conspirator. What happened there? The well ran dry or something? Like, it turns out he was completely innocent? That seems kind of hard to believe. That'd be a surprising, shocking twist, more so than a fucking Darman video. I don't know about that. That seems a little fishy. And again, why are other names here blacked out? Why are co-conspirators being protected? Why aren't their identities being revealed? Food for thought.
And you can see at the bottom, this is from the FBI New York. When you get a chance, give me an update on the status of the 10 co-conspirators. This is really bad to know that we knew as early as 2019 the right people to target, and yet our FBI, who's had evidence of this the entire time, or leads on it, has declined to prosecute. Right? Because this is what the FBI now tells us. Oh, don't bother. Don't worry about it. That's what they wanted us to believe in July. Fast forward to December, we find out there's 10 guys that they knew about since like 6 years ago. It's insane.
It is insane because their position has been like, oh, there was nothing actionable in there. So, stop asking us. Just pipe down. We're busy covering shit up. Stop asking questions has basically been the philosophy. Our hands are tied. There was nothing. It's all a hoax. Actually, no, the files are on Pam Bondi's desk. No, the files don't exist. It's all a hoax. Wait, actually, here's a ton of fucking files. Nothing's actionable, though. And according to Kash Patel, it was just Jeffrey Epstein. Nobody else. Why? It doesn't go deeper than that. That's it. Case closed. It's a fucking mess. It's a complete circus. And now that we have this kind of information out there, it's even more sickening to know that they are just blatantly protecting these pedophiles, these evil, evil people that engaged in unthinkably heinous actions. They are still getting away with it. And they know, and have known since 2019 apparently, that there are others out there, still at large, and are just not doing anything about it, and would instead rather lie saying, oh, there's nothing actionable or anything. Yeah, there was really nothing in there at all. In fact, it was all make-believe. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein was never real in the first place. Jeffrey Epstein was the friends made along the way. What are you guys talking about? It's so absurd. It is downright diabolical. The corruption is so blatant, it is right in your face. And even when we are getting drip-fed the tiniest tiddlywinks of information about this case that have been heavily redacted, mind you, we are still seeing just how depraved this is. There is so much evidence that they can't even sweep it all under the rug. We are still finding just how bad this is. Now just imagine what they're keeping from you and covering up, and what they've already probably burned and fucking snapped out of existence. And imagine if they actually did follow the rules here and only redact victim information. Just imagine how many people we could point to as blatantly corrupt and needing to be thrown in jail. For the last 6 years, having this kind of information and not acting on it. And to this day, having so many people in the highest levels of government denying its existence and trying to pretend that it's all fucking phony baloney, make-believe, dirty barnacles, horseradish, it's a hoax, it's not real, that kind of thing. Can you imagine if this information did actually properly release with only victims' information redacted?
Even over here, we see that in one of the lawsuits, I believe this is with Maxwell, the government actually wanted to refer to people at trial as co-conspirators of the defendant, aka Maxwell, for the purposes of a rule. And then they say Jeffrey Epstein, and then there are two names listed there who are going to be listed as co-conspirators. Again, who are those people? We were told that the only co-conspirator now is Maxwell, and if you don't believe that, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. But back in 2020, this was an idea not just promulgated by wackos, it was promulgated by who? The FBI themselves, the Department of Justice. Look at this. Co-conspirator question transcript. This is from USA NYS. They say, question, when Jeffrey Epstein died, a lot of people asked, who's next? Is the government going to hold people who are accused of helping him recruit these girls? Are they going to hold them accountable? And then the answer is, well, I'll note that the original charges against Jeffrey Epstein contained a conspiracy charge, and we allege that there were conspirators involved. Jeffrey Epstein couldn't have done what he did without the assistance of others. And I can assure you that our investigation is moving forward, except I guess not.
Yeah, that investigation hit a brick wall. That investigation went off the tracks and fell into a fucking nitroglycerin facility and just blew up, because that shit has not been pursued clearly. As CoffeeZilla mentions, this idea of there being more than just Epstein and Maxwell, the highest level of authority has been saying, you're crazy if you believe that, you are falling for, nonsense fairy tale garbage. But even the FBI years ago was saying the same things internally here. And even agreeing that it couldn't have been done alone. They were even moving to call other people associated with this co-conspirators. Information redacted on those names there. But they knew certain individuals to target for this that they were going to be looking into with the investigation and assuring them that the investigation is moving forward on these co-conspirators, and then it doesn't. Why did it magically stop? What happened? What changed? And why, if all of this information is still at the government's fingertips, do they continue to lie and pretend as though it doesn't exist and that there's nothing here at all that the public didn't already know? They've already given out justice by sending Maxwell to a summer camp. That's all they can do. That's the only power they can muster here.
And what's even more concerning is our president also seems concerned with the wrong people.
The victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me, too. Everybody was friendly with this guy. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it. But you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago.
What an interesting perspective. That is a fascinating thing for him to harp on so much about, like, well, we got to think about all the innocent people that met with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, that's what we should be focusing on, and how damaging and how traumatizing this must be for them, those innocent people that hung out with Jeffrey Epstein, you know, all the lawyers and bankers and all of them. Heart breaks for them. Bill Clinton, I can't believe he got wrapped up in this. Love that guy. This is a crazy set of circumstances. He's a big boy, though. Side note, Bill Clinton apparently just put out a statement this afternoon saying release the entirety of the files. So Bill Clinton's like, just do it, pussy. That was a crazy plot twist I certainly didn't expect, because I can't imagine a world where Bill Clinton isn't also wrapped up in this shit. I think that guy is beyond guilty. I bet he had a whole fucking lodge named after him on Epstein's Island. Like, I find it hard to believe that somehow he'd walk out of this squeaky clean. Sounds like mutually assured destruction here, and Bill Clinton's just throwing his meat on the table, challenging him to do so, and I guess we'll see how it all shakes out from there. The thing is that CoffeeZilla is pointing out, Trump's focus is more about, like, there's innocent people here. We have to keep in mind, think of the innocent multi-millionaire and billionaires that didn't know Jeffrey Epstein for all the bad stuff. They just knew him for cracking jokes and stuff, and, you know, just being a guy, just being one of the dudes. Like, why is that what you're focusing on? Why wouldn't you instead be focusing on trying to catch all of the people that have just completely been swept under the rug? Why would that not be the focus? Why instead would you be pretending none of this is real, it's all a hoax? That's very peculiar. I think that's pretty concerning. And when you do have an opportunity to release the files, why are they so heavily redacted with hundreds and hundreds of pages completely blacked out? That looks very guilty. That looks like a really big admission of guilt.
Now, I'll be honest, he gets off track from here, but the point he was making is that those poor, innocent, bankers who were meeting with Epstein, the poor lawyers who were meeting with Epstein, like all of Epstein's friends are just caught up in this unfortunate thing. And it's just such a reversal of what previously the DOJ and FBI believed. In fact, they believed it so much that they got a federal search warrant for the SDNY, and they got it, and part of the seizable data, part of the stuff that they commanded them to seize as part of the search warrant, and part of it says evidence concerning the identity or location of co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, including blank and Ghislaine Maxwell. So again, who is blank? Well, they keep redacting the names of these co-conspirators, uncharged, remember, and now they're saying we have no evidence to charge anybody. Clearly, they had evidence for a search warrant, and it's just completely ridiculous that some of this stuff is redacted and that we're viewing the rich and powerful people who are mentioned as the victims here.
Once again, just further evidence that they are indeed scrubbing the name of co-conspirators. These are not victims or minors that they are taking the names out of here. Thus, they are breaking the rules of how this is supposed to go. It is blatant, this cover-up. There is no world where that is somehow a victim there, yet their name has been redacted. Why? Why are they hiding the co-conspirators' identities? It's fucking outrageous. And people should be very mad about this. But I have no doubt, again, it's 5 a.m. right now, so I haven't seen like the full response to all of this now being out there, but I know there's going to be people that are butt-chugging the Kool-Aid to such an unbelievable degree that the delusion has fully taken hold that they're going to go through these mental gymnastics to explain why, actually, there's nothing fishy going on here. This is totally normal. They did everything by the book, and you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Clearly the most transparent administration in American history at work here, obviously. Which just, again, you have so much evidence to prove that this is not by the book here. This is indeed a co-conspirator's name and many other examples of co-conspirators' names being redacted. Not victims, not minors. Unless they're trying to say that these names here are victims, these people that are potentially co-conspirators of Epstein, they're also victims. And in that case, you need to be institutionalized ASAP if that's what you think. That is a fucking crazy take. But I guess it's not the most outrageous thing to picture someone believing when you have someone like Trump who continues to just drive that point home, where it seems like he's not even really focused on the actual victims of Epstein and all of his clients. He's instead more focused on like, oh, the innocent guys, we used to, just go watch the ball game together with Jeffrey Epstein. They had no idea, and my heart breaks for them. Oh, Bill Clinton playing his song on my world's smallest violin. Like, he's just constantly bringing up, like, oh, so many innocent people. They're getting wrapped up in all this Epstein hoopla. I can't believe we're still talking about it. You're a bad person if you're talking about it, which is something he did say, by the way, not too long ago. I highly recommend you go check out the rest of Coffeezilla's video. He also gives you the tutorial on how you can get your hands on these files as well to check them all for yourself. Now, after combing through them, there were some other big eyebrow-raising moments. One of them, Coffeezilla also tweeted out. This is from a U.S. attorney who wrote in 2020, Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously has been reported or that we were aware, including during the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. And then it concludes with, on 2 other flights, 2 of the passengers respectively were women who would be possible witnesses in a Maxwell case. We've just finished reviewing the full records, more than 100 pages of very small script, and didn't want any of this to be a surprise down the road. I noticed Trump's name in quite a few documents in this most recent volume. This has been one that is obviously pretty interesting because it's talking about his frequent flyer miles that he was accumulating with old Epstein Airlines, about how he had flown on the airlines far more than they had thought at the time. Now, whether that's before or after all the flight logs, which does show Trump flying on the planes quite a bit, I don't know. Maybe there's more that weren't on the flight logs. I'm not sure. Again, all of this is still brand new. And I guess as more gets combed through, we'll get more and more information. But like I said, I have been glued to this for hours now. And I really just wanted to yap about it because there is some crazy shit in here. This is finally, for the first time in a long time, big new information in regards to this case and people involved in it, and exposing a blatant cover-up of very important information from these files. Now, it's very late in the evening, and all of this is still very fresh. I have no doubt there will be a lot more that comes from this, so I'm just going to try and keep my finger on the pulse of it. I already have no doubt there will be a large number of people that'll plug their ears to it and downplay the significance. I already saw a crazy tweet from some psychopath named Mila. I have no idea who this troglodyte is, but they are now already singing a different tune about why does anyone care about the Epstein files, which is something that was previously tried. Now, in the wake of all of this, it's being dusted off to try again. I truly hope there won't come a time where people start to say that this isn't a big deal, that this isn't something people should care about. This is a massive deal, and everyone should care about this because it implicates the people that control your life. The people in the highest level of power in this country that are actively making decisions on your life and how everything unfolds in this country. And if the people that are in these positions are these evil pedophiles that have been getting away with these crimes, then there's a huge problem there. They need to be held accountable and face justice. You shouldn't want to be ruled and controlled by people that were Epstein clients. Like, I don't know how insane people have become recently, where now they are with a straight face trying to say that Epstein isn't something you should care about. Get over it. That blows my mind. Mila Joy, I suppose, gets her joy from the suffering of children and does so with a big smile on her face. She doesn't care that children were being trafficked and raped by potentially the most powerful people in this country. She doesn't care. She doesn't want them unmasked or thrown in jail. She couldn't care less about that. That's pretty fucking unhinged, Mila. All I can do is cross my fingers and hope and pray that there's not a ton of people with a poisoned, smooth brain like she has. I am hoping there's sensible people out there that are seeing all of this unfold in real time and finally having that come to Jesus moment, that eureka moment of, wow, there's something very, very bad afoot here. But anyway, I'll stop yapping about it for now. I guess we'll see what else comes from Volume 8 here of the Epstein Files. Huge hats off to everyone that played a role in helping preserve that initial dump of these files, because I have a sneaking suspicion when these are officially released, when they pop up again, they might not be in the same state. I'm thinking there might be further redactions to them. It's just a hunch. I guess we'll see. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. A couple days ago, I made a video goofing around while covering the body cam footage that showed an officer being arrested after walking around flashing his badge at strangers in public. And by badge, I mean penis. And since then, I have been inundated with YouTube recommended body cam videos. And one of these puppies really caught my eye just a little bit ago.
911, where's your emergency?
I'm at Kent State University. I need to get into my building, please.
Okay, is this an emergency? Can you look up the non-emergency number?
I need to get into my building, please.
Okay, I need you to look up the non-emergency number and contact the Kent State University Police
I need to get into my building, please.
What doesn't this dispatcher understand? Ellen needs to get into that building. She's got papers to grade and students to flunk. Like, what the fuck? Someone send over the National Guard ASAP to let Ellen into this building. Why is she locked out in the first place? What kind of nefarious plot is this from Dr. Evil trying to keep Ellen out of her office? This is unacceptable, and he's trying to direct her to the non-emergency line? Has there ever been a more pressing emergency quite like this? This is just disgusting. This dispatcher needs to have a stern talking to. Lord help us if Ellen ever got a hold of him on the horn.
You need to contact the Kent State University Police Department. This is not an emergency.
What is it? I need
You're
to
going
get
to need
into
to
my...
look it up, ma'am. I'm going to
I
let
don't
you
know
go.
what it...
After the college professor repeatedly abuses 911, demanding an officer, she eventually gets her way.
Abusing 911? Why, yada? Are we in an alternate dimension here? What kind of circus is this? Am I taking crazy pills? This is an emergency! This is Ellen! She's worked at Kent State for over 2 decades! Hello? She's not able to access this building! Get the police over there lickety-split to let her the fuck in! Do you not know what position she holds at Kent State?
I'm the school director of the School of Health Sciences.
Gotcha.
I'll show you my driver's license, which is in the car. Can you get me into the building, please, so I can go pee?
Sure. Do you have anything to drink today?
I had a drink.
You had a drink?
A drink.
Okay. Because I can smell a little bit of alcohol on
You
you.
can smell a little bit of alcohol. That's fine. You can.
Okay.
Is that a problem, officer? What's the crime? What's the charge? Enjoying a drink? A succulent after-hours beverage? For the Kent State Health School Director, Prime Minister, Turbo Ruler Empress?
I had a drink in my colleague's office. That's fine.
In your colleague's office? Where was that at?
In the annex.
Okay. How'd you get over here?
I walked.
You walked over here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to give you a couple tests just to make sure you're good to go because I don't want you driving if you've been drinking.
Sir, I'm fine.
Okay. Well, I can smell it on you and you're not able to use a card to swipe into the door. So it's
Sir,
a little...
this is not working. This is not working. Can I go pee, please?
Well, here's what I'm saying. You're trying to swipe 2 cards at the same time, which kind of shows me that you're lacking some motor functions.
Yeah, well, you're lacking manners. How about that? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. This is Ellen. She has worked at Kent State for over 2 decades. She is the Kent State Health Director, Health Rock and Roll Specialist or something. Yeah, maybe she was relentlessly calling 911 all because she couldn't quite figure out how to scan her card because she was a little too hammered. Who hasn't been there, huh? We've all been there. That door's tricky. That could fool even the most sober of us. All of us would be scanning 2 cards even without alcohol. I'm sure it's a mistake that happens often. And she just, given her position of power, perhaps a bit of entitlement. Like, hey, I'm gonna need to start using police resources here to get this door open for me. It's fucking absurd, man. I gotta drop the sarcasm. So she's had a little bit to drink apparently, and she's trying to scan 2 cards at the same time, which is obviously not working. The door's not opening. So then she immediately resorts to calling 911 numerous times here as if it's an actual emergency, diverting resources away from what could legitimately be real possible emergencies out there that now have to deal with this shit. It is a little wacky. I'll tell you what, Ellen, not great.
I wouldn't want you to...
Can I go pee? Can I pee, please?
Yeah, here, I'll let you in to pee real quick and then we'll talk, okay? Do you have someone you could call?
My husband.
Okay. Do you want to go pee first and start working on calling him?
No, I don't. This is not okay.
What's not okay?
That you're going to call my husband.
No, you're going to call him.
I'm fine.
I don't think you're okay to drive.
I think I'm okay to drive. I have a Tesla.
Checkmate, she has a Tesla. She can be extremely drunk and the car will get her home, no worries. What's the big deal? She has to pee. This officer just must not know who she is. This is Ellen. She's the health director. If she says she's okay to drive, she's okay to drive. She's the health director. She directs health, for crying out loud. Come on, she knows health better than all of us here. And if she just needs to tinkle a little bit, then hop in the old Tesla and get herself home while being, I guess, a little too inebriated to figure out how to open a door that I imagine she's opened thousands of times in the past, then we just need to forget about it and trust her better judgment.
Sir, I'm going to call your captain in a minute.
That's fine. You're not going to drive out of here.
You're not going to be okay.
Is there a bathroom back here you're using?
I'm sorry?
Is there a bathroom in this office you're using?
I'm going to go over there. I'm the school director of the School of Health Sciences, and I'm going to be okay.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay. I just need you to call somebody for me before I go.
I'll be fine.
She's too far.
Okay.
So she said she walked here, though?
So it doesn't seem like it's an emergency here. She doesn't need to hit the urination station urgently. She takes a small detour here to complete a side quest where she takes off the cap and gown in her office, and then also just stays in the office for quite a while, to the point where the officers were concerned she crawled out the window to get to her vehicle and drive home. So then they go around the outside to check if she's still there, and they're about to get a big surprise.
Out to the parking lot that way. Yeah, she's trying to swipe like 2 cards at the same time to get in. No, you're not driving home.
Okay. I mean, unless she's calling out the window. I mean, the window, there's definitely windows right there.
Turns out she's just sitting in the office now. Just blankly sitting there. Kind of looked like a horror movie scene, like right before a jump scare. I don't know what she's doing. I guess maybe she went over there to start giving some students failing grades for fun. Like maybe that's what she does when she's drunk, just flunk out some students just for the hell of it. I have no idea. But the whole thing was about her not being able to get into the building and how badly she needs to pee. So she calls the police multiple times. Eventually the police show up, smell alcohol on her, realize she might be drunk because she is not able to just swipe a card to get into a building because she keeps trying to swipe 2 cards, which is preventing her from accessing it. I'm also really surprised she even called the police in the first place for that. I don't know why she wouldn't just ask any of the people around her. There's other people on this campus. I'm surprised she didn't just go to anyone else and immediately resorted to going to police. Her sense of entitlement is just that large, I suppose. So anyway, now she's in there, just sitting there. Maybe she's peeing in the seat. I doubt it. But she's just sitting there and still refusing to call someone to drive her home or get an Uber or anything, and still insists she's going to drive.
You're harassing me right now. I don't appreciate it.
No, I'm just making sure you get home okay.
I'm going to be okay.
Okay. Well, I just need to make sure you call somebody here because I don't want you driving home.
I'm going to call Captain Getman from Kent.
Who's that?
The captain of Kent, if you don't leave me alone.
What's his name?
Captain Getman of Kent. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and you're going to leave me alone.
Captain Gitman of Kent. Sounds like the name of a character from Game of Thrones. Seems like the officers don't know who that is. I don't know if that's actually their captain or not. But apparently she's got a direct line to him. So, I guess, be ready.
I'm missing a vest card that's out there.
It fell down out there?
Yeah. He's going to leave me alone, and I'm going to go home and go pee, and you're going to leave me alone.
Okay, but you're not going to drive.
I'm going to drive home.
Okay, ma'am, you're not going to drive.
I'm driving home, and you're going to leave me alone. I'm fine, and you're going to leave. I have water in my car. I'm fine.
I don't care if you have water in your car.
If she's not actually drunk, then it's just a pretty impressive aggression and sense of entitlement. Like, even the officers kind of chalk it up to her, you know, under the influence. But if she actually is just sober, man, what a bad attitude. Like, she seems very miserable to be around. And also, this is entirely of her own doing. She called the cops multiple times to try and get them out there. They showed up exactly like she was asking for. So, like, she brought all of it on herself.
No, you're going to leave me alone. My husband just had surgery, and I'm driving
Okay.
home. Sir, you're going to leave me alone? Do you want me to take a breathalyzer? I'll do that for you.
Nope, don't have one.
What?
I don't have one.
Sir, you're going to leave me alone? I'm fine.
I would have been super curious to see the breathalyzer here, because she's saying she'd take one, but the officer, I guess, doesn't have one, which was pretty surprising.
I will. I have worked. You can leave me alone. Look, I could not get in the building because you locked my building.
We didn't lock your building. It locks automatically.
Okay.
So we did you a service by letting you in here.
Okay, I could have driven home with my cab and Gail. So can I go pee, please? Because
I never told you you couldn't. Go ahead.
Not quite the checkmate maneuver she thought that was going to be. I couldn't get into the building because you guys locked it. Which obviously didn't happen. I don't think the officers pulled one over on her here with the fast one. She was swiping 2 cards and couldn't open her own building. And was calling the authorities to come do it for her. Again, she demanded they show up. Like, it's unbelievable. And now she's like, okay, can I go pee? Come on, grow up. I want to go pee now. Is that okay? Do I have your permission to pee? And the officer's like, yeah, just go pee. Like, no one told you not to. Like, she's been in here for a while now and has still not peed like she said she really needed to do at the very beginning. Like, it's... I don't know, it does feel like maybe she drank a little too much, even though she likes to claim she's not drunk.
Jesus Christ. I've worked here for 28 years.
I understand.
So can you give me my other card back?
I don't have your other card.
I'm not intoxicated.
Well, I think you are.
I'm glad you think I am, but I'm not. And you can have a good day. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can you call somebody for me?
Sure, I will.
Can you do that right now?
I will. In my car.
Now we're starting to get into the big stalemate territory. The officers are getting like really annoyed here, just saying, please call someone. We cannot let you drive that vehicle while we believe you're intoxicated. And based on all the evidence here, like this interaction, she does appear to be intoxicated. She did mention drinking earlier. She claims it was just a drink. It does seem a little different. So like, I think it's a pretty reasonable request to just say, like, can you just call someone, get an Uber, just fucking something, because drunk driving is bad. It's a terrible thing. But she continues to refuse it, and she gets more and more heated about all of it, and as you can probably imagine, it doesn't exactly go swimmingly.
Ma'am, listen, you've been here a long time. Please don't tarnish your own reputation by doing this, because we are going to arrest you if you try to leave here and drive your car. I promise. Like, you're going to be arrested. And that is not what we want to do.
So my husband is home.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you said he just had surgery and he can't drive, right?
I'll call Captain Gitman right now.
There's no Captain Gitman.
He's here at my phone.
Okay, we'll call. Go ahead.
There's no Captain Gitman that works for
He works for Kent City.
No, he doesn't.
Bye. Have a good day.
Well, explained it all you could.
Yeah.
Now it just sounds like they're sad, like, oh fuck, we're gonna have to arrest Ellen. Ellen, she's been at the university for over 2 decades as the school director of health. Oh man, shocks. Jeepers. And she just keeps going on about this Captain Gitman, who they don't know who that is, so I'm assuming she's barking up the wrong tree there. Maybe there is a Captain Gitman that exists there in her phone, but like, what is he gonna do? Like, no, you boys, listen. She's got my permission to drunk drive home. Stand down. Like, if they don't know who Captain Gitman is, I don't think they would respect the authority of whoever answers that phone.
It is what it is at this point.
City Police officer. He reports to you.
That's not accurate.
It's totally accurate.
Okay.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic...
All right, do you have all the stuff you need?
Captain Gitman, call me back. It's Ellen Glickman.
You have a lanyard on your right side under your jacket, if that's what you're looking for.
Nope, I'm looking for my office keys. You guys f***ed me up. Thank you.
Are you going to be able to call anyone for me?
No, are you?
Okay, I'll take this one.
No, you would not take my...
All right, well, right now you're under arrest.
I'm calling my husband. Stop.
Okay, just relax. You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
I've made my decision. You are under arrest.
I'm calling my husband.
Put your hands behind your back.
No, I'm calling my...
This feels like someone who's probably used to bullying people to get anything she wants and just kind of steamrolling around conversations in order to come out on top. And her hardball didn't quite work here. So after quite a lengthy period of time here, she finally, at the very end, concedes, saying, "Okay, I'll call my husband. Stop." But the officers have already had enough of it at this point, because she already said she'd do that a few times and then didn't, and then tried to call the imaginary captain, fucking super sailor, whoever she was calling. So they make the decision to arrest her, because it seems like she is still going to be driving herself home, because she keeps saying she's going to.
I'm really really, really sorry.
It's okay. You're walking to this car right here.
No, I'm walking to my...
You're not walking to your car. You're not driving home.
Can you please call my husband?
No.
No, I'm really... Stop this. Call my husband. Please call my husband.
Stop.
Can you call my husband right now? Right now.
You can call him when you're being booked in.
I'm not being booked.
You are.
I'm really sorry for being an asshole.
So it's not because you're being difficult. It's because you're drunk.
I'm not drunk.
You are.
No, I'm not. Please take my phone. Please take my phone.
I already have your phone.
I'm sorry for being an asshole.
It has nothing to do with that.
I'm being an asshole. Thank you so much. Sir, I've worked here 28 years. Can I speak to somebody who's worked here a long time? Because
Hold on.
I've been here 28 years. Can you please?
Have a seat.
So they take her to the facility. She reiterates numerous times that she's worked there for 28 years, this and that, flexing her position and standing in the community for so long. Eventually, her son shows up to take her home and ensure she doesn't try and drive. She was charged with disorderly conduct, intoxication. After a plea deal in community and service, it was dropped. And you'd think that's where the story ends, but it doesn't. Because after all was said and done, and this was water under the bridge, she and her husband came back to try and argue.
I'm Lieutenant Campbell. How can I help you?
I'm Ellen Glickman. Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
I wanted to chat with. Do you know who the officers were that night?
Yes, Officer White and Officer Womack.
So what would be the best way of chatting with them?
What kind of conversation are you wanting to have with them?
Peaceful. Yeah. I think there was errors on both sides.
Well, I'd have to disagree on that.
You do?
So, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
They were doing their jobs. And potentially could have saved your life by not letting you drive.
Well,
if you disagree with that, that's fine.
Shut that shit down pretty quickly. Why is she coming back here to try and argue with the officers from that night? Everything had already been settled. It had actually just totally been dropped after her community and service and plea. Yet she still wants to come over and make an issue. Like, I really think that shows her general attitude and the way that she carries herself. It is someone that is so used to, like, bullying her way through life, is the impression I get from all of this. This is just like an inexplicable decision to try and come over here and now try and have further conversations with the officers from that night. Which, no doubt, were not going to be overly peaceful, because she's already pretty upset, it seems, and still a bit heated about it, saying, oh, there were errors on both sides.
So,
I wasn't drunk.
I was not inebriated.
okay, if that's fine.
You weren't there?
No, I was not there.
Okay, so there was a lot of, he was home with cancer and was post-op for about 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I was not intoxicated. I was sleep deprived. I had a drink. I have PTSD from y'all. My ex-husband was a cop.
Okay.
So there's a lot of stuff you didn't know. I was not given the opportunity to discuss. And
you were given many opportunities, and you did not take advantage of any of them.
Okay.
It is incomprehensible how she keeps doing this. So again, all of this started because she was calling 911, relentlessly about trying to get officers over there to open a fucking door for her. That's what started all this. And now, after the whole case has been done and dusted, all settled, she still goes out here and does this kind of shit again. It's so wacky. It's just so weird. And the officer did make a good point. They very realistically could have saved her life. Even if she wasn't drunk, she doesn't appear to have been in a good condition for being behind the wheel of a car in the first place. If it was sleep deprivation or whatever was causing that, it does not appear she was in a good state to be operating a vehicle. So, it is a very real chance that they saved her life there. Anyway, though, this professor was insufferably self-entitled, and I just had to yap about it after watching this Midwest safety video. That's really about it. So, yep. We're coming up on a very special 5-year anniversary for a personal journey of mine. If it was alcoholism, I'd be getting a chip for this achievement right now, but I'm receiving a very different kind of gift for it. First, I need to ask, though, what have you done for 5 years straight with unwavering discipline and gusto? Mewing? Maybe? Yeah, and what do you have to show for it, tough guy? You still got that soft chin. What about jelking? You a big jelker? Spent the last 5 years in the laboratory desperately trying to put a few inches on that pathetic little meat of yours? Well, what if I told you That 5 years could have been better spent doing what I was doing. Watching One Piece from start to current. Over 1,100 episodes. Please, hold your applause, I'm no hero. I just did what I thought needed to be done to finally stop getting bombarded with the question of why I didn't like One Piece. I started this journey 5 years ago, which feels like the blink of an eye now in the grand scheme of my One Piece journey, because I had tried numerous times to get into it and just never fell in love with it. But every time I would stream, I'd always be getting the question about, what's wrong with you, Charles? You gotta screw loose to not like One Piece. So I started it out of spite, and I gotta tell you, sports fans, the first year or so of that journey, for the first, 200 to 300 episodes, were brutal. Trying to stay awake watching those arcs was a more difficult boss battle than trying to kick a heroin addiction. It was tough. But I pushed through, I persisted, and I've been giving you steady updates like once a year since, because after about 300 episodes, I did fall in love with One Piece. Experts may call it Stockholm Syndrome. I call it just objective improvements in the show itself. And I understand in the manga, everyone always says this, the pacing for the earlier arcs is just significantly better in the manga as opposed to the anime. And I imagine they're probably right, but I'd committed to watching the show. And I think once we start getting into Water 7 territory, the show really hits its stride, and it maintains that. The show does get a drastic improvement not only in animation, but in pacing, and I genuinely think everything in it starts to elevate. So I'm extremely happy I did push through and catch up with the show, because it is extraordinary. So now that I'm caught up, I'm just going to give you all of my thoughts, kind of like as a all-encompassing debriefing, because like I said, I've been giving you yearly-ish updates on my One Piece progress, but I just want to put a nice little bow on all my thoughts on One Piece as a whole, and I guess I'll get into the nitty-gritty here, the spaghetti and meatballs of Egghead specifically, since that's obviously the most recent arc. But anyway, overall, I love One Piece, like I said. I think the show offers some extremely high highs, but with that comes some lows as well. In particular, Fishman Island. That is my least favorite arc in the entire series. I hated that. That was a slog to get through, and I found so little to like about Fishman Island. And I know I've yapped quite a bit about my disdain for that arc, and I'm not going to go too deep into it here, but just know that shit is poop. I do not like the green eggs and ham of Fishman Island. But my favorite arcs are as followed, in this order. My favorite arc is Marineford, followed by Innie's Lobby, followed by Dressrosa. And the more thought I put into it, the harder it became to choose what are my definitive favorite arcs, because there are some turbo bangers in here. So it's always been a bit fluid, but the one that's never changed as my favorite arc is Marineford. That one's pretty unbeatable, but the rest have kind of moved here and there, ebbed and flowed. And I know Dressrosa in particular is a bit of a contentious pick to be in my top 3 arcs. Worth noting, I watched One Piece, so it cut out a lot of filler, which Dressrosa was apparently famous for. I didn't get that experience. I got just a really high quality, very compelling arc that I loved from start to finish. So maybe my Dressrosa experience was very different than a normal anime watcher's experience if they watched all the filler and stuff. One Piece did an extraordinary job of keeping everything flowing, keeping it moving, and it was great. I really, really like that arc, but I don't think anything will probably ever beat Marineford. I mean, I guess I can't say for sure because I don't know where One Piece is going to go, but Marineford was just a culmination of everything that had been building for so long in an extremely satisfying and emotional arc. This arc also opened my third eye to a painful revelation that I may not know what the One Piece is yet, but I do know what the one truth is, that Mihawk is a fraud. Mihawk clashed briefly with Vista in the Marineford arc, and it became abundantly clear that this man might just not be the world's greatest swordsman. Maybe he's like King from One Punch Man, where everyone just perceives him as this unbeatable, indomitable force of nature, but in reality, he's just not. We haven't seen Mihawk do a single fucking thing since he clashed with Zoro at the Baratie, 20 years ago. It is so sad. It is actually just so sad. He just gets by on aura and aura alone. Speaking of world's greatest swordsman, for the longest time throughout this series, my favorite character was Zoro. But now that I'm finally caught up, it's still Zoro. It was then and it is now. People like to boil him down to just being like a very one-dimensional flat character, but I just think that they're not watching the same show. That's so disingenuous. I can recognize that his motivations and a lot of the side quests, we'll call them, that he goes on are simpler than the rest of the crew, but that doesn't mean that he lacks as much depth as they have. I think Zoro is a perfect character to contrast the rest of the crew, and I always appreciate where he ends up throughout the arcs. My favorite villain is Doflamingo, but my most slept-on superstar is Magellan. I'm somewhat of a Magellan maniac. I believe that if that man could get off the toilet for even just an additional 3 or so hours and they'd let him spread his fucking wings outside of his prison, that man could be an actual threat. Now, of course, it's just pure delusion and hopium to believe that we might see him again engaging in the overall plot of One Piece. I think his role is kaput. He himself is a prisoner of the shitter, and he will probably never leave Impelled Down. But I think if he ever did, he would genuinely be an extremely powerful character, even in like the current landscape of things. My most controversial take on One Piece is that Sabo is genuinely a fanfic character that you have to suspend disbelief in order to accept his presence in this series. I really, like, the more and more I think about Sabo, the less and less sense it makes for him to even be here. Just this secret third brother that just happens to pop up out of nowhere, and somehow he is the well-known second in command of the Revolutionary Army, a world-famous group, and yet somehow Ace, who himself is extremely notorious and high-ranking in the Whitebeard Pirates, never knew Sabo was alive? Was Ace illiterate? Maybe, but even if he was illiterate, why the fuck couldn't he see pictures in a newspaper? Did he never hear Sabo's name, even though apparently everyone knew about Sabo, who he was in the Revolutionary Army? And there was never anything in Ace's ear that was like, wait, Sabo, it's ringing a bell. My brother. It just doesn't compute, and especially the timing makes it even more fishy, where it feels like the sole reason behind Sabo's presence in the story is that he was drummed up, conjured as a replacement to Ace. He just happens to come through after Ace's death. He also gets Ace's devil fruit. It really feels like Sabo's entire purpose was just to be a Ace replacement. And the way Sabo even is used in the story itself is very odd. He's kind of here as like this all-powerful, damn near omniscient presence who can do everything, and is used exclusively for like these fake out moments. So like he goes to the world government and like the 5 elders attack him. He might be dead, but he's not dead. He's on an island. The island gets blown up. Sabo might be dead. He's not dead. It's like, it's very weird. Sabo as a character just doesn't really fit with the rest of the characters One Piece introduces, and it just feels like the way in which he is put into the story feels very forced and very out of left field. Now, not to be confused with me being a Sabo hater, I don't even really dislike him or anything. It just feels very odd how he gets into this story in the first place and the way in which he is used in the story. But his scenes are hype. Like, it is a cool sequence when he, like, tries to save Cobra and everything. Like, it is cool to watch, but I just don't think it makes a whole lot of sense how we even got to that point with Sabo in the first place is all. But still are cool sequences with Sabo, and I do think that he is an interesting character. Anyway, though, let's now dive into Egghead. So when I was first watching Egghead, I was a pretty vocal Scrooge on it. I didn't really love the first half of the Egghead arc. The second half, however, significantly better and much more invested. I think the second half of Egghead has been really, really, really good. First half, bit of a snoozer, but I do think it was necessary to eat your vegetables first here in this case because it does help lay the foundation and build the stakes for what comes in the second half. But yeah, I really was not liking the first half of Egghead. I really didn't like the Seraphim, by the way. I didn't think that they were a strong addition to the One Piece story. Vegapunk, love Vegapunk. I love everything with Stella. I think that is so good, and I really think I can't remember if I've been doing spoilers when going through my One Piece journey. I think for the most part I have been, because a lot of the arcs that I've been covering are like fucking 15 years old. But I don't know if I should do spoilers for Egghead since it's still fresh. I'll try and I'm gonna have to get into spoilers. There's no way I can talk about some of the things I didn't like about it without getting into spoilers. Let's start with the things that I really liked. Kuma's backstory. My oh my, did they hit a grand slam with Kuma's backstory. That is probably the peak flashback. I don't want to use the word arc because it's not a flashback arc, but peak emotional character backstory so far in the show. I thought they really crushed Kuma's story. It is tragic from top to bottom. And his whole existence in the show is just agony. And even where he ends up in Egghead here, there's nothing happy about it. For a character that himself is so positive, despite everything he went through as a child with his parents and himself being enslaved and them being killed in front of him, with his father being murdered in front of him, still trying to find the light and still holding on to the hope of that legendary hero that will come to save them, and then trying to make a difference with the revolutionary army and saving people, and then himself still being dealt such a bad hand. There's always fingers crossed, hoping something finally goes Kuma's way, but it never does. Even when he's raising Bonnie, she's gonna die if he doesn't give over his humanity to the world government, to Vegapunk, to turn into this soulless killing machine, basically. The Pacifista program, all based around him, a weapon for the government. And he does it out of love for his daughter. But to save her, he had to abandon her. And then she went on her own pirate journey quest. Now she's gotten the truth, wants revenge on the 5 elders who are overseeing the program, in particular, Saturn. And Saturn becomes like our main big bad of the arc, and I think he's a really good villain. And he's not alone. There are other villains there like Rob Lucci and Kaku, whom I do think they're good villains, but I didn't like the flip-flopping so many times there. I think that was a little overdone. I get why it's there. Stussy also being there. Her role was very cool. That was quite the plot twist reveal there with her role and everything. But even though I like Rob Lucci and Kaku, like their presence there, the amount of flip-flopping I think was just a bit excessive. But in addition to their presence being there, there's also Kizaru. And Kizaru is a very interesting villain because prior to this, we'd always seen him as just like this callous, uncaring, calm, cold bad guy. Like, do I need to kill them? Fine, I suppose it would be stimulating. I am a little bored. Here I go, reluctantly killing for the sake of the government. And that's all you ever really got, so you're under the impression that he's just like this guy who will do pretty much everything and he won't feel anything. Just basically a heartless bad guy. Well, here we get a lot more fleshing out, a lot more backstory, and it turns out he is actually somewhat intertwined deeply with Bonnie, Kuma, Vegapunk. So when he is tasked by Saturn to kill Vegapunk and Bonnie, he really doesn't want to. You can start to see emotion in this character. When he does ultimately kill Vegapunk, he is anything but happy. And it feels like there's almost this sense of relief when Luffy is able to actually overpower him. And he makes like the treasonous decision to feed Luffy when Luffy was, out of energy, out of power, so that we can continue to fight against Saint Saturn. So we got a lot more out of him, and I thought it was really interesting, and I'm so curious to see what his motivations are. What does he want? What is his goal? What is he doing? It's so good the way a lot of these things were built up and how they were executed here so far in Egghead. This is also the arc in which we get the most exposition on the Void Century and filling in the blanks for everything that's been happening that has been a mystery to this point, like with the Poneglyphs, Joy Boy. Vegapunk gives a final message to the entire world, revealing so much information, much to the chagrin of the 5 elders, whom show up at Egghead to try and put the kibosh on the broadcast and shut everything down because they can't have these secrets getting out about what's happened in the past. It's just really satisfying now because it feels like we're finally starting to see the big picture. We're starting to get these breadcrumbs to follow for what it all means and what actually happened 900 years ago. Who is Joy Boy and everything? Who are the five elders in Emu? Like, what is all of this? It's so, like, it's hard to not, like, wait on bated breath for the next episode and the next big reveal. Oh, also, one of my earlier complaints with this show, like the whole series, is that there was always this hesitation to kill someone, even if their role in it had been finished, like their whole arc. Like a Arlong or someone. Like, pretty much a villain who served their purpose that I don't think we'll ever see again. The show still had a tendency to just, like, knock them out and move on. They fainted, and that's it. Never to be seen again. And they did that with, like, every character, not just villains, but, like, any character I thought that they were setting up for a death, didn't die, most notably, like, Pell, like, so long ago. And I get with Pell there was a lot of stuff going on at the time there with Pell, which maybe led for him not ultimately facing a demise there. I get that, but that's just another example that I'm pulling from. There are countless others of characters that I thought should have died there to amplify the emotional stakes of what was being built to. With Egghead, though, no longer does it feel like there is a hesitation to kill off characters. There is a lot of character deaths in here that I didn't expect, that I didn't see coming, that are important characters, so it really does feel like we're reaching the end game here. I just wanted to make a mention of that. No longer is that like a complaint I have with recent One Piece. They are like actively killing characters. Like, it feels like it's getting much more intense. Now, one of my biggest complaints so far about Egghead, though, and it's not even in the first half, it actually is in the second half, bringing all five elders here, I think just kind of made them seem weaker than they are. So, I like Saint Saturn as a villain. I think he's a great villain. But him actually fighting Luffy, he looks like a bitch. And I get Luffy, as, you know, the new Joy Boy, is supposed to be absolutely fucking stomping this man. He's basically blue waffling all over Saint Saturn. It's not even really a contest. But Saint Saturn as a fighter is really underwhelming. He's basically like the Derek Zoolander of the One Piece universe. He has one move. He has one look. And it's just by throwing out his little spider legs, and that's it. He doesn't do anything besides that. Even when he's not fighting Luffy, and he's like going after the rest of the Straw Hat crew, he can't even like kill them because he's only using his spider legs and nothing else. And then he's like, oh, this is a waste of my fucking time. I'm just going to run. So he does. So he goes to the next thing. These insects, I won't bother with them. Like, it just makes him look like not a very terrifying presence. And when they brought the other five elders in there, the same phenomenon happened where, because now there's so many, they can't give a whole lot of focus to them. So instead, they all only do one thing. Warkery, I think, is the best example of that. That fucking goober is the equivalent to that goddamn Rick and Morty butter robot whose only purpose is to serve butter. All Warkery can do is go into boar form and charge. That is all they show him doing. All he does is just charge. So, like, when the Giants arrive, which, by the way, super hype. I'm extremely excited that Elbaf is being brought into the Mega Mix here. Bragi Dory back in the fold now. It's very exciting that they're there. They're having a good time. They're super powerful. And Warkery, all he does is just charge and headbutt. That's it. It just makes him seem kind of lame. He's like a E-Honda player in Street Fighter 6 just spamming that one headbutt special. That is all Warkery does. So, like, it just makes it feel like he's not really a threat. He only can do one thing, and he's not even succeeding at it. Like, he's not even doing a good job with headbutting. And that's just so underwhelming for these five elders, whom we have this entire time been led to believe probably the most fearsome, terrifying creatures on the fucking face of that planet. And yet here all five of them are just getting toyed with, really. Getting laughed at, getting blasted around. Like, they can't even stop a broadcast. Like, they can't even find the transponder snail and destroy enough things to stop it. Granted, they have to be a little careful with the mother flame, I get that. But they just don't look as strong as we've been led to believe, because now all five of them were here, still basically getting embarrassed. Like, so far there hasn't been a moment where I'm actually concerned about a character because of the five elders' presence, because they're just not good at doing anything they aim to do here. I think it would have just been far stronger if it was only Saint Saturn who was up against everyone, the Giants, Luffy, the Straw Hat crew, all while trying to stop Vegapunk's desperate broadcast to the rest of the world to get the truth out there. And Saint Saturn, against all these odds, is still making it a close fight. That, I think, would have been a really strong showcase for the five elders and how scary they can be, that one of them is able to go against all of the strongest in the universe there. But the fact that all five show up and still can't succeed, it makes it seem like, well, Luffy will probably end up just fucking dog walking them at some point. Like, it doesn't really feel like they're as terrifyingly powerful as I thought they were now. Whereas, again, if it was just Saturn there, I'd be left thinking like, damn, this is just one of them able to, do so much across all of Egghead here. I can't even imagine what'll happen when the other four get involved. But now I don't have to imagine. I know what happens when the other four get involved. Still fucking nothing. They still can't, kill even, a giant or anything. They can't stop a broadcast. They can't do shit. It just makes it feel like the five elders are just kind of weak. That's just, my main complaint so far with Egghead. It kind of took a lot of the oomph out of the five elders. Anyway, though, that's really, my only major complaint with the second half of Egghead. Like I said, didn't love the first half, but maybe it just wasn't my cup of tea. There's really nothing in there in particular I think was bad. Even with the five elders, I don't think it's bad. It's just, I don't know, it felt a little underwhelming given how much had been built up about them is all. But overall, I think it's a very strong arc, and I'm really, really happy that I caught up to One Piece and I get to enjoy this in real time now as we're entering, the end of this legendary series. I think it's a masterpiece. I will say, though, I don't expect anyone to follow suit and, force themselves to watch 300 episodes if they're not enjoying it. I think it's totally fine if you just don't like One Piece after X amount of episodes to just say it's not for you and be done with it. There's nothing wrong with that. I probably would have done the same thing if it wasn't for me being so spiteful. I probably wouldn't have pushed through as hard as I did, and then I did actually fall in love with it. Again, not Stockholm Syndrome, just an acquired taste. My taste buds got a little more refined is all, as the show got better. Anyway, I just wanted to give you this yearly update here, basically. Fully caught up, we fucking did it. That's really about it. So yeah. Am I the biggest Five Nights at Freddy's fan in the world? Nope. But, did I see the first film? Yes. Did I like it? No. But, I could understand why others did. So, I just saw the second film. Did I like it? Nope. But this time, I can't understand why others seem to like it. I know it's getting, absolutely spanked when it comes to, critic reviews and stuff, but most people, myself included, don't really give a fuck about critic reviews these days. But what I am seeing is a lot of glaze for the film from fans of the property, which I understand that there's a level of enthusiasm for an IP where you will swallow any shit that gets farted down your throat. I understand that. There is a level of fandom where it doesn't matter if it's objectively terrible. You are just happy it exists, and the fact that it is something that you can go put your peepers on for an hour and a half or whatever is good enough. Everything else doesn't matter. You can point at the screen going, I know that! And that's all you need. Oh, also, speaking on that, special shout out to my auditorium in particular. The entire row behind me was talking from start to finish about the lore of Five Nights at Freddy's. I felt like I was listening to the fucking Fazbear Fan Club podcast behind me. The entire goddamn movie. Every time someone's name was mentioned, I heard them talking about their significance to the plot in the games. Anytime they recognized something on screen for all the fan service, they'd point it out. So even though I myself am kind of a fucking homunculus when it comes to Five Nights at Freddy's lore, I promise you, every single Easter egg and fan service moment in here that was sprinkled in the film, I know about now. I know because they pointed it out loudly every single time. One of them even sang one of the songs that is apparently associated with the Easter egg that was presented here. So trust me, I got every single reference in this one. I got the big-time, full-blown Glup Shido experience here, for sure. But even outside of that group, I am still seeing a lot of people saying, this is just for the fans, and the fans alone. And okay, fair enough, but I would say even if you're the biggest fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, this film is just still kind of weak. However, the cold hard truth of it is, it doesn't matter if the film is weak. The fact that it exists at all is satisfactory to tons of people already. Even if the film is mid or bad, this film does what I think most fans of the property want it to do. It shows them the things that they already loved from the IP, from the games, on the big screen. And they give you a lot to chew on that you'll recognize from the games. And that's enough for people to have a very positive experience with the film. And if you're in that camp, all power to you. I'm happy that you're happy with it. But as someone who is not the biggest fan of the games, I don't think this movie stands on its own two legs overly well. There are two things I think it does better than the first one, though. And it is something that they did highly talk up about, like listening to feedback from the first one. I do think they did try to make it scarier. And I do think they made it feel much larger in scale because there's more animatronics and it feels like it spans more than just a location. Both of those things are good. Those are my main two positives I can give the film. I think the animatronics look great. I appreciate that there's more of a presence from them. I also think they did a great job with Marionette's design. That character is by far the eeriest part of the cast here in a film that's already devoid of scariness. Not that that's actually a negative I have for it. I don't go into Five Nights at Freddy's expecting to get fucking goosebumps, tingles, and covering my eyes in fear. This is Weenie Hut Jr. horror for toddlers. It is meant to be like a gateway horror franchise for kids, and in that aspect, it does excel. It is a juggernaut IP when it comes to kids' horror property. So it's not like I'm complaining that it didn't make me, a 31-year-old man, afraid. I just wanted to point out that as far as designs go, Marionette, I think, was the most successful, but also the biggest wasted potential, because most of the time you see Marionette, it's when she's possessing somebody else, and in that instance, they just give, like, wacky eyes to the person with, like, Slender Man, long arms and, like, little claws, fucking noodle hands, like salad fingers. And it's a much less cool and less original look. But anyway, like I said, another thing I liked is that it does feel much larger than the first one. I love the new Five Nights at Freddy's location. I think it's a very cool set. And I also think they knocked it out of the park when it came to William Afton's pieces. Even though there's only 2 sections, I'm pretty sure, with him in there, they are the highlights of the entire film. They are done really well. The opening sequence, the flashback to Marionette and Charlotte, we're going to be getting into spoilers, spoiler warning. That sequence where she's trying to save that child that William has kidnapped back there and then he is chasing her, I think they did an extremely good job with. The dream sequence with Vanessa confronting her father, William Afton, I also thought was extremely well done. I would have liked to see more of that, because those 2 scenes are the only scenes in the movie that bother with building tension or suspense. The rest of the film, even though, like I said, I understand this is meant as, like, horror for kids, the rest of the film is literally just jump scares with no attempt at building up to them. So it's just like random loud noise. Here's fucking Chica grabbing a guy through the glass door here. Big loud explosion noise. Breaking glass over here. And when you just have that as your main, like, scare moment, it just feels a little flat because there was no suspense building up to it at all. But like I said, I do think this one is scarier than the first one. It does seem like they tried to put more of an emphasis on this kind of thing happening, which I appreciate. Like, I do think it's going in a good direction there for the third one, I suppose. But now, like I said, one of the compliments I gave about, like, I love that it feels larger, love the new location. Well, I actually do have, like, a little hemorrhoid that I want to slap onto that butt there for a second, because I do like that, and they set up something that I thought was going to be very cool with, you know, Fazbear Fest, fucking Faz Fest, where, like, they're celebrating Freddy Fazbear and all of this shit, and they talk about it a lot. There's flyers, there's hype around the town, and then the movie is gradually building to a big final showdown. You are led to believe it's going to be at this festival, and it's going to be a fucking bloodbath. But it's not. The final battle just happens in one room of a house. So, like, why even bother setting up the Fazbear Festival? It played absolutely no role in the plot at all, and from what I've read online, the third film, the conclusion here to this trilogy, also doesn't take place at the Faz Festival, so what the fuck was even the point in putting this here in the first place? It did nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it would have been a great final showdown space for this, too. It just feels like a real missed opportunity, and maybe it's what they wanted to do initially but couldn't because of budget or something, perhaps. I don't know. But it just felt really lackluster watching the final battle happen in a room, whereas it could have easily have happened at the festival. In fact, while they were talking right before that final battle, the festival was mentioned. I was like, okay, we're about to fucking take this shit outside, aren't we? We don't. Anyway, though, I want to get more into the meat and potatoes of things. When I mentioned that flashback, the intro, I think that was like probably the strongest part of the film, but it also sets up the main villain's motivation, Charlotte. She is at the OG Five Nights at Freddy's, the genesis of this evil, and she sees that kid get kidnapped, and she tries to tell some of the parents there about it, and they all brush her off. And it's really weird. So, like, she goes up to this guy, and she's like, help, this child just got kidnapped. And he's like, go tell your parents! Get the fuck away from me! What are you? A kid getting kidnapped? That's impossible! You're out of your goddamn... Where are your parents? Go talk to them, don't talk to me. And so he, like, yells at her, and then she's like, oh, geez, okay. So she goes up to some other parents, some ladies are like, excuse me, grown-ups are talking. Scram, kidnapping? As if, kidnapping, never even heard of that. What does that even mean? You're making things up, you're crazy, get out of here, get out of here, shoo. It's like, okay, really weird. That's extremely weird. And I get that we needed this as motivation for this character, so when she does die because of William Afton stabbing her, it's fuel for her rage, where she hates parents because she believes they are responsible for her death. And she's right to assume that, because if these parents had just listened to her warning them about the kidnapping she just witnessed taking place, she would probably still be alive, and William Afton may have been stopped in the very beginning. What I don't get, though, is in what universe would any parents react like that to hearing that a child just got kidnapped? That blew my mind. When that was happening in that scene, I was like, what the fuck? Why would they be looking at her like she just fell out of a spaceship or something for bringing up a very legitimate concern that she could have just witnessed? Why are we just ignoring that? And then she ends up getting murdered, which ends up getting covered up. Like, surely the parents would have connected dots like, oh, that girl that was telling us about the kidnapping, she's been murdered. Maybe something was fishy going on there. Nah. Surely it was her fault. Just no foul play. I don't know. I think the villain motivation here makes a lot of sense. You know, she died, and in her last moments, she only had one emotion left: rage at the parents that let this tragedy happen. But I feel like they knew what they wanted the motivation to be. It's a strong motivation, but they couldn't get, like, a real logical way of having that come across other than just having, like, these outrageously aggressive, combative parents that would somehow, like, ignore a kidnapping alarm. So that was just a little weird to me. Not the biggest complaint in the world, but just something I wanted to mention. But piggybacking off of this point, I have to make a mention of what actually is a big complaint of mine: how awful the script is. Holy cannoli. Now, I know, far be it from me to sin by criticizing Five Nights at Freddy's writing here, being someone that has only played a handful of the games. I haven't done the extensive homework and research required to comprehend the universe. But this film, it unapologetically makes the assumption that everyone seeing it knows every single tidbit of lore before watching this. Which I actually don't fault it for at all. That's not a big negative to me. I would much rather a film cater to the built-in audience. It's the whole point in adapting something. I would much prefer if this was the standard than something like the Halo TV series where it abandons the fan base. I would much rather it appeal to the hardcore fans. So I appreciate that, even though I'm not in that target demographic. So there were things that I had questions about, like didn't fully understand because it seemingly comes out of nowhere. But I learned, thanks to the group chit-chatting behind me and basically just reciting Wikipedia pages anytime something happened. They were kind of filling in the blanks on things that were confusing to me. I believe that a lot of, like, the randomness that gets thrown into this film, all cattywampus, actually makes sense if you played the games. Like, it has lore significance to the games more so than it does for the movie. So even though it feels out of place and doesn't make sense in the context of the film, if you played the games, it helps you understand that. So I imagine people like me that haven't played a ton of the games and don't fully understand the world will be equally as confused by certain things that just happen to randomly spring up here. But that's not like the biggest deal in the world to me. I think that's okay, and you can excuse that because, again, it does seem like the main audience here is supposed to be Five Nights at Freddy's fans, laser focused on that. But outside of that, the dialogue between characters is trash. Like much worse than the first one. Like, I actually think they did a big step backwards when it comes to character writing in this film. Not only that, I also feel like they had no idea how to get from point A to point B in a way that makes sense. So, example, at the end of the movie, everything's going tits up, the animatronics have broken free, Charlotte's going out to try and kill the parents and stuff. They're trying to stop her. Well, at one point, Vanessa's car breaks down at the most important moment while they're trying to get to Mike's house. And it breaks down seemingly like in the middle of nowhere. There's no other cars on the road or anything like that. And she's like, ah, damn! Throws the walkie-talkie. And then it just so happens Mike's friend drives by and he's like, hey, that doesn't look good. You need a ride? How incredibly convenient that he's just out and about at this time of night in the middle of nowhere to give her a ride to Mike's place without asking any questions about why or what's going on. Instead, all he says is, crazy eyes. And that kind of thing is present throughout the entire film with these crazy conveniences, and it feels like everyone in this world just has the ability to teleport. Like they all have Goku's instant transmission. Every single one of them can go exactly where they need to be instantly. Like there's no sense of like scale where it takes a while to go from like Freddy Fazbear's place to Mike's house. It feels like they're neighbors, really. Like Abby can ride her bike there in what feels like a matter of like minutes, even though I imagine it would be miles. But she can get there in minutes, build an entire robot with the help of Chica, and get back in time to sleep, and then go to school for the science fair all in one evening. And keep in mind, this new Freddy Fazbear's place is a place nobody even knew existed because it's been condemned and forsaken for decades. They drove that point home. But it just, I guess it's just like right next to all of them. It's like, it's literally just a couple steps away. It's just weird, is what I'm saying. Like everything about the script just feels really fucking weird. So yeah, Charlotte becomes the marionette, the puppet, and she wants to kill all parents. Her best friend was Vanessa, so now Vanessa is connected to this original event, and Vanessa knew all about this, even used a music box to like pacify her, keep her asleep at bay. But then her brother gets some spectral scoopers in there who free Charlotte, so now she can go on her rampage killing parents. No parents get killed. In fact, I think there's only one death outside of that spectral scoopers crew, and that's the piece of shit teacher who just gets his head popped like a watermelon. That's something I also want to mention that I think is a positive. It seems like they really did want to push the PG-13 rating. They did try and give you like some gruesome deaths. I appreciated that they tried to go pretty hard there. I think that was a nice surprise. So anyway, back to the narrative. It is now up to Mike and Vanessa to team up to try and stop this from happening, because now Abby gets mixed up in it since Charlotte can control the other animatronics. She lures Abby into a trap, believing that it's her friends coming back, that kind of thing. It's clearly not, and thus they have to save Abby and stop Charlotte. I think the dynamic between Mike and Vanessa here is fucking terrible. Mike is basically just like, I hate you, Vanessa. You didn't tell me about this. I can never trust you again, and I won't even hear you out on anything ever again. I refuse to believe in you ever. I spit on you. Stay away from us. Like, I understand feeling like a bit betrayed and being like a little hesitant to trust her because she kept such a big thing from him. But I would also argue that she went above and beyond and did more than he did to protect his sister. I feel like Mike had the least amount to do here. It was mainly Vanessa. Mike was basically just playing the fucking Five Nights at Freddy's game, which I actually thought was a series of decent scenes where he's like at the security booth and he's got to wear the mask. That was kind of cute. Like, I don't have any big complaints there, but it truly felt like it was Vanessa's story and Mike was taking a backseat in it now, and yet he still has the gall to be like, fuck you, Vanessa. And then the film ends on like a cliffhanger setting up for number 3. And I think that is why I'm so surprised so many people are like still really glazing this, because this film really feels like it is solely here to set up for the finale. So little actually gets solved or anything in that regard in this film. It is all just putting the pieces on the board for the finale. So it doesn't feel like it ever even reaches any kind of like third act or a climax or anything. It just goes until it abruptly stops, until it stops going, getting you ready for the third movie. And that's why I'm saying I just feel like it's kind of weak. Even if you're the biggest fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, you are basically just watching the setup for the third one. Now, if you watch all 3 of these when the third one eventually comes out, I'm sure this one won't feel as lackluster since you immediately can flow right into the third one if you so choose. But now having to wait till the next one, you're left with just an experience that is just setup without anything else. I could keep yapping about the movie, but I don't think there's any value in doing that. I think that's probably pretty worthless, because if you already liked the first film or you just like the property, I have no doubt you're going to like this one. I think it does exactly what fans of Five Nights at Freddy's want, which is just provide them with the things they know from the game on the big screen. So it boils down to, do you like Five Nights at Freddy's? If you check yes on that box, you'll probably like the movie, because it is just showing you all the things you already liked from the property in the games. And if you like the first movie, you'll probably like this one even more, because like I said, it does two things better than the first film, which is it does make it feel larger and does make it feel like it's trying harder to be scary or disturbing. So, yeah, if you're already a fan of the franchise, I have no doubt you're probably really happy with this film. As someone who does not really like Five Nights at Freddy's, I do not like green eggs and ham, didn't find a whole lot to love about this one, sorry to say. But maybe the third one. Maybe the third one's where they finally win me over. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I just saw a really interesting scam that I gotta yap about, because it reminded me of an experience I had when I first moved into my apartment out in a God's country on my own, finally leaving the nest of my parents. And boy howdy, let me tell you, I had a wacky experience with a scam that could have resulted in me missing a kidney, a nipple, and all $40 in my wallet. And the video I just watched from Inside Edition talks about a modern scam that feels like a new iteration of what I went through.
It's a blackmail caper stranger than fiction. This couple says they returned home to find their beloved dog missing from their backyard.
We were so scared. We didn't know what had happened to him.
Then came a phone call. Their 11-year-old beagle mix named Archer had been found. They say they were sent this photo showing the poor pooch with a terrible wound.
So some fucking scoundrels went and they actually did steal this couple's dog. So they kidnapped the dog and then called them to tell them that the dog had actually been found, but unfortunately it had gotten in an accident and it was going to need surgery. And then sending proof, they AI generated this image of their dog on an operating table at a vet. Now, why this kind of relates to what happened to me out of college in my apartment is because one day, randomly, I had received a phone call from a stranger, the fucking cold call out of nowhere from the boogeyman, and they started spinning a tall tale about how my mother was driving and ran over this guy's brother at the gas station, just fucking mowed him down like it was GTA, and it was now my responsibility to get over there and clear this all up. I don't even remember what they were demanding. I think it was like I bring money or something in order to squash it, and it was just an extremely tense situation, and I would ask for proof, and they're like, nope, your mother can't talk right now. I've got her, you know, she's too panicked, and I've got her, like, calm down, and I don't want to, like, you know, get her all excited again or something, like she's some kind of fucking zoo animal or something. But, like, at the time, I was just like, okay, man, I guess Mom done made a big old boo-boo here. Come on, what were you thinking, Mom? Jeez, Jiminy Christmas, this is ridiculous. And at the time, it didn't really occur to me to start, like, interrogating, so I didn't ask, like, the best questions, but I was like, all right, if I can't talk to her, let me just go ahead and give her a call myself real quick just to, you know, see what's going on. And he's like, no, if you hang up this phone, I'm taking your mom, or something like that. Or maybe he was like, then the police will have to get involved and they'll beat you here. So I don't even remember now. It's been so many years. But basically, it was about, like, I need to go there and pay because my mom did this. And it was all just a big fucking lie over the phone. Eventually, I was like, you know what? This sounds fishy. Slowly but surely, I started breaking out of the genjutsu. This was a long conversation, mind you, of them trying to, like, really fucking use as much elbow grease as possible and, you know, get me out the door over there with some money for him or whatever it was. But eventually I was just like, all right, man, look, Squirt, this isn't adding up. I don't know why I can't talk to my mom about this if she's right there and you're, like, making this threat. It feels very off. Eventually I wisened up and finally started reaching the conclusion that this is likely phony baloney, but even in the slim chance that it wasn't, I kind of liked my mom's odds in this case here. If things did start to get rowdy, she carries, and I bet on her in this situation. So eventually I just hung up, gave her a ring, Obviously, it turns out none of it was legitimate at all. It was just completely made up. It was a scam. But I really was considering going over there. In fact, I had even got my wallet and my keys, and I was like, all right, I'll just start making a trip over there because they gave me like an address to the gas station. The point is, this kind of thing is obviously alarming, and it kind of throws a lot of things out of whack in the old noodle up here. It makes steel trap all cattywampus. So this couple, when they got this call as well as this picture of their dog, they didn't immediately recognize it as a scam, which I totally relate to. If I had received an AI generated photo of my mom behind the wheel going like a Mr. Beast thumbnail from those scammers, I wouldn't have thought twice. I would have been out the door on my way over steaming like, oh.
Being prepped for surgery. Bill and Allison Cousins say the caller identified himself as a vet and said Archer had been run down by a car.
He was going to have surgery because he had a broken femur and a dislocated shoulder. And we were like, yes, whatever needs to be done.
Archer's panicked owners were told the surgery would cost $2,746. They were willing to pay up, but then they realized some things just didn't add up. First, they received a text instructing them to pay with Walmart or CVS gift cards.
As any reputable vet would request. We don't accept money or credit or anything like that. Only these extremely specific means through this text message here. Please click this link. And that's kind of how it happened for me, too. Like, eventually it's like, no, you gotta come over here. No, you can't talk to her. No, you can't hang up this phone, as if it was like, fucking Keanu Reeves in Speed or something. Like, eventually it started to dawn on me, same as it did for them. Like, it's easy to look at this and be like, how did they not immediately recognize that as AI or, like, all just a bunch of fucking hullabaloo? But when you get, like, a call like this, it's alarming, it's jarring, and especially now with AI, it is enough to, like, fool you, at least temporarily. And they did actually have their dog stolen. In my case, they didn't, fucking hog tie my mom or anything like that. Like, they were just straight up lying, but in their case, they actually did take their dog. So they had even more reason to believe that, okay, maybe there's an air of legitimacy to all of this, until, of course, they got that text message about how wacky the payment protocol was for this supposed vet. Then they started to really look at that photo they got sent of Archer on the table.
Then they were sent another photo of Archer post-surgery, this time with fancy bandages.
I'm like, this is exactly the same as the first picture, just the two doctors had moved.
And look at the date on the x-rays.
It says 12/21/2022.
Wow.
Holy shit, it's more serious than we thought. Arthur ran so fast that he traveled back in time 4 years. Must have been hit by the DeLorean or something. Oh my goodness heavens to Betsy. So yeah, when you really look at it, it falls apart. But the thing with the AI and scams, like we talked about with the AI voicemail scams, where AI scammers... not voicemail, but AI voice scammers where they will emulate a loved one in order to try and like weasel money out of a relative. It doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be good enough. And since they're preying on people that are in a vulnerable state already, like them missing their dog and trying to exploit that, it's even more effective there because they're just really wanting their dog to be okay and safe, and they're willing to pay to ensure he gets proper care, so they're more willing to believe that.
Almost 4 years ago.
Correct.
Turns out the photos were entirely AI generated. The AI scam failed, but the heartbroken owners were still missing their dog, Archer. Then, 4 days later, Archer suddenly showed up at their front door in Deltona, Florida. Here he is. Hey, Archer.
Here's our Archer.
I actually couldn't believe this shit right here. So the fucking scumbags that stole their dog from their property ended up returning the dog after they failed to get money out of this. That was a bigger subversion of my expectations than everything that happened with Game of Thrones at the end. I am shocked. Like, it doesn't redeem the scammers and dog nappers here, but I am happy at least that their heart grew 3 sizes there, like the Grinch, and they did decide to return the dog when they realized that this didn't work. Because I imagine in most cases with these fucking vile worms, they do not care about the dog or anything or the family, so they'll, I don't know, maybe kill the dog, have it put down, or, throw it in a shelter, or just release it into the wild on the side of the road or something like that. So I was really surprised to see that they actually did just bring the dog back.
Without being able to make a buck, the dog napper apparently decided to return Archer.
Archer, hey, buddy. How do you try to take advantage of people when they're at their most vulnerable? Like, that's disgusting.
Archer's owners think he was confined because he's walking like he's sore. The sheriff's department is investigating.
My guess is this isn't an isolated incident. I imagine that this is a group that goes out and actively searches for animals that they can steal and then try and ransom to these families and mislead them by saying oh, we found your dog and now we need this money in order to take care of their injuries, that kind of thing, just exploiting the vulnerability. And like she mentioned, it is very twisted. It is disgusting stuff, but that's what scammers prey on. That's what they look for. And now in the age of AI, they can more effectively manipulate their victims and more effectively convince them of basically anything they want. So, anyway, I saw this earlier today, and while it is wacky, like the AI image they sent of the dog in surgery, and then it got all patched up there, and it's very clearly just AI generated fucking hoopla. It is scary though, because they did steal that dog and they were looking for thousands of dollars from this family, trying to lead them to believe that it was going to a vet that cared for their beloved animal. Now, luckily it does have a happy ending. They got the dog back, but I imagine in most cases like this, family probably doesn't. So hopefully they do catch these assholes responsible. Anyway, just wanted to put this on your radar and yap about it. That's really about it. So, like a jar of peanut butter in the top shelf cabinet in my kitchen, I just can't get it. I truly don't understand what is going on with Twitch that just leads them to making the worst decisions so brazenly. They have to have the orb of confusion somewhere in the office up there, and it is just wreaking havoc on their brains. It is incomprehensible. There is a streamer, her name is Nina. She has on stream, on Twitch, twice now, sexually assaulted people. I'll show you the clips because it is textbook sexual assault. And she was banned for 1 day, initially. She got a 24-hour slap on the wrist, and then she was unbanned. Which you can kind of write off maybe as a mistake on Twitch's end, they didn't mean to unban her. Maybe someone was pulling some levers in the HQ, not knowing what they did. You had someone fucking blasting away at the buttons and accidentally unbanned her, because she was banned shortly thereafter again. And I think every sensible person with a functioning frontal lobe expected that to be a permanent ban, because she I'm Porky Pigging right now. She sexually assaulted 2 people on stream, on their platform. If you don't take that seriously, what the fuck are you going to take seriously? It's a crime. It's sexual assault. So everyone expected that one to be an indefinite ban. But it was only a week. She is now unbanned, and she's already done a return stream. So it seems like Twitch truly only gave her a week vacation here. That's crazy. A week-long timeout. Pretty close to that scene in SpongeBob where they steal a balloon on Free Balloon Day and the cops put them behind bars for 3 seconds saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime, and then, oh, you're free to go. That, for sexual assault, is unbelievable.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Saeed. Hey, come here. I got you. Hey, come here.
So you can't. So you can't.
He's 23.
No,
he's consensual.
No, he's not consensual.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
No. He likes it. Yeah, give.
Oh, no. I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on.
That was the clip that started it. Saeed is his name. He was not consenting to any of this, and Nina is the one that's like holding him while her friend twerks on him. And his friends are even saying he's not consenting to this, and they do not care. They are forcing it upon him. And this is just a piece of a longer clip, and in the longer clip, they throw him on the bed and start, like, trying to rip at his clothes. They also take his bag and start going through his bag. And this whole time, he is making it very clear he does not want this, and he is uncomfortable with it.
Now they got it.
Take all this off. Take it off. Hey, yo, cut the cameras, cut the cameras. Yo, cut the cameras, bro. Zo, do your shit. Look at my Louis Vuitton scarf. Hold on, bitch. No outside clothes on the bed. Hold on. What's going on? You can't just forcibly take it out and like a yeah, we'll get that bag. We'll get that bag. This a nice bag. Hold on, this is a nice bag. Yo, how much this cost? Turn around. No. Start with the sock. Yo. Oh, I need this. I needed this. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Zoe, he's not consenting. Huh?
Pretty clear-cut sexual assault here. You don't need to be Phoenix Wright here in order to argue why this is sexual assault. It's obvious. Yet, and this is something we've talked about in the past, a lot of people, when it comes to a man being sexually assaulted, take it very differently. So I saw when this clip was blowing up, and a lot of people I know, I've already talked about this because I'm tardy to the party, but I'm just so shocked that Twitch is not taking this seriously. A lot of people were talking about how it's actually not sexual assault. It's clear he's laughing. He's going along with it. It's for content. No, it's not sexual assault. He's having a good time. In fact, he wanted it. And that's something that you see a lot when it comes to sexual assault against men, where people say, like, it's not serious, don't be a bitch. A woman can't sexually assault a man because a man always wants sex. So this is a nothing burger. You guys are making a mountain out of a molehill. This isn't sexual assault at all. It's just good old-fashioned Twitch content, baby. And Nina herself even says how embarrassing it would be for a man like Saeed to say that this was sexual assault.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong?
No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed. That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was going to talk to him, he definitely felt disrespected as a person. Me, I take accountability what I do. If you dead ass felt disrespected, I didn't know. So you better let me know. If you did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk around and say all that crazy shit, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy.
You ain't see Saeed today?
No, I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
Wow, what an angel. Pretty watertight defense right there. Checkmate. The fucking last few neurons remaining in her brain really scrambling there to come up with the perfect cope, and damn did she hit a home run with that one. So she is saying, oh, he didn't get sexually assaulted. Oh, okay, well, if you say so, all right. You would know, of course, yeah, no. It doesn't matter what he thinks happened. You're saying he didn't get sexually assaulted, so then it must not have happened. You're right. And then she goes on to say, like, you have to think about it. Like, it'd be very embarrassing for him as a man. Wow. Is that so, Nina? Interesting. Do you keep that same energy when it comes to women that get sexually assaulted? Do you say the same thing? Like, oh, it'd be very embarrassing. She treats it like it's no big deal. She did nothing wrong. Rub some dirt in it, dweeb. Get over it. That's how she handles it. But I imagine if it was two guys who did this exact same thing to a girl on stream, if it played out exactly the same, there would be universal condemnation across the board, including from Nina herself, I imagine, and rightfully so, because... Stand back, brave take coming in. Plug your ears if you're not ready for the spicy take. Sexual assault is bad. I know. If you were standing up, you're going to need to sit down. Holy. It doesn't matter if it's a female or male victim. Sexual assault in all of its forms is horrible. And everyone should be outraged and against it. So why do we treat it differently because it was two girls that did it to a guy? It is still sexual assault, and I can't believe we are still having this conversation about, like, sexual assault against men not being taken seriously. It's not a unicorn. It's not make-believe. This isn't the fucking tooth fairy we're talking about. It is a real thing, and there are male victims of sexual assault. Like, I can't believe that even needs to be said. But I guess Twitch needs a reminder that it is a crime. Like, anyone who is a victim of sexual assault is the victim of a crime.
I did want it to, like, them being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime. And people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is, or anything like that. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, as a person that's literally dealt with sexual assault previously, it has taken a lot like a large total on my head. I've dealt with something like this before, and I didn't want to. When I dealt with it originally, I was working at a job, and it was a gym, and I told my boss about it, and all he did was make jokes about it. And I tried to talk about it a lot more, and I didn't want to tell my parents. And it did affect me a lot. And this situation did bring back those memories.
This is Saeed being very open here, talking about what's unfolded, even mentioning that he's gone through a previous sexual assault situation in his past where it wasn't taken seriously then. His boss was making jokes about it, and it took a toll on him. And now, in this case, it seems like Twitch itself is not taking it seriously and treating it like it's a joke, considering Nina was only banned for a week. They slapped her in detention for a week, and now it's all sunshine and rainbows for her. She's back streaming again. And let me tell you, in her return stream, it's very clear she's learned her lesson. I think the week-long, benching here from Twitch has really helped put it all into perspective for her. You can see how apologetic she is and how remorseful she is for her actions.
That means hi, right? Oh, what the fuck, yo? Why you always hitting me? Stop with those punches. Oh, shit, I can't touch you no more because I have to make a sign of NDA. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, that's going to be tough, bro. It's going to come up 3 months later. I won't come up. Oh, me? Punch you? You want me to punch you? Are you okay?
Did you send that NDA or no?
You sure? So I am not sexually assaulting you. No. I am not. You consent to this.
Yes.
You fully am okay with this.
Yes.
You will not use this clip against me later in 3 months later.
Never.
Or 9 months later.
No.
Or 6 months later.
No.
No? Hey, chat sees this, bro. Ready? All right.
Okay.
Ready? 1. You asked for this. Nod your head. 2 times. Did you get it? Okay.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Wait, can I say something? Damn. Listen, can I say something?
This seems like a real hoot and a holler. Man, she seems like a lot of fun to be around. So, I don't even know why she even threw out the word NDA. She has no idea what that is. I bet if you ask Nina what a non-disclosure agreement is or what it's for, she would just fucking blue screen. But the reason she's saying that is because she's just trying to insult everyone that made a big deal out of her sexually assaulting Saeed. And I haven't even shown you the other victim yet. I'm saving that till the end. But she's just treating it like it's no big deal. Like, oh, I guess I just can't touch people anymore. Not without like an NDA, I guess. And then this dude over here, this goober, I don't know if he's hiding his face out of embarrassment or shame, but if that is the case, I'd see why. Because that's pretty pathetic to be begging to be punched by this lady just for a crumb of attention. But yeah, that was her return stream, a real highlight moment from it. Some other really great tiddlywinks are when she's being mad at her friends for switching up on her after the sexual assault clip surfacing, where she was mad that they didn't fight tooth and nail for her honor, even though her actions are indefensible to a normal, sane person. So obviously her friends aren't going to go to bat for her, I imagine, or at least they shouldn't. Like, I don't care if you're her best friend, you should be able to come out and say, like, yep, that's fucked up, that is sexual assault. I don't support what's happened there. And she's getting mad that people did exactly that. Like, her friends were like, nope, that's unacceptable. She expected them to just be like, no, you guys are misunderstanding. And then she goes in to be, like, upset that they weren't texting her to get her side of the story, even though there's no sides. It is sexual assault, no matter how you spin it. You can try and feign ignorance until the cows come home. It doesn't change the fact that what you did is still textbook sexual assault. Just because you are a woman who did it to a man doesn't mean that it doesn't count.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Nina.
All right.
Okay, Brad.
Not that bad.
I know. Concentrating on the button.
Okay, girl.
No, Nina. Oh my. Wow, you have the best masseuse, Toes.
That was good.
Wow, she is so bold.
My spine.
You'll love to see it.
All right.
So bold, so bold. Yep, keep it up.
Push.
Yep. Good job, Nina.
So Toast shared his experience with Nina, where he went there expecting a professional masseuse, only to be met by a stranger named Nina, the fucking boogeyman here, coming up and giving him this massage, where she was very clearly making a joke of it by just, like, groping him, like just grabbing on his ass cheeks there. Like she was grabbing those things like fucking motorcycle handles. It's not an accident. It's not unintentional. She didn't just like wander down there while trying to give a legitimate massage. She is literally honking on his butt cheeks. And people are laughing about it, making light of the whole thing. Like, Nina, oh my goodness, ha 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 ha. It's sexual assault. If that was a man that did that to a woman that was lying on that table, how many people would be laughing? Probably not very many. I imagine it'd be crickets for the most part. It'd be more silent than a James Corden stand-up routine. There wouldn't be a lot of laughter. It wouldn't really be viewed as a holly jolly good time. I imagine most people would immediately try and say, like, stop or step in, put the kibosh on it, but not here. Here, it's just treated as a joke. But why? Just because it is Nina doing this to a man, Toast, it doesn't make it not sexual assault. And in Toast's statement, he even says he has no idea who she was at the time. She just stepped in, did this. He was extremely uncomfortable, but didn't say anything in the moment because there's a bunch of cameras in his face, and it's hard to try and like speak up in front of that because then it creates a tense situation. So it's an extra level of fear where it's hard to speak out and express, negative feelings in a case like this because, well, maybe now the streamers there view you as the bad guy or the chat starts attacking you or something. So it makes it very difficult. And it's something Toast briefly mentioned. And it's something that I've seen expressed numerous times in the past about like, it was hard to say anything in the moment because of all these cameras and all these people watching. And it's very true. Again, if this was a man that was doing this to a woman lying on that table, a complete stranger, just starts, honking on her butt cheeks there, how many people would be laughing? Probably none. It shouldn't be treated differently in this case. This was still a non-consensual sexual act that was performed on Toast and Saeed that is not being taken seriously. She received a week-long ban, and that's it. And it's not like she herself has digivolved into a better person or anything, learned her lesson, expressed any real level of remorse or anything like that. She is still treating it as content. Like, just the idea of her sexual assault is now a joke on her stream. Like, oh, I just can't touch people anymore. I'll have to NDA you, tee-hee-hee. That's crazy to me. That is just crazy. I know she issued an apology statement not long ago, which I think is pretty blatantly obvious, not her words. I think that was farted out through an actual PR firm because I don't think she is capable of something like that. I'll stop blabbering here in just a moment, but it is so wild to me how little Twitch did here and how little they seem to care about what's happened on their platform here. In the past, they've made plenty of questionable bans and unbans. Like having full-blown sex, penetrative sex on stream was a 3-day ban. And many other such cases of similar things, like that lady who full-blown spread her butthole goatsy style on stream only being 24 hours, stuff like that. But this is something so different from that, where that sexual content is something that shouldn't be allowed on Twitch and isn't by their own rules, and they don't seem to really enforce them all that well. This is literally not even just against their rules, it is against the law. Sexual assault, again, is illegal. And it has been broadcast on Twitch twice with this woman, Nina Lynn, being the sexual assaulter. And they only give her a week ban for it. This is unlike anything I've seen from Twitch in the past. It is truly shocking. And I'll leave you with one more clip from Saint Nina here. You remember how I called this week ban basically a vacation? Well, it's not just my words. She also views it that way as well.
W chat. I want to say W chat. So all the haters out there, y'all can suck my dick. Word 2, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you bitches, bro. You bitches not me. Y'all been through nothing that I've been through. Fuck you. This ain't the worst it's ever been. I'm not gonna lie. It's bad to say, but this is not the worst it's ever been. I've been through worse. I've actually been through worse. So this jail was kind of like vacay jail a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Nice work, Twitch. Vacay jail for sexual assault. Unbelievable. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Occasionally a new movie will come out and it's a bit of a stinker, and sometimes we'll even have a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes or other review sites, but it usually only lasts a few hours. It's very rare for a 0% to stick, usually after about a Concord's length of time, so roughly 2 weeks. You'll find it sitting like at 10% or 20% or something as more reviewers go see it. That is not the case for Psycho Killer, however. 0%, and it's been 4 days. And the audience score isn't stellar either at 33%, which Which is the most shocking part to me because that is exceptionally rare. That's a fucking unicorn right there to see an audience score that low on Rotten Tomatoes. They will give anything glowing reviews. For comparison, even just recently, Strangers Chapter 3, which is one of the worst finales to the worst trilogy ever made, has a 50% from the audience. Doesn't matter what movie comes out or how objectively dog shit it is, a movie could come out that actually rips your nipples off and face fucks you in your chair, and it'll still have like a 50% for audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. Yet somehow Psycho Killer is so bad that even the audience score is extremely low. So, the question needs to be asked. Does it warrant that? Is it actually a 0% bad? Well, strap in, sports fans, because I've just returned from the cinema after watching Psycho Killer, and I can tell you that, maybe not a 0%, but maybe like a 10. It's bad, like it's not good. It's really not good. And what's crazy is, and I know this is what a lot of people are pointing out, this is from the mind of the writer who brought us Seven. Yeah, that Seven. The timeless classic film, Seven. I don't know what's happened since then. I don't know if the Monstars came through with the basketball and sapped his writing ability, but he really squeaked out something embarrassing here with Psycho Killer, unfortunately. And right away, I've got to make fun of the name of this movie. Psycho Killer sounds like a Steam stinker that I would just play on my gaming channel for 30 minutes as a joke. Like, it sounds like the name of a movie within a movie where a character's like, bro, we gotta go see Psycho Killer 4, it just came out. I can't believe they actually just ran with that. It does sound like something AI would spit out for you. And I know that's been a big criticism of Psycho Killer is that it feels like it's an AI-generated experience here because it is not cohesive at all. It does not flow. It feels like so much is missing. The main character and the Psycho Killer are the only two characters that like even have a presence here. Everyone else is unnamed fodder, basically. I can't think of a single other name. It's genuinely like they forgot to have other characters, and even these two characters get so little to actually do. It is pretty disastrous. And the Psycho Killer himself, he has a voice changer voice, like the actual generic cliche, I am not a good guy. It sounds like something you'd hear out of an old school Call of Duty lobby on Xbox Live from a kid putting on a voice changer. And it's unapologetic with it, to the point where, by the end, I actually found it charming. Like, that's not, like, I can't even complain about it, because by the end, it was so silly that I actually just appreciated hearing him talk and the dumb shit he was spouting. So anyway, Psycho Killer is about, you're not going to believe this, a psychotic killer. He is a Satanist, and he believes his whole mission is to kill people for Satan. And he just randomly goes through and slaughters people. And he does kill a lot of people, but you'll probably forget that that happens because it's so flat. Like, it feels so, like, off. Because everything is CGI blood in this. I don't think there's a single practical effect throughout the entire fucking movie. And it's, like, noticeable CGI blood. And it's, like, the laziest kills. Like, when it comes to a slasher, typically they try and get like creative to unnerve and disturb the viewer. Here, they didn't bother. So like, he just shoots a guy, CGI blood splurts out, that's it. Hits a guy with a hammer, some CGI blood, they cut away, that's it. Like, the only scene that has something outside of just hit with a hammer and then shoot is a scene which is like a confessional booth where he like stabs the priest and then drinks his blood through a straw. That was the only time that they tried something a little different besides just, bang! Alright, now I'll drive away. So, like, and it doesn't even work in the confessional booth thing either. It's really fucking wacky. Anyway, the movie follows a trooper named Archer. She watched her husband get killed by the hash-slinging slasher here, the Psycho Killer. And now she is on a mission to put an end to his reign of terror. He is just driving across the country, killing at random. Except, the end of the movie, from out of fucking nowhere, they have this idea for how to wrap it up that is so fucking ridiculous. So, he's just killing randomly, and he's leaving behind his calling card, his fucking Joker card, where he's like making satanic symbols, things like open the gates, 666, hail Satan stuff. He's leaving all of that behind on every kill, so he gets the name Satanic Slasher. And then he needs to get information on some interesting individual. So he puts an ad in the newspaper, and then some goober calls him. Well, some goober puts an ad in the paper responding to his ad in the paper. It's a Satanist code, and it basically says, so you're enlightened, give me a ring, here's my telephone number. So Satanic Slasher calls him. Also, the detective picks up on this. Worth mentioning, every single kill doesn't matter, by the way. Like, all the clues she's gathering play no role in this, and she also makes the worst decisions ever for her investigation. So, like, she actually did track down the Satanic Slasher at one point, and then instead of waiting for backup to ambush him in his apartment, well, at the motel that he was staying at, she instead just goes in for a solo mission and gets blasted. He throws her out of a window, and then the scene immediately cuts to her, like, once again on the road tracking him. This is what I'm saying, where, like, there's no other characters, because she did interact with, like, some FBI guy. He's like, go home, this is above your pay grade, you get yourself hurt, it's not good, you go home, you can't take the Satanic Slasher, it's ridiculous. You give me your badge and your gun, that kind of vibe type shit. And so you would expect that to play a role in it, how she's kind of going off book here against her, higher level people advising her not to. But it doesn't, because they forget those characters exist. So she is, like, confronting him alone multiple times. Obviously, it never works out. FBI shows up late, obviously. It's just, there aren't any other characters, and it's weird. But anyway, so he gets in contact with Satan goobers, and then he goes to, like, a Satan house where, like, there's this businessman who's giving a speech on why he loves Satan so much, and then his groupies are there like, yeah, that's cool stuff, the fallen one, yippee, yeehaw, and the Satanic Slasher's being all mysterious and brooding, just saying he needs information. So then the goober that connected with him gets him the information on a random guy. Then he kills the Satan church people who are having an orgy, and it's a CGI bloodfest where he's hitting him with an axe, and then there's just actual, like, video game cutscene level blood flying all over the place. It's so fucking bad. But this is where I'm telling you the ending gets unreal. So, that person that they gave him the information on is a nuclear engineer. And from out of nowhere, we learn about a nuclear disaster that happened 3 years prior at a place called 3 Mile Island, which had a huge death count, obviously. That was very detrimental to the civilians. And the Psycho Killer's big plan has been to go to the nuclear power plant with some explosives that he stole way back early into his killing spree. And also, there was a mention about how he got some books from a library. Turns out he got nuclear books, which doesn't matter because he ends up just kidnapping the nuclear power plant executive or engineer guy anyway to do it for him. So why did he even bother buying or stealing the books in the first place? It didn't fucking matter. He had no clue how any of it worked. So he just kidnapped the guy. So he kidnaps that nuclear engineer, goes to the power plant. The trooper Archer was able to connect those dots and meet him there after he had already done everything, after all the alarms go off. So after everyone else figures it out because there's something going on, she then shows up. Then Psycho Killer has the guy melt down the core, about to cause a nuclear disaster that they keep saying, my God, it's going to wipe out the entire East Coast. Lord have mercy on us all. And then one of the security guards is like, wait, there might be another way in. And he takes Trooper Archer to a random room that happens to overlook the command center with a sheet of plexiglass, and he's like, yeah, that's bulletproof, so we're all fucked, but I guess you get a better view from here. And he just runs away, and then she shoots the plexiglass enough that it makes a little hole. She puts a sniper in there, takes out the Psycho Killer, saves the day. But the plan from out of nowhere became the Psycho Killer is going to cause a nuclear disaster for Satan. and he gives a big, like, Satan speech at the end. Oh my god, it's so fucking cringe. It's unbelievable. And then there's a twist. There is a twist at the end. So, early on in the movie, when she was still learning about the satanic slasher, she was flipping through some fucking AM radio stations, and she stumbled across like a conspiracy theory power hour where they were talking about how the government is experimenting on mass murderers. So like all the mass murderers are actually like government experiments that they turn loose. And then at the end of the movie, after she kills the psycho killer, but he doesn't actually die, he wakes up in a big van going to an off-grid facility where they welcome him back. It's a government facility, so it turns out the conspiracy was correct. Big twist! They are making the mass murderers at the government facility, and he's one of them. The movie's fucking bad. It's not good. But I would be lying if I said I didn't have a fun time watching it. I do think, for the most part, it's fun bad. And I say that with a little hesitation because the movie is so messy, like the editing is so choppy, and it's very clear that they had to fucking Frankenstein something together here just to get a complete film, that at pretty much every possible point, it doesn't really fit. But I think that makes it fun bad too. Like, I don't think that ruins the entertainingly shit nature of it. Like, it's not a movie I would recommend paying for, because I don't think it's fun bad enough to waste money on. But I think when it eventually hits streaming, it'll be something that you and your friends can laugh at. So yeah, anyway, does it deserve a 0%? Maybe not a 0, but it definitely is a very, 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 very low percent. Like, I do think that is probably par for the course there. It's just really bad at everything it aims to do, unfortunately. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. You know what they say, you can't spell druid without D-U-I, and you're about to see the mythical Coors Light druid in full action here as she gets her 5th DUI, this time with her child in the car.
So how'd you end up in the ditch here?
Actually, I just found here and I just...
Okay.
I didn't end up a ditch.
Well, I'm sorry. You're in the grass line here. I just want to make sure you're okay.
Her reaction to that question of why she's in the ditch is perplexing, to say the least. Her eyes get so wide, I thought they were going to pop out of her skull. She's making the same face Tobey Maguire made in Spider-Man 2 when he realized everyone on the train just saw him without his mask on.
Can I just get your driver's license so I know who I'm talking to?
No, I actually don't have it with me. I'm so sorry.
So I know who I'm talking to.
I promise you. I'm trying to tell you the truth. I promise you.
I hear ya.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, it's okay.
Alright, how do you spell your last name?
The whole time the officer's speaking to her, she's doing some wacky, odd motions with her face, like the animatronics from Five Nights at Freddy's. It seems like she's struggling to keep her eyes open and, like, focus on what's happening here. Like, she's emoting the same way the NPCs in Fallout 4 do.
When I knocked on the window, she woke up and I said, "Are you okay?" Because I thought maybe she hit her head or something.
She's slurring her speech. I got an odor or something in there. I don't know if that's necessarily alcohol. Her pupils are huge.
Contacts here. Hi, you roll it all the way down. What's your name?
All I could see is a little boy, and I was like, well...
And she was completely passed out?
She was tipped over on the steering wheel.
So the lore breakdown is, she works nearby, was taking the trash out, and saw this vehicle here, and went up to check to see if everything was okay, because all she saw was like a child in the back seat, and then she saw that this lady was face down into the steering wheel, passed out, so then she put in the call, and that's why officers arrived at the scene here.
I see you got a little problem here, huh?
No. I'm good.
So what brings you back to the parking lot? Did you have an appointment?
To see you, yeah, we did, actually.
Where was your appointment?
He had an appointment.
Yeah.
Now, from what I can gather with these breadcrumbs she's dropping, she's in this parking lot because her son had a doctor's appointment, and she just got blackout drunk, passed out, and then cruised the vehicle into, like, this ditch area here. So I guess in order to get ready for the doctor's appointment for her child, She put on her coats and butt-chugged 5 Coors Lights on the way out, and then it led to all of this.
Okay, so obviously we have an odor of alcohol coming from you. Okay.
Actually,
hang on a second. So
no,
I'm gonna. So
never do this.
I have an odor of alcohol coming from the vehicle. Okay. How did you end up here?
How what?
How did you end up here?
My son.
Okay,
Your son drove you?
I'm not from here, guys.
What do you mean, not from here? Like, from this planet? Because, my god, these are like some very uncanny, almost horror movie-esque motions she's making with her body here. So, she tries to say she's here because her son, and the officers interpret that as her trying to say the son was driving and the kid's like 6 years old, so unless he built himself a pair of stilts like Jimmy fucking Neutron, that kid's not reaching the pedals. I don't think he was the one behind the wheel of the vehicle. I think what she was trying to say is the reason she's, you know, kind of torpedoed her car in this parking lot is because her son had a doctor's appointment here, and she was just so fucking drunk she couldn't get the information across.
Okay.
That wasn't the question.
So why are you here in this parking lot? I'm just curious how you got here.
So, I'm sorry.
She didn't have one on her. Her name's Mary.
How did you get here?
Huh?
What made you come to this parking lot?
I really apologize, but I'm not really.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm asking you a question. How did you get here?
Sorry.
Why are you here in this parking lot?
It doesn't take a super genius to recognize she's very fucked up. It is a miracle she didn't get herself or her child or another innocent person on the road killed here, because it doesn't even seem like she knows where she is at this moment. And she's making, like, expressions the same way a dog does when you ask it who chewed up the sofa and it knows it's guilty. It is impressive just how many different facial expressions she's going through here. It's like in Super Mario 64, the intro, where you, like, move around his face in a bunch of wacky ways. That's what she's doing. Like, with her teeth and everything. Just hitting some of that. You know, it's more akin to, like, that infamous Charles Manson clip where he's like, I'm nobody. And he does, like, all that weird shit. That's what she's doing right now. She is so unbelievably intoxicated. I think that she was trying to make, like, a conscious effort with her face to appear sober, but just can't quite do it and doesn't recognize everything that's happening.
Okay. Is your boyfriend his dad?
Yeah.
No.
No?
We knew to. No. I apologize.
Are you warm? Are you warm in the car? Yeah. Okay, good.
Does your car normally smell like alcohol?
No.
Where were you coming from?
Huh?
Where were you coming from?
Are we talking about
the road?
The road. No, were you coming from your house?
Yes.
You were coming from your house.
That was a checkmate maneuver from this lady here. The chess master made her move. Where are you coming from? The road. Chef's kiss. Then she just drops the mic. Damn. She played hardball.
Okay, so then how do we end up here in this parking lot?
Because I came here from the road.
Okay. So you just came off the road and just came into the parking lot?
Oconomowoc.
Okay.
Well, the more I hear from her side of things, the more I think maybe I was too hasty to judge here. Maybe she's not intoxicated. Maybe she's just experiencing the 6th dimension. She's in like a whole different wavelength right now, but she's starting to really make a lot of sense when you stop to think about it. This could be a huge misunderstanding here, officers.
Mary, do you need an ambulance?
Yeah, I actually do.
You need an ambulance? Okay. Why do you feel you need an ambulance? What's going on so I can tell them why you need an ambulance?
I can't breathe, actually.
You can't breathe? You're breathing pretty well.
What did I do? Can you please tell me what I did?
I can just feel every neuron in Mary's brain banging against the sides of her cranium, desperately trying to get through. Mary, don't ask for the ambulance. Don't say yes to the ambulance. It's a trap. It's gonna be the biggest regret ever when you see that fucking bill they slap you with at the end. Don't fall for it. Don't say yes to the ambulance.
I'll have you turn to face me, okay? What you're gonna do is you're gonna tip my finger with your eyes and your eyes only. Do not move your head. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Move your eyes and your eyes only. Top my finger. Follow it. No, leave your head straight.
Sorry.
Straight on with me.
Sorry.
With just your eyes, please. Okay? Got that? It's pretty simple. You look at my finger, you're looking at the ground. Okay. All right. Actually, come over here. We'll utilize this line here, okay?
They had to break out further testing because she fucking aced the follow the finger brain buster there. She seems like she's in a state to pass the bar, I'll tell you what. She is crushing these field sobriety tests. Wait till you see how she walks this line.
1, 2, on your... Stop. Don't start the test, please. Okay. When you get to your 9th step, you're going to take a series of small steps like this, turning around, watch me. You're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps going down the line. 1, 2, all the way to 9. Count your steps out loud. Keep your hands down to your sides. Right foot in front of your left foot, like I explained to you.
All right.
Okay. 6. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, come on back over here.
She did so well in the first portion of this test, she skips the second. Because she came over there, hit him with the fucking Hezzy Jimbo, and then dunked on their ass with that beautifully perfect straight line that she just walked. So now, they're going to try and get her with a third one.
So this next test is going to be a 1-leg stand. So when I tell you to, you're going to raise your foot approximately 6 inches off the ground. And you're going to count in the manner of 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until I tell you to stop. Okay, you may begin. You're right. Keep going. Jeremy, you have a PBT. All right, you can stop. How much would you say you've had to drink today?
Actually, nothing.
Yeah, that sounds about right based on everything I've seen here. I don't hold it against her for not being able to pass with flying colors on the hold your leg up test. There was clearly a banana peel that she was slipping on there like it's fucking Mario Kart, so that one just needs to be thrown out. They wiped their ass with that. Inconclusive evidence there.
Right now, because he's downtown looking for you. He just called in a well-being check.
No.
And the first place he went is he walked to all the bars, because you were supposed to bring him to the hospital.
I would never do this.
You're not at a bar, but you're drinking beer in the parking lot and throwing it out.
Stop it.
So she declined the PBT invitation there. She said, I will not be attending that hootenanny, so now they're going to take her in for further evaluation. The father has called in a wellness check because she was supposed to be bringing the child to the doctor's appointment or the hospital or whatever. Didn't happen, so he started checking the bars, apparently, looking for her there, because this seems to be a common occurrence with her. And now the officers are going to be picking up the father to bring him to the scene. They also apparently located some Coors Light that had been tossed aside here, and the father confirms that that's her beverage of choice. So the dots are starting to connect a little bit here.
How many times have you been arrested for operating while intoxicated? Never?
Your husband says 4 times. Does that sound about right to you?
No. He's not my husband.
Well, okay.
Can you please just stop, judging me, please?
I'm not judging you. I'm asking you questions.
Hey, Mary, I'm judging you, though. DUIs are just completely fucking inexcusable. This is her 5th one now. She had 4 prior DUIs, yet she still gets to get behind a wheel of a vehicle. I don't get it. I truly don't. Why does she still have her fucking license? It seems like the only time she even gets in the fucking car, even with her child in there, is if she already can't even remember her own name because she drank so much. It is so dangerous. She's putting her life, her child's life, and everyone else's life on the road at risk by drinking while fucking hammered like this. And it's something she seems to do often. She has been caught and charged with DUI 5 times. Now let's think for a moment, how many other times has she driven while completely fucking blackout drunk that she just didn't get arrested for? They didn't catch her. It's just crazy. I don't know why she's able to just keep getting her license back. She treats beer like it's Popeye's spinach and it somehow makes her turbocharged and a great driver or something.
Prescription drugs for anything?
Yeah.
What for?
Panic attacks, anxiety.
Because her pupils are as big as her eyes right now. And we have fresh Coors Light cans in the snow. At her drink of choice?
Yeah.
Okay.
She lives in Pennsylvania. She's here for a visit.
Did she come from Pennsylvania today?
No.
Okay, so she's been out here for a couple days. Weeks. Okay. Officer Koleski is obviously arresting her for an operating while intoxicated. Having the child in the car ups everything higher, and then having 4 priors, it's going to be felony levels, and then She resisted, fought, and kicked us. We were trying to do it back here.
I obviously cut out a lot here when they were putting her in the squad car. She was spamming some low kicks there for a minute. Can't really see them all too well, and there definitely wasn't a ton of elbow grease behind them or anything, considering she can hardly fucking stand or keep her eyes open. But even still, they're mentioning that as like her, you know, striking at them while trying to put her in the vehicle. They found Coors cans there, which, you know, hey, they're going to have to run the fingerprints on there because it could have been that dastardly Coors Light ferry that comes through and just happens to sometimes just fucking drop Coors Light cans in the middle of nowhere like it's fucking loot boxes. Maybe those aren't hers. And maybe it's just a big old quinky dink that, according to the father, that's her drink of choice. We don't know for sure. That's all remains to be seen.
Okay.
Everyone's gonna feel bad for you.
Yep. Oh, yeah. She get you too? You okay? Breathe. Let the adrenaline slow down.
Idiots.
Now you just sound like my father.
Okay.
To ensure officer safety, the suspect is restrained in a chair and a spit hood is put over her head as she's transported to jail. Her blood alcohol content was determined to be .236, which is almost 3 times the legal limit. She was charged with her 5th or 6th offense of operating a vehicle while intoxicated with a passenger under 16 years old, resisting obstructing, and 2 counts of battery to a law enforcement officer. She is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
So the father then picked up the child. Firefighters were keeping him like warm and away from all of like the hoopla that was happening with his mother, because that is just such a fucking terrible thing. My heart breaks for that child. That's just terrible to grow up with a mom like that. Now, when they got her to the hospital, they had a warrant to draw her blood to confirm intoxication and rule out the possibility of it being like some kind of, you know, maybe reaction to prescription drugs that she does have and that kind of thing. But while trying to draw that blood, she was less than cooperative, you could say. It started to look like an exorcism scene in there for a moment. She was wiggle worming and squirming, apparently even like biting. That officer, I guess, got a bloody nose from all of it at some point. I couldn't really see that on the body cam. I don't know how she got up there and got him. Maybe with like a headbutt or something. I couldn't tell you. But it was pretty chaotic in there. But when they got her blood, they confirmed, no, she's definitely drunk. Like, very drunk. That's the root cause of all of this. Now, if you want my Neanderthal perspective on it, I really think she should lose her license. I know, maybe I'm talking crazy. Maybe I'm boofing the crazy pills. But I just think it's pretty clear she shouldn't be trusted behind the wheel of a vehicle. This is completely fucking unacceptable. It's just a matter of time until someone dies because of this from her. But I just have a sneaking suspicion that's not going to happen. I bet she'll be back on the road pretty soon. And that is very scary. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. Yep. I just got to witness the conclusion of what I believe to be the worst trilogy of films ever produced. I think anyone that has subjected themselves to the torture of watching Strangers Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and Chapter 3 will probably agree that there is no series of films this bad. Because even though there are worst individual films, they don't ever see a sequel or, heaven forbid, a trilogy. Usually, they just stop at the first blunder, but somehow Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and Chapter 3 of The Strangers goes the distance. And it started horrible. Strangers Chapter 1 was one of the worst movies of that year. And then Strangers Chapter 2 came out, and that was one of the worst movies of that year. And now Strangers Chapter 3 is here, and it is no doubt one of the worst movies that this year we'll see. To quickly clear up confusion, because every time I mention this franchise, people think about the wrong film. The Strangers Chapter 1 I'm referring to is not the 2008 classic that most people fondly remember, myself included. I'm talking about the 2024 soft reboot called The Strangers Chapter 1 that I wager 99% of you didn't even know exists. This movie is horrible. Strangers Chapter 1 is horrible. Chapter 2 is terrible, and Chapter 3 is what I can only describe as sinful, because it's a level that is so atrocious that I actually feel dirty, and I feel like in the eyes of the Lord, I am now lesser in his eyes for having watched it. This defies all sense of rational thinking. Strangers Chapter 1 started awful, and each new entry into the franchise only got worse. They learn no lessons and only kept progressively getting shittier. I didn't even think something like that was possible. But before diving in, I want to just quickly let you all know that right now we're doing a Chainsaw Man collab with Starforge, so if you've ever wanted to upgrade your PC and also are a huge fan of Chainsaw Man, now's the perfect time to check it out. Link in the description. Anyway, since I bore witness to it, I want to share my thoughts. Of course, I wrote down notes here because this one was shockingly bad. Somehow, even though they had already filmed all 3 movies, this one feels extremely rushed, like they had no time, no budget left, and not a single fucking care in the world to finish it off in a sensible manner. Anyway, this picks up right where Chapter 2 leaves off, after our main character, Maya, was able to overpower one of her pursuers and ends up with her death. She killed one of the strangers. It was the main love interest from the guy in the mask with the axe. His name is Gregory. And the woman that is killed now was his childhood crush. They killed Tamara together, and since that day they were obsessed with killing random people that came into town. So it picks up right after she's dead. Gregory's over her corpse, hits it with the axe a few times, and then throws it in the back of his pickup truck with the other girl that's following him around, who's still a mystery as of this moment. Oh, spoiler warning, by the way. Who gives a fuck? No one cares. Spoiler warning, though. Maya is watching all of this unfold. Gregory and her drive away, and then Maya starts walking. She was hiding in the forest watching all this. So she's walking along the road. The sheriff then picks her up, and the sheriff's giving real creepy vibes, feeling real yucky. So Maya tricks him and steals his vehicle. As Maya is driving away, she gets maybe 50 yards. She didn't get far at all. She got about as many yards as Drake May did in the Super Bowl in the first half. She gets literally nowhere, puts the pedal to the metal, and instantly takes her eyes off the road to start fiddling around in something in the passenger seat and crashes the car. Immediately. I'm pretty sure the sheriff could still see her after she crashed the car. And then Gregory comes back in the pickup truck and knocks her out and takes her out of the car. Immediately off-rip, this movie pissed me off. Why would she immediately take her eyes off the road to do something in the passenger seat with random files and folders? She has no fucking clue what she's even tinkering with. Why is she doing that? She could have easily just got away, drove out of town, and been totally fine. Which also would have saved a few other lives too, had she done that. But she makes the inexplicable choice to just do one of these while, literally just, foot fucking blasting on the accelerator, not looking at all, and crashing into a tree. It was so dumb. It was so stupid. Anyway, though, we then get a flashback that explains the relationship between the sheriff and Gregory, the axe guy. And it turns out the sheriff is his father. And his father wanted to protect his son. His son was facing imprisonment for the murder of Tamara. And being such a stand-up great dad, he was able to prevent that from happening, and then tries to set rules with Gregory and the girl that he's always with, whose name I don't even fucking remember. But the two that started this whole thing of killing, they randomly just murder a guy in the woods with an axe, and the sheriff comes over and he's like, son, I knew this was going to happen again, so we're going to need to lay some ground rules. You can't kill townspeople. You can only murder people that visit us. Because surely that won't be looked into and investigated, and surely they don't have anyone that cares about them. So that was the plan. It was bulletproof, really. So the sheriff does everything in his power to bury the investigation on all of the people that go to this small town and end up missing, knowing full well Gregory and her and the other girl are murdering them. And that's the backstory. So the sheriff's not a good guy. But Gregory, in the last movie, ended up killing some townspeople, which has the townspeople even more scared because they know that when people come to this small town, they die, they end up missing, but they know that since they're residents of the town, they're safe, until all of a sudden they're not, because Gregory has now killed some normal townspeople. So the sheriff's partner's like, look, but I'm going to call in the out-of-state police because this is out of control now. and then the sheriff kills him. He jabs him in the head with like a tiny little medical instrument, instantly killing him. So then Gregory has Maya in like this underground facility, and he puts the mask on her, the mask that the girls wear, the strangers wear. He puts that on Maya, so that way she'll team up and join his crew, which she does. So now Maya's traveling with Gregory and the other girl to go murder some out-of-town people. But while this is going on, Maya's sister, her sister's husband, and then some agent, I guess, he's like the hired muscle, have arrived at the small town trying to gather clues about Maya's whereabouts. You know, is she safe? They're here to save her, but the town's being all weird, and then they pick up on the sheriff's odd vibe, so they start following him. We then get another flashback sequence. Gregory and the girl are a little bit older, but they're still supposed to be kids, and they're at the gas station choosing their next target to murder. She goes inside the gas station to get some food, and some weirdo walks up to her and starts hitting on her with some really, really uncomfortable dialogue, saying, "I'm really good with my hands." And then the dude's girlfriend comes out and she's like, I thought you said you'd never do this kind of thing again. You promised. And he's like, "Shut up, babe. It's not what it looks like." And then they go off to the motel together. And then Gregory and that girl decide that that's going to be their target, those two. So they go to the motel with intent to kill them. She knocks on the door with the classic, "Is Tamara here?" And there was no response. So then they break in to find that that girl had actually stabbed and killed the boyfriend. She had murdered the boyfriend, and then she joins their team. So that's the third stranger. That's the other girl in the crew, is that lady who murdered her boyfriend there. That's the gang, and that's the whole backstory. Now, one thing this movie really likes to do is bastardize the iconic line from the original Strangers movie, which was, when asked, "Why are you doing this?" the response was, "Because you were home." This franchise has completely ruined that, and they've changed it to "Because you're here." So, throughout this trilogy, the victims asked, "Why are you doing this?" And they say, "Because you're here." They do that again in the beginning of this movie, where they're just showcasing a random kill, just in order to remind you of, like, the 2008 movie that a lot of people still associate with this franchise, even though this is so far removed from it. It's a joke. But yeah, they have their own version here, and then they also have the "Is Tamara home?" which I think they were really hoping would catch on as like an eerie, iconic line. It's not. It's fucking dumb. Anyway, though, I think that's the last flashback in the movie. So, what happens next? Maya has now joined the team, unwillingly, like she is tied, like her hands are tied. And they're in a hotel. They have found some victims. They've broken in. They've tied them to chairs. And now Gregory tells Maya to kill one. She shakes her head. She refuses. So then Gregory starts killing one of them with an axe. He kills this man with an axe. And while he's doing that, Maya grabs the machete out of the girl's hand and stabs and kills her. The other stranger, the girl that we just learned about in the flashback. She kills her and then slams her head on the ground, making sure to finish the job. She's now dead. Maya's killed her. And she goes into like a trance, where it seems like the weight of this kill is weighing on her, or maybe she really enjoyed the thrill of killing her. And Gregory picks up on that, so he stops murdering the guy with the axe. He's already dead, though. And he stands up Maya and then guides her hand with the blade to kill the other girl, which she does. So now Maya has just played a sizable role in the death of this random woman, and it seems like she feels nothing. In fact, maybe she even enjoyed it, which is something Gregory said. He said, "Felt good, didn't it?" It is bizarre how shitty this idea is. Like, there was no build up to this at all. Maya just all of a sudden starts going along with it. It's fucking trash. But anyway, the sister's husband and the agent are trailing the sheriff. They're doing a terrible job, by the way. It's the middle of the night in a small town on a single lane dirt road, and they are only like maybe 4 car lengths behind them with their headlights on. Mind you, they are supposed to be incognito. They're supposed to be tailing him unnoticed. Yet they have their headlights on right behind him. So then the sheriff pulls over and turns his headlights off and basically just disappears. So then they drive by him, get lost, find a random trailer, and the agent's like, you guys need to go in the trailer and stay safe. I'm going to go wander around in the woods here. Which he does. He wanders around the woods. He finds like this sawmill type thing, which has a wood chipper, which we saw earlier. They had chewed up a body there to hide evidence. He wanders over there and finds that, and then the sheriff finds him and just shoots and kills him. So the agent does nothing besides just lead the sister and the husband into a fucking random trailer. Gregory then shows up with Maya with him, and Gregory knocks over the trailer, and while doing so, her sister's husband just starts randomly shooting. He was given a gun by the agent, so he just starts randomly just fucking firing shots at nothing, shooting at ghosts, and then he's out of ammo, so then Gregory just comes in and kills him with the axe right in front of his wife. And then he drags the sister in front of Maya. Maya's watching this whole thing, pretty emotionless, like there's a couple tears that kind of stream down her face. But overall, it's like really hollow, and I think it's supposed to drive home like this shell shock idea, but it's really poorly done. And then he just kills her sister right in front of her, to which she still has no real reaction. And then Gregory just leaves with the sheriff, and then Maya just takes his pickup truck with her sister's body and drives away. And then there's a moment where she's like, I don't know, has this Eureka, like, I don't want to leave yet, I want to try and get revenge, so she turns the truck around, and then she goes to that underground facility where she wanders across the sheriff who's just listening to the radio, drinking a beer, and she shoots and kills him with a shotgun. And then she wanders into a room which is just full of fucking candles and scribblings on the wall. Turns out that's Gregory's room, and Gregory comes in there and they share the worst dialogue together. I wrote this down. I could not believe this dialogue. Also, I don't know how she even found this underground facility in the first place. She was held here for maybe 2 seconds and somehow remembered exactly where it was off of like a quick sign. But regardless, when Gregory enters the room, it is the worst exchange I've ever seen. What is supposed to be like this clash and like a very tense moment is just embarrassing. I couldn't even get the words down in the notepad because I was just so, like, I was fuming at the cringe. So, like, the first thing here is just a bunch of gibberish because I just started pounding on the keypad on my phone and then said, it's so fucking cringe. Quote, she was the only light in the dark. This is referring to the girl that Maya killed in chapter 2. The one that grew up with him murdering together. It is a monologue about how the only thing in Gregory's life was her. The only good thing in the pain. There's only pain in Gregory. It's only just pain. Except for her, but now she's gone, so it's pain again. And it's dark. It's so dark. And Maya says, it's quiet in the dark. So now she's like relating to him like, yes, the dark. I have nothing now. Which is something she says. When he says, now you have the pain, I freed you from it, I freed you from everything, now all you have is pain like me. She says, no, I don't have pain, I have nothing. You've given me nothing, it's all nothing now. It's so bad, it's so bad. And she finishes it by saying, the only thing I have left is you. And then she's already asked him to take the mask off so she can have this heart-to-heart. And then they get like really intimate, like romantic, but in an animalistic way. So he starts sniffing her, gritting his teeth, and snarling as she's petting him. I thought he was about to transform into a werewolf or something. So like he's just like nuzzling her and doing this. And she's petting him this whole time. And he's just like nuzzling her. It's so bad. It's so bad. And then she stabs him. So they start hugging and then she stabs him. And then she grabs the axe and kills him with the axe. But right before she kills him with the axe, he smiles and says, we're the same now. And she says, maybe. Before delivering the final blow with the axe. And the movie ends with her leaving the underground facility with the mask in hand. The mask that Gregory used. So the idea is now she is the same as the strangers. It's so bad! It's so bad! Everything this trilogy tried to do, it fails at it super, sucks. I can't believe they even bothered. I really can't. I don't know what they thought they were cooking. I don't know. It's terrible. I didn't think that this conclusion would be as bad as it is. I knew it wasn't going to be good. Obviously, I knew it wasn't going to be good. But it's even worse than I could have imagined for this trilogy. Holy shit. I had to yap about it, man. It's so bad. Now, I do think there are some moments that are entertainingly bad. Fun bad, so bad it's good. There's a couple sequences that definitely fit that bill. But I just don't think it's worth watching 3 movies of it. I just don't. So yeah, anyway, this shit was terrible. That's about it. So, have you seen the Midwest safety surprising the naked burglar? Man, why do so many burglars go in naked? No, I haven't seen that. The moment police surprise a naked burglar. But why, though? Well, I mean, I get why they'd surprise him. They gotta get him out of there. I just mean, like, why naked? Doesn't even give you any, like, advantages.
The heat was set on 81. There is a fire. There's a fire.
We're getting to that. They set a bonfire in the sunroom.
I love the way she says fire. That's the same way Vince McMahon says it.
They set a bonfire in the sunroom.
So no one's like cleared the house yet?
No,
been through the house?
We didn't go in. We were gonna wait till y'all got here before we went.
And the sunroom door was open, so we don't know if they were in there and they come out or they're still in there.
Okay. Sheriff's office.
Come out with your cock in the air. We've heard reports that you're nude.
Sheriff's office. Someone's been staying here. You'll hold that and we'll come over this way.
Yeah, he's definitely made himself at home. Pause the gooning, son. Sheriff's office. He could be anywhere. Check the drawers.
Hold this if you want.
If he comes down those stairs hard, mag dump. It's nerf or nothing. If he's soft, he's fine. If it's hard, take him down. We got him. Kick that shit in. Is that Ed Sheeran? I think I can hear his bare butt cheeks clapping against each other. I think this guy's naked. Sheriff's office. Hello? Man, this fucking house looks like the back rooms.
There's somebody in that back bedroom with the door locked. We're gonna wait for another unit to get here.
We're gonna wait for the. We're gonna go wait for the nudie police.
Window back there that he could get out of.
They handle these kind of things. They come out in hazmat suits.
There's a big glass window that's like a church.
Try and throw like a rock through the window.
I feel like he's been here for a
Get the fucking SGU out here.
Candy Crush or
Special goon unit.
There's a bedroom door right past Val on the right. It's locked. He's in there playing a phone radio, singing to himself.
You could have joined in. Imagine he harmonizes with them.
We'll take care of business.
Sheriff's office.
You better not be naked in there.
You can open the door slowly and show us your hands. Hands.
Oh, he's fully naked.
Walk towards us.
And he comes... Okay, that stance. He's just like, well, I never. Isn't this just the pits? We find ourselves in quite the pickle, don't we? I mean, he had plenty of time to put some pants on.
Stop.
Turn around.
Turn around.
I got it. Go ahead.
Put your hands behind your back. Do not move. Do you understand?
Grab my hands, leave me out of the damn house.
Do not move.
Just drop the damn hands. Weak ass idiots, damn.
Why is he so wet? Oh, there must have been a shower in there. Either that or he was like really working up a crazy session.
Yeah, this country too.
You guys want to clear that room real quick? 320. I'm coming out with one.
Oh, he's in the tub. Yeah, it was a bathroom.
Clear.
Well, that was easy.
I can walk.
Do you recognize this naked man?
Slow down.
Is he supposed to be in the bathroom there?
So what the
Wow. Wasn't expecting that.
Super slippery, wet. Yeah, there's nobody else in here if y'all want to come on.
Is the house still smoking?
The house doesn't smell like it's smoldering, but it's the little fire is still smoking a little bit.
Thank you.
What's your name?
I don't have a name. Close the door and get me out the country.
Oh.
The suspect, as it turns out, did have a name. 24-year-old Mike Wilson allegedly started a fire in the house's sunroom and used photo albums that contained photos of the homeowner's deceased husband to start the fire. Luckily, the fire was put out by a relative of the owner who also happens to be a volunteer firefighter. The suspect was later charged with felony third-degree burglary and felony second-degree arson. He is presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. This next case shows another suspect keen on fire, as he possibly caused a large gas leak in his own apartment building intentionally, which...
Yeah, but he has his clothes on. So, kind of making a mountain out of a molehill. He's fully clothed.
Has the potential to blow up the entire building.
Did math and he's been up for 3 days. You think? Yeah, he said he did.
Come on, let's go over here.
Were you the only two up there?
Yes.
We'll get them in a minute.
What happened up there? You said you slipped and knocked?
Slipped and went in. The stove bump. There's the slip and floor. Slip in the floor.
So does your apartment reek like gas?
As soon as I get up the steps, we're slipping on the fucking steps in the snow and shoes and slipping on the floor. It's not a good day.
No, it sounds like a bad day.
He's just gonna make a
Especially on day 3 of the meth bender. That's gotta be miserable, huh?
What's going on, bud?
Just waiting for them to take me out. I had deep in the backyard before. This is a couple summers back. The guys in the backyard was playing war games back there.
Okay.
Okay, they were playing war games back there, and they had the squirrel, fake squirrel thing.
What?
And the guys laying in there.
What do you mean? They got the squirrel involved in the games? That's fucking hype. They can do that? My god.
Why are you leaving?
When was the last time you slept?
Sir?
When was the last time you did math?
Just kidding.
Okay.
Oh.
In 3 days? And you haven't slept in 3 days?
I mean, man, sleep. They steal agents and shoot me up to sleep. Anything is funny to wreck my house. It's funny than the house while I'm sleeping. I wake up and
God, meth seems so fucking miserable. Holy. That just seems fucking terrible. I guess the only thing, like, about meth I could see being attractive to somebody is like how fast you run. Because I've seen so many videos of damn near superhumans on meth catching up with cars. Like that one naked dude in the middle of the night with glowing red eyes like a werewolf or something. But outside of that, like unless you're training to be like a super soldier on meth, I just don't get the point. It seems fucking awful. Or that uncle dancing at the party. Or yeah, I guess, or the uncle dancing at the party. That's tough, man. This guy was on a meth bender and caused a gas leak. Well, luckily no one was hurt. Didn't you create mustard gas? Yeah, but that wasn't the result of a meth bender. That was the result of me needing to kill a cockroach. It was purpose-driven mustard gas. Did the cockroach die? You bet your sweet bippy it did. But it wasn't the mustard gas that killed it. I ended up just crushing it. In fact, it tanked the mustard gas pretty well, all things considered. Actually, maybe the mustard gas did kill it. Maybe it was dead when I got there. I don't know. It's been years now. But I do remember I smashed it. But maybe it was already dead. Maybe I went overkill. Was it chlorine gas from ammonia and bleach? Yeah. Isn't chlorine gas mustard gas? Or are they two different ones? Let me see. Oh no, they are different. So chlorine gas is what I made, not mustard gas. Well ventilated area, I hope. Yeah, it was very well ventilated. It was in my bathtub. In my bathroom. With no windows. Pretty much the optimal spot you'd want to be making chlorine gas. It's actually insanely easy to make. Yeah, exactly, brother, which is why it happened. I didn't mean to make it. I wasn't thinking, and I just started attacking the roach with chemicals. So I hit it with some bleach, and then I hit it with some toilet cleaner, which has ammonia. So it made chlorine gas in my bathtub. How old were you? I was young. I don't know. I was like 25. Something everyone goes through, really. Wahoo! Is something you won't be saying if you see the new Super Mario Galaxy movie. It'll be more like a... It's not amazing, but it's not nearly as bad as a lot of people are claiming that it is. Well, I say not nearly as bad, but that's a bit too generous. It is almost as bad as some of the reviews claim. It's not very good, is the point. And this is coming from someone that liked the last Mario movie, even though a lot of people like to spit and shit on it for being like too simple and not, you know, great movie overall. I'm just okay with that because it's a fucking Mario movie. I'm fine with it being simple. It was entertaining, and I think it did what it needed to do to be enjoyable for anyone. Like, not just for kids. Like, even families, I think, could go there and just have a good time. Like, the parents wouldn't, like, be miserable. With Super Mario Galaxy, though, I think adults will be miserable. Kids probably won't care because this is Jingling Keys, the movie. That's how a lot of people are describing it. It's very accurate. This movie is all over the place, just constantly, you know, going nuts to butts here with cameo. Here's plotline, we're abandoning this plotline for new plotline, and then coming back to this one, just all over the place. It's a jumbled mess. But there's no doubt in my mind this is easily going to gross over $1 billion, and I'm confident kids are going to love it. As I said, it is just a movie where it is just always go, go, go. Here's thing happen, and then thing solve, so new thing can happen to then instantly solve to get to next thing that happened. Without a whole lot else there. So I'm very confident that kids are going to really like the film, and I also think if you're just a big fan and just want to see, you know, Mario on the big screen again, you're not going to give a shit if it's not a typical good film per se, because it's going to show you a lot of things that you'll recognize and get excited and hype about, you know, like a 2D segment where you'll be like, oh fuck, I remember playing something that looked just like that on my Game Boy, and look at how many things are happening in that over there. It's all colorful, and the animation is like extremely good. This is what I wanted. And that's nothing wrong with that. All power to you. But that being said, it's not like an amazing film, and there's nothing wrong with pointing that out. Yes, it is clearly designed for a young audience. This, I think, is even more of a kid's film than the last Mario Brothers movie was. But that doesn't mean that you still can't point out some of its flaws. There's nothing wrong with that. So anyway, let's just go ahead and backwards long jump here into the review. There's going to be spoilers. Fair warning if you care about that for this movie. So, I'll give you the big compliments. I'll give you a little bit of glaze here. I think the animation is beautiful. I think it is visually very nice to look at, and I think the action pops. So when there's like a fight between Bowser Jr. and Mario and Luigi and Yoshi, it's pretty enjoyable. By far the biggest superstar here, the real like shining standout is the music. I liked the music in the first Mario movie, and I actually like the music in this one even more. They fucking crush it on the score here. They take iconic Mario tracks and they remix and fucking reflaffitate those puppies, and they sound great here. They're recognizable but different, and they fit so fucking well in the movie. It is the best part of the movie is the music. And those are the only two real compliments I can give it. So, let's start with something I've already briefly dropped some breadcrumbs on, which is just how messy the structure is. There are multiple times in this film where it introduces a plot element and then abandons it. So like a big thing is in the beginning, Bowser's turning a new leaf. He's getting more in touch with his emotions. He starts becoming friends with Mario, Luigi, and Yoshi. Yoshi gets introduced very early into the film. They become best buds, inseparable immediately. Bowser is, he's been hit with Mini instead of Wumbo, but then eventually gets Wumbo-ized, and he still is like buddies with the crew. And Mario's of course skeptical, but Bowser actually makes a pretty big sacrifice in order to protect Mario, Luigi, and the gang. And then, immediately after making that sacrifice, where he has to work in the mines, Bowser Jr. just abducts him. And then the second he gets abducted, he's like, "Those are my friends." And Bowser Jr.'s like, "Yeah, but friends are a weakness." He's like, "You know what, you're right." And then that's it. That's the end of that whole thing that they just spent like, I don't know, a good 15 minutes building up, and you think it's going to play a role and like be something that they teeter around with. But no, it just completely gets abandoned. They wipe their ass with it. It's just like that. He goes, "Oh, you're right. Friends are cringe." And then that's the end of it. It doesn't come up again at all in the film. And there's a couple other examples of things like that where they introduce something or a plot element only to immediately get rid of it. That's just the most egregious. And another thing that keeps happening in this movie is that something will happen and then it's like this big problem. For example, this has already been spoiled. I can't believe they dropped this before the movie came out. Fox McCloud is in this movie. Actually would have been a super hype reveal if I didn't see all the press about Fox McCloud being in this film. But he's here. He's probably the coolest character they introduce. And Fox McCloud is taking them to the planet that Rosalina's been captured. And on the way there, things kind of go tits up. And they end up crashing on another planet that seems like it's going to be a huge hurdle. Like, oh no, the spaceship is kaput. Yeah, it went kablooey and now we're stuck here. What are we going to do? But then luckily, Luigi did like a single 5-second broadcast that the Rosalina's children picked up on, and here they come scooting in sideways right to this planet in the middle of fucking nowhere. They just come right in. Fox takes the ship, and then they go like maybe 2 blocks in the solar system to planet Bowser, which is a brand new planet that luckily is only a tiny little stroll away, just literally like maybe 25 feet away from this planet that they've crashed on, and now they have a ship so they can go there and do the final fight. It's just a whole movie that feels like it wants to speed run through things to make you point at the screen and go, "Oh, I recognize that." But nothing really connects. Like, there's some characters in here that you'll recognize from the games, maybe some boss fights. I don't want to spoil any of those, but they're in here as little cameos, but utilized in such a small capacity that it feels like such a sad, disappointing waste of these characters, where they're there for literally like a split second or a single scene, and then never utilized again. Like, a couple of the Easter eggs they put there were cool, but then they have entire characters that you'll know from the games that feel like they probably should have had a bigger role to play, but instead are just binged for the sake of showing like, oh, on the casino planet, they shot a couple of spitballs. And now they're gone. It's just, I don't know. It feels like it just wants to run through everything that you'll recognize from the games without having it actually flow in any way. Whereas the last Mario Brothers movie, even though it was like simple, it did feel like we got like a cohesive journey. At times, maybe it stumbled a little bit, but here, this movie is just always like, and then they go here. And then they teleport here. And then they get hit by a baby blast or a baby ray that turns Mario and Luigi into babies, and they crash onto a dinosaur planet, but then they get rescued immediately, and then they go to planet Bowser right away. It's just, I don't know, nothing to me really flows at all, so it's just disjointed, and it leads it to just feeling like really hollow and just trying really hard to capitalize off you being like, oh, I recognize that, how cool. And like I said, there are a couple Easter egg moments that are cool. Again, Fox McCloud, if it wasn't already spoiled for me, would have been like a very shocking surprise to see in this film. And he is cool in this movie. He doesn't have a lot to do. I'll go ahead and spoil that. He has like very little to do. Like he does like a bit of space combat, gets hit with the baby blaster, they crash on the dinosaur planet, and then he drives them to planet Bowser. He has maybe like 8 or 9 lines, if that. So it's like very little that he has. But I mean, he is a cool presence there. But like I said, it's just one of those things where it feels like they wanted to shoehorn in as many things as possible that you would recognize from their properties. So like even Game & Watch is here for like a very brief appearance in a fight. You want to know who's not really here, and it's very odd decision? Rosalina and Loomis, by extension. It's a Super Mario Galaxy movie with very, very little Rosalina in it. Like, I actually think Fox McCloud has more screen time. I haven't checked the stats or anything on it. I would wager Fox McCloud, who is a supporting character, but also, like I said, doesn't have a whole ton to contribute here. I still think Fox McCloud has more screen time and probably more lines than Rosalina. Very odd choice, I'm going to tell you right now. I don't really know what that decision was. Anyway, no real reason to keep yapping about it. It's not an amazing movie. I don't think it's as bad as a lot of people are saying it is, but it's still not very good. I think it is a big step down from the last Mario Brothers movie, though. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Just like fiber in my colon, the YouTube algorithm works in mysterious ways, and today it plopped out a little something special onto my homepage. A beautiful little nugget that highlighted a scam that I would have never even imagined as a possibility. A YouTuber named Falfin, whom hasn't uploaded in 6 years, came out of nowhere from the top turnbuckle and delivered a smackdown onto a nutrition brand that had a protein powder that they were hawking that isn't quite what it seems. Now, if you read the title of this video, it says this company sold cake batter as protein powder. That title is admittedly a little misleading, because cake batter is probably more nutritious than what they were parading around as protein powder and selling. It is a homemade label, and in that little screenshot there I showed you, the keen observers out there, the astute viewers, may have noticed that there's a bit of a big typo on that nutrition label. Instead of dietary fiber, it's dietati fiber. So this is not like a real label, and it actually gives me similar vibes to like the OG pink sauce shenanigans. So it turns out, we're going to go through this video together, that this nutrition brand had this protein powder that was not as advertised, and it certainly didn't have the macros that it was pretending that it did.
If you're into fitness and live in Northern California, there's a decent chance you've heard of Holmes Nutrition. Anyone that has tried Holmes Nutrition protein powder would say the following 2 things about it. 1, that it's the most delicious protein powder they've ever had, and 2, that it tastes just like cake batter. The powder itself even advertises how it's great for baking. 1 scoop has 22 grams of protein and only 3 grams of sugar, but it tastes so much like cake batter that someone got suspicious.
Now, I'm not familiar with this brand, I've never heard of it before, but it seems like it had a lot of glaze with people praising its flavor in particular. It had great macros, judging by the nutrition label. If you ignore the misspellings of dietary as well as essential amino acids, it seems as though they called them essential amino acids. But if you put that stuff aside, that pesky grammar and spelling, it all looked great. Now, real quick, why you should never ignore something like that on a label is these are extremely important pieces of information to get right. And if there are spelling errors in there, that showcases that something's a bit fishy, something's gone awry. Smells stinky. If a label isn't correctly, accurately describing what the contents are in this product that's being consumed, that can be the difference of someone getting sick. People make their decisions on things based on these kind of labels, especially when it comes to people with dietary restrictions. So, if the label can't be trusted, that could be legitimately dangerous for some individuals. This is something you don't fuck with. So, with this in consideration, so many people talking about how closely resembling cake batter the flavor profile was for this brand and how low the sugar was, there was someone on Reddit who, just like my boy George, got a bit curious and decided to send this out to a lab for further testing just to confirm, like, does this actually have the macros that it says it does? Is this actually what the label is telling me it is?
This Redditor sent in 3 different flavors of Holmes Nutrition to a lab. They sent samples of chocolate cake, lemon cake, and cinnamon crumb cake to this lab, Certified Laboratories, and all 3 powders came back with the same results. Instead of 22 grams of protein, this protein powder had 21 grams of carbs instead and only 3.4 grams of protein per scoop.
Boy, howdy, that's quite a bit different than what the label says is contained in that product. It's a far cry from what's advertised with this protein powder. 3 grams of protein is shockingly low. I could fart into your mouth and you get more protein from my ass than you would from this powder. For comparison, let's take a peek at Betty Crocker, just the most popular packaged cake mix. You get 1 less gram of protein in the package, but if you prepare it as you're supposed to, you would actually get 1 more gram of protein from preparing a fucking Betty Crocker cake than you would from drinking a Holmes protein shake here using this. It's like the LaCroix of protein powder, where it's the idea of protein. It's so weird. Like, I cannot believe how little protein there appears to be in this product based on the lab results here. 3 grams is actually shockingly low. I know I've already said that, but I am stunned because I would think, like, even if you were trying to make some, like, misleading product here, you would think that there'd be a little more protein in that, just even accidentally. Somehow, it's like they went in there and intentionally removed all of the protein they could possibly find. Like, you could eat a handful of grass and probably get more nutrition out of that. When I went back to the original Reddit post, it seems like this was a very popular brand of protein powder, at least in the local area. For years, Holmes Nutrition has been a well-known local name, someone everyone preached about as being legit because he's friends with so many people, but recent lab results show that the product has been severely mislabeled, sold under the appearance of a higher quality protein powder than it actually contains. I personally have been buying Holmes Nutrition for over 4 years, believing I was getting a high-quality product. People I know have even picked up their protein directly from his house, trusting they were buying from someone who cared about his customers. Instead, they were handed a product that didn't come close to meeting its advertised nutrition claims. And in the comment section, both here, on the YouTube video, and even in other places like on Facebook and stuff, and other like Instagram and things, there were tons of people talking about how long they've been purchasing this product. They've been loyal to this brand for years. And when you are trying to better your health and fitness, one thing you do is keep track of things like macros. So people were buying this and working it into their daily routine as part of their macros and their nutritional goals in order to hit what they wanted, to achieve what they were setting out to achieve. But they were being misled the whole time. They weren't getting near their protein threshold that they were looking to hit. And in some cases, you could even make an argument it was hurting consumers, as you're going to see more in this video here and in the original Reddit post. Because this is incorrectly labeled, there were people buying this product that probably shouldn't have because of like blood sugar spiking and stuff like that. This is why these labels are extremely important, because someone who's like diabetic needs this information. They rely on this information so that way they don't end up putting themselves in a dangerous position by consuming something that they shouldn't. So when this product gets tested in a lab and turns out it's not even close to what's being advertised with it and the label doesn't reflect what's actually in there at all, it becomes a huge problem, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this brand sued. Honestly, huge W to the Redditor here who decided to take it upon themselves to send this out to labs to confirm if this really is what Holmes Nutrition says it is. I think that was a very important thing to do.
I've been absolutely obsessed with getting buff and working out. I was lifting at the gym 5 days a week, and of course, I was hitting my protein macros each and every day. Or so I thought. So you can imagine my absolute despair and nausea when I found out that my favorite protein powder that I had been using for years was not even protein powder at all, just a sweet batter mix with trace amounts of protein. An egg, a single egg, has double the amount of protein than my protein powder had. The protein powder I was spending $75 per bag on.
Oof. Yeah, protein powder's not cheap. So it seems like, based on the available information here, Holmes Nutrition was like the cheapest fucking cake batter type mix you could find and packaged and then charged a fucking arm and a leg for it. She's right. A single egg is double what you were getting from the fucking Holmes protein powder. I'm giggling, but it's actually diabolical. She has been working out for a long time and believing to be hitting her protein goals thanks to the assistance of something like this protein powder, but turns out this entire time she wasn't, because she wasn't getting the protein she thought she was, because this is complete fucking phony baloney. She'd been schmeckeldorfed by Holmes Nutrition here. If I found out the protein powders I'd been using for the last decade were actually just, pixie dust or something and dirt and sawdust, I would be pissed. I would be extremely upset. And I saw a lot of other comments from people, even outside of like the potential dangers of someone like consuming this and having like a blood sugar spike or something like that because they didn't know or anything like that. Even outside of that, people were taking this and then wondering why they were plateauing or not like seeing any improvements when they were hitting the macro goals that they set out to and what should be leading to improvements, thus causing tons of confusion and wondering, well, what's going wrong, without ever suspecting that their protein powder they were relying on was actually the real culprit. It's such a fucking mess.
So first of all, Holmes Nutrition Protein Powder is not sold in big box stores or on Amazon. It's a company created by Sacramento-based bodybuilder Bobby Holmes and his wife. It's only available on its website, holmesnutrition.com. So how did I even find out about this protein powder in the first place? Well, the smoothies that my gym made were fantastic. So one day I peeped at the protein powder they use and I wrote it down and then went home and started buying some.
Her story is one that I saw shared by many others. Apparently, a lot of people found out about Holmes Nutrition through their local gyms that were making protein smoothies there using that powder, and people were just blown away by how great it tasted that they also wanted to find out what the fuck was this protein powder? It tasted just like cake batter, but for only 4 grams of carbs, 3 grams of sugar, 22 grams of protein. Holy shit, $75, I'm losing money not buying it. So people were then buying Holmes Nutrition protein powder. This was the gateway drug here. They believed that they had stumbled across something that was truly unlike the rest. It tasted incredible, and for only 4 grams of carbs, 3 grams of sugar, 22 grams of protein, they were losing money not giving Bobby Holmes 75 clams. Their body was withering away, shrinking and shriveling from atrophy without being fed this holy elixir that tasted just like cake batter, when really the whole time they were deceived.
So for me, I'm one of the lucky ones because this just affects my gains, but for others, this is a major health issue. The Redditor included in their post that they even saw a comment on Bobby's Instagram from someone saying their blood sugar shot up despite the label claiming low sugar and carbs. To make matters worse, in the comments, people were buying this protein for their diabetic family members that have been having issues with their glucose while taking this. And this commenter had real-time data that this protein powder was causing sugar spikes.
Now, these are just Reddit comments, so this could be as real as, my dad works at Bungie and he's gonna have you banned off Minecraft or something. But this is something that is very testable. You can monitor blood sugar spikes. And there are so many people reporting it, I'm willing to believe that that is probably accurate. The lab results are pretty conclusive. There's not a lot of wiggle room for that to be in error. And since we now know, based on that, we can't trust the label, since the label is very inaccurate, we can assume that the ingredients are not properly reflected in what is on that label. So they probably weren't able to achieve this flavor with being low sugar. We know it's not low carb. It advertised 4 grams of carbs. It's actually over 20. The sugar content is also probably higher, which she is about to dive into in just a moment. So I do think that it's probably legitimate claims here that people that were using this product were probably experiencing fluctuations in their blood sugar levels as a result of it because they were taking it under a false pretense. They were misled thinking that it was low carb, low sugar.
The original post with the lab results were posted on Reddit on March 3rd, 2025. On March 27, they posted an update saying that Holmes Nutrition has removed all of their protein powders from their online store. So when we go to the Holmes Nutrition website, it has the following messages, starting with the bottom being the oldest. Unfortunately, we have encountered an unexpected issue with the manufacturing facility for the protein. Due to the large increase in demand, the current facility was having issues.
The message is still on the site to this day. It's been like this for many months now, and actually, a lot of customers of Holmes Nutrition found out about the potential fraud because they were Googling, where is Holmes Nutrition protein powder? And in Googling that, a lot of people found this Reddit post. So people unintentionally stumbled into this knowledge that their protein powder was severely mislabeled because they were trying to buy more of it. Now, Holmes Nutrition doesn't appear to be acknowledging it in any way, shape, or form. They're kind of plugging their ears to it, putting their head down and just saying, oh, it's temporarily off the shelves because we got to find a manufacturer. You guys just love it so fucking much that we've got to stop selling it online for now while we look for another manufacturer. That's the only reason it's not here right now. I imagine the reason for that is probably obvious. If they did say, like, whoops-a-daisy, you got us, well, we're going to have to start changing our label around to be accurate. Sorry about the inconvenience. They would be sued into fucking oblivion like that. It would be instantaneous. So their only card to play is just ignore it and hope people don't try and, like, pursue further action against them. I don't believe the story that they have to find another manufacturer now. That just seems like a convenient excuse. I don't put any stock into that being truthful. You can't trust their label and you can't trust their word, it seems.
For myself, it was either in March or April of this year, 2025, that I first noticed the products were unavailable on the website and that Holmes was citing manufacturer issues. So since the Reddit post was already up by the time I independently noticed their website, I don't have definitive data to show if the products were pulled down before the post went up or after or in response to this post exposing them. But given the timeline within the post, it seems that these messages on the site were after or in response to this Reddit post. Okay, wait. As I was editing this video, I saw this Instagram post from Diamond Tier Fitness, which is this gym in northern Sacramento, that said it's selling Holmes protein.
So it seems like while it's not available to order directly through their site, they are selling it through local gyms. And the reason for that, at least in my opinion, is that they probably have recognized that people online are a little more privy to the potential falsified nutrition label here, and thus they believe selling their inventory that they have left, which I imagine is probably sizable, they probably have quite a lot in stock that they want to offload. They found the best way to do that would be locally doing it at these gyms where people aren't just going to stand there and start like Googling it right then and there. They'll just be like, oh, this, I'll trust the label. Since we have all been led to believe that labels are accurate, they are supposed to be 100% representative of what is actually the contents of that product. So people are most likely going to be inclined to trust it if they buy it in person, as opposed to online where they might stumble across that Reddit post. So my theory is they're selling through these local gyms because they have all of this inventory that they know they can't really sell online right now. It's a little too hot, hot tub is too hot. So they're doing it locally, hoping that people will be none the wiser and won't look into it past oh, yummy, this tastes great. And that's what I think, at least.
While I was writing out this video and looking at my bag of protein powder, I noticed that the dietary and dietary fiber on the bag is spelled wrong. So this indicates that Bobby and his wife created this nutrition label themselves, which is allowed by the FDA, but does open the door for extreme inaccuracy and lack of trustworthiness in what's claimed on the label. So the FDA does not approve supplements or protein powders, so you're never going to see the FDA approved stamp on any of them. But that doesn't mean they are exempt from the FDA's labeling regulations. they still have to follow the FDA labeling laws.
That was fascinating to me because I didn't know that you could just make your own labels for the product. I knew protein powders weren't FDA approved. I think most people in the fitness space do recognize that. But I didn't know you could still just make your own fucking labels and just pull numbers out of your ass here. I mean, you can't, as you mentioned, you still have to follow, like, the labeling laws. But I still thought you couldn't even just do that as, like, you know, some goober sitting at your home computer and typing it all out. I still thought it would have to go through something a little more official for something like that.
In addition, it includes non-dairy creamer as an ingredient, but pursuant to the Code of Federal Regulations, Title 21, Section 101.4b, if an ingredient is made from 2 or more ingredients, it must declare the established common or usual name of the ingredient, followed by a parenthetical listing of all ingredients that ingredient is made of. So, this has more ingredients that make up that non-dairy creamer, like vegetable oil or possibly even dipotassium phosphate, which are common ingredients in non-dairy creamer that are just not listed in the ingredients list. Additionally, it says cane sugar as an ingredient, so we know there are added sugars, but it just lists sugars, 3 grams. The Code of Federal Regulations, Title 21, Section 101.9, specifies that added sugars must be declared separately from total sugars and include the percent daily value. So, not only is the protein and carb content completely misstated, but there are just so many problems with pretty much every aspect of the packaging.
Yeah, to me, that's kind of a slam dunk right there. There's not a whole lot of argument that Holmes Nutrition could possibly make for why they wouldn't fully list out the ingredients there that make up that creamer, nor why they didn't separate sugars and added sugars. Well, the reason they wouldn't do the added sugars is because it would look a lot worse. There's probably a lot of added sugars in there, which is how they're able to achieve that cake batter-like taste that they're so famous for, most likely. So, her looking at the ingredients there and showcasing how it's not exactly compliant with the established protocol, I think is a very strong piece of evidence that this is all fucking bogus. That what Holmes Nutrition has done here is just reprehensible. And it could be just downright dangerous. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it has opened them up to lawsuits. The lab tests are pretty hard to argue against as well, where it confirms that the protein, the carbs, all of that is just drastically wrong. So how the fuck could Holmes Nutrition even come up with an excuse? They really can't, which is why I believe they're not. That's probably why they're just radio silent and just selling locally through gyms now, it seems. Now, in the original Reddit post, they believed that the lab results indicated the presence of amino spiking. Falfin, however, disagreed with that notion, and there's a whole segment Falfin dedicates to proving why she believes it's not necessarily amino spiking here, and I highly recommend you check out her whole video so you can see her piece on that. I will, however, show you her conclusion for why she believes there's such a discrepancy between the lab results, protein, and what's listed on the bag here.
Amino spiking would still show up as protein in lab tests. So the lab test listed would not be showing only 11% protein on the results if it was amino spiked. This lab test specifically uses the Kjeldahl method, which would still read high protein. Given these facts, I disagree with the original poster that Holmes is using amino spiking. To me personally, it really just seems like we just have a complete misrepresentation of the protein versus carbs content, and that the nutrition and ingredients label is just simply wrong. I'm not a lawyer or a judge, so I can't say whether this was intentionally deceptive or just severe incompetence.
Given what she explains with amino spiking, which I wasn't entirely knowledgeable on in the protein powder space, I think she did a good job of explaining why she believes this isn't the result of amino spiking, and I agree with her conclusion that it probably is just grossly mislabeled. And while I understand it's impossible to say if it's intentionally, maliciously done this way, or if it's just them being extremely fucking stupid, like they're all just bumbling morons over there at the Holmes Nutrition HQ, I feel like, given all of the other factors at play here, to me personally, it feels like it probably is this way by design. It feels like they are intentionally trying to make this product appear as though it's something that it's not, knowing full well when people try it, they're going to love the flavor, and since they see these great macros on the back, they're going to be like a lifelong customer, as you've seen from so many other commenters and so many other people speaking up about like how betrayed they feel for years spent buying this product. So I feel like it's probably by design, but of course I can't say that with 100% certainty. But regardless, it's a huge fucking problem.
So I know this was a long video, but I just had to talk about this. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm just a person that is angry and wants other people to be aware of this. If you've made it this far, thank you so much for listening to what I have to say. I hope you have a great day and that you don't find out that you were scammed by your protein powder.
She also had a segment in here where she was mentioning other protein players in the space that were facing legal hot water, being sued because of mislabeled products, you know, that maybe didn't have as much protein as the label said. So, like, there is a precedent set where you can't just completely fucking lie about how much protein is in your product. Now, as for whether or not Holmes Nutrition is going to face any legal ramifications, who really knows? But really, this was a very interesting video. Falfin mentions she's not a YouTuber. She was just a victim of this scam and wanted to alert others to it as well. And it's not something that she's doing just trying to fish for clicks or farm a drama or something like that. She was buying this protein powder for years, wasting hundreds of dollars over the course of this period of time, and she's far from the only one. You can see tons and tons of testimonials from people claiming that they've been buying this for years, spending upwards of like $2,000 over the course of this period of time, all under the belief that this product was helping them achieve their health and fitness goals, when really the truth of it appears to be, based on the lab results, that it was actually hampering those goals. It was actively working against them. That fucking sucks. Like, that's terrible. That's a degenerate scam right there, based on all available information. So, I just found this to be so interesting. Falfin absolutely crushed it on this video here. I know she says she's not a YouTuber, but I'm curious if she's going to do any other content in the future, because this was just really well made. And hats off to the Redditor who did the initial investigating in the beginning, sending this to a lab, being alerted to the fact that something is just awry here. It's a bit fishy. And then decided to follow through on an investigation to make sure that, you know, everything was above board here. And then what they found out, they shared with, you know, the world. So that way other people weren't getting, you know, misled by it anymore. So, yeah, anyway, I just had to yap about this one. That's really about it. So, yeah. I may not be tall, but I have played every Resident Evil game. Well, mostly. I've played pretty much every unique Resident Evil game. I played them all back to back over the course of like a month and a half, for the sake of tier listing every Resident Evil game in the franchise, getting prepared for Resident Evil Requiem, which I just now finished. So naturally, the question on everyone's mind, Charles, how big can you smile? And now with that question answered, next, you're probably wondering, was the game good? Yes. Yes, it was. And after having played through nearly every Resident Evil game ever made, I feel like I can confidently say I know ball. I feel like I know Resident Evil like Elon Musk knows ketamine. So when I say what I'm about to say here, just know, this means something, man. I think Resident Evil Requiem is a top 5 Resident Evil game. I'm saying it. I'm putting it right there. I'm putting it out there in the open. You can't take it back. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It is an incredible game, actually. And what I find extremely impressive is that this franchise has been around for nearly 3 decades, and yet they are still able to make new games in this franchise that feel fresh and fun. Like, you would expect a franchise that has this many games, like 30-something unique games and like 100-something like ports and fucking Zeebo shit and whatever else they have for Resident Evil, like Java games and all that, you would expect by now it to be beyond milked dry. Just no meat left on the bones, them titties, them melons, vanquished, devoid of substance. Yet somehow, with Resident Evil, they are still producing very high-quality games. They had a very bumpy road there for a little while, like a rough patch around Resident Evil 6. Good heavens, trust me, I know, they really stunk it up there for a while. But once RE7 rolled around, that was literally the fucking cure to the T-virus that was the Resident Evil 6 fucking plague that basically ruined the franchise there for a little while. 7 pioneered a new breath of life into this franchise, which was the first-person horror intense stakes. And then they've built upon it. And Resident Evil Requiem marries that gameplay with the iconic, timeless classic gameplay of the action-oriented Resident Evil 4 formula. It takes both of these elements, builds upon them and makes something very special here with Requiem. So you play as two characters, Grace Ashcroft, who actually is the daughter of a character from Resident Evil Outbreak, which is super hyped, because Outbreak, I think, was a very innovative title for its time that is still very fun to play, even though it's quite janky. And her gameplay is Resident Evil 7 style. It's very horror-focused, it's slower paced, you're not juiced to the gills with ammo, you have to use stealth, you have to struggle, it's very intense. Then you also play as Leon in Requiem, and it's just like in RE4 where it is cheesy, over-the-top action. And these two flow back and forth. And for some people it won't like flow seamlessly because you do go from like survival horror over here to action horror over here, like right back to back. Because you flip-flop between the two of them. So for some people that might be jarring and not super smooth and feel like tonal whiplash, but for me, I loved it. Because I love Resident Evil 7 and I love Resident Evil 4. 7 is actually my second favorite Resident Evil game. Resident Evil 4 OG is my third favorite game. My first favorite is OG Resident Evil 3. There's not a whole lot of OG Resident Evil 3 DNA in here outside of a little something at the end of the game. I won't spoil it. But anyway, I really think the game is great. I think the story is super strong too. I've seen some people criticize the writing, and I do get it in certain instances. You could say like, writing got a little wacky here and there, but I actually think it's really strong. And it's one of those things that didn't just rely on nostalgia baiting, like, here comes a beloved character from the franchise riding in on a fucking unicorn to save the day out of nowhere. And then, do you remember this? Well, good news, it's back. And do you remember that? Yeah, it's back too. But what about this? Do you remember this from old Resident Evil? Also back. And just like shoehorning all these cameos in there for the sake of fan service. It doesn't do that. It stands on its own two legs. And yes, there are some returning characters and some things from previous Resident Evil games in here, but they flow really well into the story that they create. The story revolves around Grace. She is investigating a very... I'm actually avoiding spoilers for this review, which is something I don't do often, but I really, really enjoyed Requiem, and I want to show it some respect here without just spoiling things, and also anyone that's watching this that wants to know my thoughts on it without like having everything ruined for them. This is me avoiding spoilers. It follows Grace after an investigation, gets all cattywampus, and she runs into a real oddball named Victor Gideon. Victor Gideon kidnaps her, Leon gets brought into the fold, and he finds himself needing to make a journey all the way back to Raccoon City, where it all began for Leon Kennedy. And also, why are they so interested in Grace? Why did she get kidnapped? What the fuck is going on? That's the broad strokes of it. Now, Grace is a new character, and she's actually a really good character, I'm happy to say. Also, huge shout out to her voice actress. The voice actress that played Grace did an unbelievable job. The way she was able to convey terror and panic in her performance for this character was extremely realistic, and it really helped elevate things. So even though I will admit there were times where the writing got a little off the mark and felt a bit off, her performance was still able to sell it to the point where it wasn't like jarring and make you go, ooh, yuck, that was trash. It's just more like, that felt a little weird, but, the performance helped salvage some of those moments. And that's across the board. Pretty much everyone gives a really good performance in this game. And I think that really helps in that regard. But like I said, I do think the writing is solid. I think they do a good job with Grace. I think she is a well-written character. I think some people might be annoyed by her because she has like anxiety, so maybe some people might find her to be like maybe a little too timid or, not confident enough for a Resident Evil game where you follow characters like fucking Leon Kennedy, who's a superhuman, hanging hog, blowing zombies' heads off, fucking ripping their nipples off and beating them to death with them. Like, she is very different as a protagonist compared to them, but she's not like the full protagonist because, like I said, you split evenly with Leon. It is like a very even split with Grace gameplay and Leon gameplay. It's very nice. You feel like you get a ton of both. But anyway, what I'm saying is I think Grace is a good character. They do a good job with her. Now let's talk about the gameplay. Pretty much exactly what you're expecting if you've played Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 2 Remake. You get that kind of gameplay. You get all of that in one package here. So when you're playing Grace, you're going to be using stealth, you're going to be needing to be more mindful of what encounters you take, going loud, using your ammo, versus which ones you use a little stealth kill with, which aren't free, by the way. You can't just stealth kill things for free as Grace. You have to make something, which is a little vial that you stab into them and they blow up like you just planted dynamite in their body. So those cost resources. And the way that Grace crafts, I thought, was very creative. You get a blood collector, you collect blood from killed enemies, or even sometimes like blood from enemies that had already previously been killed, or even buckets of blood in the world, and you will fill up that blood holder, that apparatus, and then you will combine that with, an herb if you want to make a med injector for heals, or you'll combine it with, some scrap if you want to make ammo for your handgun, or if you want to make that, one-time use insta-kill stealth jab. So her gameplay is very similar to Resident Evil 7's gameplay, but you have even less tools at your disposal to fight the zombies with. You only have 2 guns. You have a pistol, and then you have Requiem, the big iron, the fucking big tuna. Outside of that, that's it. That's all you have to use to beat the enemies around you, which is why you need to be a little smarter about it and also be slower about it. Now, Leon's gameplay is exactly what you're expecting it to be if you've played Resident Evil 4. It's bombastic, it's over the top, it's high octane, you're killing hundreds of zombies, and there's a really cool change they made to how you upgrade your weapons with Leon. So this time around, they reward you for being aggressive. So you get a tracker that when you kill a zombie gives you credits on your tracker that you then spend to get ammo or upgrades for your weapons, that kind of thing. So it incentivizes you to fucking annihilate everything that's around you. Leave no survivors. So, which is a really fun thing to do. It gives you plenty of resources to do it as well. It gives you a lot of fun guns to play with, even though I do think the guns are a little underwhelming. Like, they don't have the same kind of character that I feel they used to have. Like, I remember playing through Resident Evil 4 OG, you'd have chat be like, I'm fucking Team Red 9, no, Red 9's trash, and you'd actually have like a debate about what guns are the most fun to use. Here, every gun feels just very generic, very samey, like they don't have like a unique identity to them or anything this time around. I don't think there's going to be like really passionate, fucking W870 shotgun fans or something, right? I could be wrong, but for me, it felt like the guns were just very standard. I guess I would have liked to see a little bit more there, but it's not the biggest deal in the world because they are still fun to use and you get plenty of opportunities to use them and kill zombies. His gameplay, I think, is great, and I really like that new system they did with tracking kills and rewarding you for killing things. Like previously in Resident Evil games, the optimal strategy sometimes would boil down to kneecapping, kicking, and then running by to conserve ammo. Here, it's like, you can do that, you can be a pussy if you want, or you can kill all these zombies and get yourself a lot of money and basically max out your weapons really easily. Which I think is very cool. I think it's very fun. Now, something else that's been kind of core to the Resident Evil identity is puzzles. Resident Evil games have always had a lot of puzzles. There's not usually like a ton of brain busters or anything like that, but there are puzzles in there. Resident Evil Requiem doesn't really have that. It's much more in line with like your standard scavenger hunt style game where go over here, grab this to take back to something you passed at the very beginning of the level to open that door so you can go in there, grab that, and put it over there. Which again is very Resident Evil. That's in every RE game ever made. But there's never really like any puzzles to this anymore now in Requiem. There's only like 3 off the top of my head I can think of that are even remotely puzzles, but the solution is in a picture that's in the same room, so you just look at the picture and you see it. I guess it's not the biggest deal in the world, and maybe there's some people that even view that as a positive thing because it keeps the pacing like fucking cutthroat, like you're constantly moving and you never stop to have to solve a puzzle. But I don't know, I felt like it was kind of sad to not have to like solve puzzles to accomplish things. It's just literally going and fucking fetch questing shit and bringing it back and forth. But not the biggest deal in the world, but it is something that I think people will notice is absent. Another thing that I have like a small complaint on is there are a couple sections I think drag. The most notable one is a flashback sequence where you're playing as a child who's running and hiding from a lot of bad stuff that's going on around them. And it's like a cool sequence when it starts, but it goes on for quite a while, and there are times where you literally hide in one spot for like 2 straight minutes of nothing. So it feels like really slow, like unnecessarily long and drawn out. And there's a couple of moments like that, like a couple of places you go that feel like, okay, we've kind of been here long enough. Do I really need to get this many things in order to progress, or wait this long to progress? It does feel like it does have moments that are there to pad out time. And it's not that long of a game. And I know this has actually been a complaint from quite a few people because the price tag is $70. It's an expensive game. It has the big AAA price tag on it, and it's roughly like 12 hours long. It took me about 12 hours. Total like active playtime was 8 hours and something minutes. I played through on just standard modern, so it was pretty quick. I would also say this is the easiest Resident Evil game I've ever played. But again, it's about 12 hours long, and that was with me exploring a lot. I didn't just beeline everything. I read every fucking note. I found every single safe and opened every single one, even got the achievement for it. I went out of my way to find pretty much every charm and every bobblehead, but I guess I missed a couple bobbleheads somewhere. I don't know where. I spent a lot of time exploring because I got really engrossed in the game, which speaks volumes to just how much it was able to draw me in. But it is about 12 hours for $70, and a lot of people say that that's way too short to justify that purchase. And I can understand that because $70 is expensive. That's a very expensive game. But I think this is 12 very, very solid hours. This does not have anything that, any huge blemishes. Like, it doesn't fall off a cliff anywhere along the way. Like, notably with Resident Evil 7, the whole boat section everyone hates, myself included. That section is by far the weakest, unfortunately. But, like, it doesn't have anything like that. This is 12 extremely solid, extremely fun hours. So for me, the $70 felt worth it. That felt fine to me. But for someone else, maybe 12 hours just really isn't enough. The replayability on this doesn't seem to be super huge. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of replayability outside of going back and doing like Insanity. So I don't know how many hours you can squeeze out of it for $70, but I personally feel like it was 12 extremely strong hours. It was a fucking heater from start to finish. So I thought it was a fine price tag for the experience I got. And now speaking of the experience I got, apparently I got something nobody else in the world did. For some reason, I had a very weird bug where occasionally the game would stutter during a cutscene and then the audio would desync. So the cutscene would stutter and then it would play, but the audio would lag like 2 or 3 seconds behind. So you would be seeing the cutscene play out completely silent until the audio caught up to it. So everything was desynced from time to time. And the only way I could fix that was by restarting the game. And even when I like updated drivers, restarted my computer and everything in between streams, it still persisted, but apparently it's a bug that didn't happen to anybody else, and I can't even find anyone talking about that bug. So it seems like something that only happened to me for some reason. I don't really get why. So I guess I can't hold it against the game as like a bug that's native to it unless someone else out there is reporting it happening to them. So I can only speak to my experience. It was extremely annoying. That shit like would ruin cutscenes. It happened to me in the final cutscene, and I literally just restarted it, redid the boss fight, and just took it from the top because I wasn't going to let it ruin the finale. It was a very annoying bug. I don't understand why it was happening, but I couldn't fix it outside of just restarting the game. Though I don't think it is a bug you'll probably experience if you try the game. It is something I wanted to make a mention of because that is by far the biggest headache I had when playing the game, and it looks like it might have somehow been my fault. There is also one other complaint I have, but it's a big spoiler. This is your big spoiler warning. Big spoiler warning. Alright, now, this is one of the things I would talk about when it would come to being like writing decisions that I think were a little whack. There is a very cool new character they introduce in here named Zeno, and he is a Wesker clone. And he is super fucking badass. He is positioned for half the game as like the big bad, like this guy is serious business. And when you get to the end of the game, it's looking like you're about to have a huge fight with Zeno, and then he just gets one-tapped by Victor. Like just insta-killed by Victor. You don't fight Zeno. He just instantly gets his cheeks clapped. You can't fight Zeno. He's a fraud. He's literally a fraud. And it was so deflating because I was really looking forward to seeing more of Zeno and actually getting to fight with him. But instead, he just gets bent over. It was just disappointing. It didn't even feel like a good subversion of your expectations or like a, ha, gotcha, he wasn't actually the big bad, it was this guy the whole time. It didn't even feel like that. It just felt like, that was kind of weak. Why would you do that? You've really hyped him up. You've shown some of his powers. It was looking like a really cool sequence that we just saw and what we were expecting to get, and now it's just not there. It just felt underwhelming to have him killed off like that. That really let me down, actually. And that's just one of a couple writing decisions that I do think were a little odd for as like a path that they chose to go. Not the biggest deal in the world, because overall I do still think the writing was extremely strong. And like I said, I genuinely believe this is a top 5 Resident Evil game. So I am a huge fan of Resident Evil Requiem. I think it is an incredible game. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I've actively followed the David case since the information started breaking 7 months ago. And I want to give you the latest update on it. So 2 days ago, most of you know, David was arrested following a lengthy investigation, but he wasn't immediately charged. He was held without bail, but they didn't announce any charges at the time. Today that has changed. They have announced the charges here, and if found guilty, they could carry a maximum penalty of life in prison or even the death penalty.
These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That is first-degree murder with special circumstances. The special circumstances being lying in wait, committing this crime for financial gain, or murdering a witness in an investigation. These special circumstances carry with it, along with the first-degree murder charge, a maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty.
Anyone who's followed this case even loosely probably isn't surprised to hear those charges being announced there. The evidence has been overwhelming. He hasn't been found guilty yet, but I gotta tell you, I think even Saul Goodman would struggle handling a case like this. And these aren't the only charges he's facing. There's also additional charges as well.
Before I get into the actual charges, and there are additional charges against Mr. Berg, including continuous sexual acts, lewd and lascivious sexual acts with an individual under 14 years old, and mutilating a human remains of a body.
This case is about as disgusting as it gets. And again, it did take a while getting here, but I imagine the fact that they have now arrested and brought these charges forth means that they have sufficient evidence to prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that David is guilty of these crimes for which he is accused. There is an overwhelming amount of evidence available to the public, by the way, right there at your fingertips. And even still, and I know I mentioned this in the last video, but I just can't get over just how bafflingly insane this is. There are David defenders. I'm talking about David drones that are constantly fighting tooth and nail, trying to proclaim his innocence, saying that this is all a frame job and he's been set up. Which is crazy to me, because no matter how you spin this, there is irrefutable evidence to confirm that at the very least, David was in a relationship with a child. And these dummies for David, this movement here, likes to plug their ears to that fact and just dodge it. But it's like trying to dodge the rain. It's impossible to overlook that because it is fucking vile. And it is not based on circumstantial evidence, which is the buzzword they love to use in regards to this case when defending David. That is provable that he was dating Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a child. And according to authorities, his motive for her murder was to protect his career because she had apparently threatened to report their sexual relationship. She was reported missing by her family in 2024 when she was 13. And according to the allegation in a criminal complaint, the singer engaged in continuous sexual abuse of her for at least a year from September 2023 to September 2024. And then when she was 14, they believe she was killed with a sharp object on or around April 23rd of 2025 when she was heading to the singer's house in the Hollywood Hills. This is the first time her cause of death has been publicized. Her body was chopped into pieces and stuffed in the back of David's trunk, his vehicle's trunk. So it was especially difficult for authorities to figure out what actually killed her here, because her body was decomposing and in pieces, which is where that mutilation of human remains charge comes from. Now, I want to briefly opine on that motive they allege here in this case, because based on all available information, that does track. There are photos and videos of David and Celeste together, and members of his community knew about their relationship. Notably, some of his moderators were aware of it. Though, according to their own PR statement they put out to try and debunk the claims that they knew about it and said nothing, they defended themselves by saying that, yes, they knew about her, but they didn't know her age nor her status as a missing person. I have no idea if that's true or not, or if they're just desperately trying to cover their own assholes there, but the point is, people did know David was in a relationship with this girl, and if she made a reference to letting people know her age, then it stands to reason that David would panic, fearing that it would jeopardize his career, which was blowing up at the time. And maybe in that panic, he took drastic measures and killed her in order to protect that from getting out.
Calling People versus David Anthony Burke. That's case number 26 CJC F02399.
Good morning or good afternoon, Your Honor. Blair Burke, Marilyn Bednarski, and Regina Peter on behalf of our client, David Burke, who's in custody.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Mr. Burke.
Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman for the people, Your Honor.
Thank you. And counsel, on behalf of your client, do you waive formal reading of the complaint, advisement of rights, including armed forces and veterans' rights, enter a plea of not guilty, denying any and all special allegations, enhancements, and priors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, unsurprisingly, David and his legal team are entering a plea of not guilty. They are looking to fight the charges. That should not come as a surprise to anyone. This shouldn't be something that has someone's mouth fucking hit the floor, jaw agape, recoil, and fly into the back of their chair like, what? Who could have seen that coming? That is standard procedure. There is no dimension in the multiverse where David was going to come in here fucking representing himself and just be like, yeah, I'm guilty, and I'm sorry, and then hit like a fucking power chord on the ukulele. That was never going to be the case. Because if he does plead guilty, he is facing those charges head on, and he might avoid the death penalty, but it's still going to be life in prison. So there was always going to be a not guilty plea entered from David's team here. That is not a shock at all.
So we are asking for a preliminary hearing to be set at the earliest possible date on the 10th day. Your Honor, we believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, nor was he the cause of her death. And we would like to be able to have the evidence come into the light of day at the earliest opportunity in order to establish that. We're asking for April 23rd as a 3 of 10, Your Honor.
Anything from the people?
We'll be very happy to put on the evidence that we've collected in this case in the last several months.
Thank you. So the matter will be set. Plea of not guilty has been entered.
So David's team is looking to move lickety-split. They're trying to speed run this process here. They're going for a court any percent gold split, and everyone's willing to play ball here. The other side saying, okay, you know what? We're extremely happy to do that. We would love to showcase the evidence that we've compiled over these 7 months. And what was very surprising is what came after this section.
Given almost no discovery thus far, we've received a 3-page follow-up report, no autopsy report, and a copy of the complaint. And we would ask the people respectfully to produce discovery at the earliest opportunity.
Your Honor, as I indicated to counsel, there's approximately 40 terabytes of discovery in this case. Moreover, in order to obtain the transcripts from a grand jury investigation, counsel has to file a motion. She knows the way the system works. I'm not able to gather those. They have to be provided after the court orders them released because it was an investigation. Second of all, if counsel plans on going to a preliminary preliminary hearing within the 10 days, it is unlikely that there will be very much discovery provided within that period, given the voluminous nature and how long it's going to take to copy onto drives.
40 fucking terabytes of evidence they have gathered against David from the sound of things. That is an unfathomable amount. Now, the way that information just came out, the chess pieces that got set up on the board here were David's team made a mention of the discovery, or lack thereof, that they were unsatisfied really with where discovery was there. So then it was mentioned, well, discovery is going to be kind of hard here because of how much volume there is. 40 terabytes, and you're looking to set up a preliminary hearing within such a short time frame. It's going to be extremely difficult for us to get all of that information to you for this discovery. And also, they made a reference to discovery with like the grand jury. Can't really do anything about that. That needs to come from a court order. But the shocking piece of information there was how much evidence they seemingly have against David here from their investigation. 40 terabytes is a ridiculous amount of anything in general. So that's a lot. That really is a lot. That caught me by surprise, because there's a lot of evidence out there available to the public in this case about David and everything here. But 40 terabytes is more than I would have possibly envisioned for this. So anyway, it looks like they're going to be moving this along very fast. So I guess we'll be getting more and more information pretty quickly. I just wanted to give you the update to things now that the charges are out there. And again, personally, I feel David is definitely guilty in the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I think all of the evidence points to him being the only one that it could possibly be. I don't think he was framed. And again, it is proven that he was in a relationship with this child. So that additional charge of the lewd and lascivious acts with a minor, I think there is no possible defense they could even begin to squeak out there in that charge alone. Let alone everything else that is available for everything else in regards to her death, as well as her body being chopped up, the mutilation of her corpse, all of that, all seems to point directly to David. But I guess we'll find out as this process continues. Anyway, fucking awful stuff, man. This case is so fucking gross, and I really, really, really hope that there will be justice for Celeste here. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Father, Papa, Papa, Dad, all words you might be familiar with to describe the man who helped carry you into this world. Not in his tummy, but in his sack. I call this man Charles Sr. That's my dad. And my father, for the last 2 years, has been working on a car project that I made a video about almost 2 years ago now. A 32 Ford, which is a very special car to him. He built it when he was 16 years old with his dad, but ended up getting an offer he couldn't refuse and sold it. Since then, he's regretted it because it's a very hard thing to find all of the components for to build it again. 2 years ago, he did happen to stumble across a unicorn out there with a 32 that they could restore and basically build, not from the ground up, but, somewhat close to it. Basically, what he wanted to do is recreate that build that he did when he was 16 years old, which was modeled after the American Graffiti 32 Ford. So for 2 years, my dad's been in the shop like fucking Frankenstein here, bringing back to life a monster, this 32 Ford Coupe. He teamed up with his buddy Joe, who has a shop in Orlando, and the two of them together have been working every single week for 2 years now to build the perfect 32 Ford Coupe from the American Graffiti movie. And it's finally complete, and they're very excited to show me, and I'm excited to show you 2 years of work with this 32 Ford.
Well, here we are, Joe. After 2 years, here's our masterpiece. What do you think?
I love it.
Huh?
I'm going to take you on a tour of it in a moment, but yeah, my dad wanted the garage door reveal. I think he was probably expecting me to do some cinematic edits. He has far too much faith in my editing prowess, so the best you get is just the raw dump here. It looks so good, though. They did an amazing job, and my father was keeping me updated on all of the things him and Joe were doing every step of the way. They really did fundamentally rebuild the car. The only thing that kind of stayed the same from like what we initially purchased was like the body of the vehicle, but even that got some changes as well. The body is like one of the hardest parts to find, as I understand it. I think the body and the chassis were the two things that had the least changes to them, but this was a huge undertaking and they did an amazing job. So it's loud. This puppy zooms too. This will get you around the block, point A to point B lickety split, but it is louder than a motherfucker. And apparently in the version 1.0 they had, it was like 10 times as loud, to the point where it probably wouldn't even be street legal because it'd be blowing up eardrums and assholes. So they had to change even more about it, some alterations to quiet it up a little bit so it could actually be driven without just ruining everybody else's day. I don't think I have any footage of that one, but I do have 2 quick videos of it, like zooming around and how it sounds after they've changed it. You guys did a great job.
We love it. We got the mana-free intake and the 4 2-barrel carburetors. What is it, Joe? 1968 327?
68 327.
So the only thing we didn't do to this 32 Ford, it's all original steel. The only thing we didn't do is chop the top 3 inches like the American Graffiti car, because Joe said, hell no, we ain't touching that car. That body's too nice, isn't that right,
You're
Joe?
too tall.
Walk over here, Joe. Get
You're too tall.
My dad is too tall, it makes me sick. He kept all the height for himself and selfishly refused to share any with his only son. Isn't that fucked up? He's 6'5", and look at me.
Joe, show me the interior. Show him what we got.
Well, we moved it. That's my pillow because I'm so short. I can't reach the clutch. But you got to understand, Charlie's 6'5", so we're building a car for a giant. And so we had to have headroom, and we have to have leg room for him. So this is I think it's an original bench seat.
It's the original 1932 Ford bench seat.
And we took the package tray's been removed, and we moved the seat as far back as we can get it so Charlie can feel comfortable. And then we ordered an offset shifter, so it moves the shifter towards the center of the car, basically. And we got blinkers and brake lights and stereo and electric fuel pumps. And
we got a completely powder-coated undercarriage front end. We got old finned brake drums from an old 53 Buick on the front, just like old nostalgia hot rod.
It's got a Ford 9-inch rear end.
Ford 9-inch in it.
Numbered out as a 71 station wagon, which is a heavy-duty Ford rear end.
And we changed the rear gear to 373, so she's got some giddy up.
Yeah.
But this is the finished product right here. So we just wanted to show everybody what
all the gauges work, right, Charlie? Even the fuel gauge works.
Everything's new, wiring harness is new, everything in the car is brand new. And it did take us, what, 2 years?
Right at 2 years.
Right at 2 years. Yeah, we got a trunk sole upholstered. We got a big old built-in fuel tank right here we made. And car's done now, we're just going to drive it, right, Joe?
Mm-hmm. That's some fun with it.
Yeah, that's a mean-looking car right there.
Tell you what.
So the next project is Joe has a 1932 Ford sedan, a chop sedan that we built. Get over here, Joe.
We built it in 99.
We built that car in 1999. It was a 427 blower motor in that car, and it was so fast it was scary, wasn't it?
Yeah. Huh? Yeah. I lost control of it twice. So I finally pulled the motor out of it. Then I sold the body. And then I got the body rolling chassis back 13 years later.
Yep.
You know, I sold it 13 years ago, it was gone.
Yep.
And so now we're going to put a small block in it and not make it so deadly. We got plans to put it back on the road. It's like this, but it's a sedan. It's a 4-seater instead of a 2-seater.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And it's painted
purple. So that's it. The 32 project's done. That's the update. We'll move on to the next one.
Well, what was the hardest part of the build?
What do you think, Joe? Really, nothing much for me. One of the hardest
things what slowed us down was wiring.
Wiring?
Because him and I are just not good at wiring.
And we haven't done it in so long.
And my brother used to do it, my older brother, but he had some health problems and couldn't do it. So it ended up, my oldest son stepped forward, Dylan, and he wired it from front to back.
The other thing was we took our time, and I was doing a lot of searching on the internet trying to find the original parts that was on the American Graffiti movie car.
Like the bumper.
Like the bumper.
That's cool.
The bumper that's on this car is an original 1973 Alfa Romeo front bumper guard, and that's what was on the American Graffiti coupe that was in the movie. So I actually found one from a guy in Michigan who had one brand new that he never put on his Alfa Romeo that he bought in 1973. And I bought it from him and he shipped it to me. So just shit like that we didn't want to rush into it, and we wanted to make it, as cool as we could with all the original
Then we
parts.
did a few changes, like the exhaust. When we first started it, God, it was loud. And Charlie's like, this thing's never going to go in my neighborhood. So we came up with a stainless exhaust idea. If you want to bring that over here, look. And we went through the bottom of the header and brought it in for the exhaust that goes underneath. This is underneath where his shoes are.
These are actually 12-inch muffler turnouts that has a baffle in it.
Yeah.
But it was even so loud with the baffles exhausting right here that I said to Joe, we gotta quieten this thing up. So what we did is we cut a hole in the bottom of the header. We got this crossover pipe going out under the car on each side. And we've got Flowmaster mufflers in the back, and it's actually exhausting out the side, but it looks like it's exhausting right here on the side. It's exhausting out the back. And what we did is we welded a plug inside of this muffler, so it's capped the exhaust off, so it's exhausting out the back. Now, if I ever want to really make noise and really upset everybody,
we can slide them off.
We just pull this exhaust piece right off, and then it's open header from here right on back.
So I said 3 inches, and Charlie said 1 inch, and we settled on 2 inches.
So they're 2
it's 2 inches out from there.
So
And
we
figured out
we just took our time.
kind of compromised and took our time. And
Talked about stuff and what we wanted
make
to
sure we got
do.
everything the way we wanted. Put all new glass and rubber,
Everything.
sandblasted the body.
But it's a real steel car. It's not a plastic car. So. And that's it. That's the update.
What about I remember you told me American Graffiti had motorcycle fenders or some shit?
In the front.
You guys did the same thing.
So we found those fenders Joe found them at a motorcycle shop. And we made brackets for them, and so it's exactly the same.
Yeah, we got pictures of the original car, and Charlie and I were talking about the brackets. I wanted to paint the brackets black, and Charlie's like, no, the originals were yellow. And so I was like, and so he sends me a picture of the original American Graffiti car, and the brackets are yellow. So we painted them yellow. We're trying to. We did not cut down the grill shell. We didn't like that look either.
No, when they chopped the top 3 inches, they chopped the grill shell
3 inches.
If this is our steel grill shell, original grill shell, we're not going to cut that either. So that's why the car's a legal height. And I'm tall, I need the headroom anyway, so it's like it's more comfortable to drive,
Yeah, you wouldn't have fit in it if you chopped the top at all.
No,
We
real tight.
built a Model A years ago, 31, and we chopped the top on it, and it was yellow. Charlie pulls up at a car show like this.
It's miserable.
He's like, I hate this car. It's so small, I can't drive it. He sold it.
Yeah.
And so then we knew then that there's no way he can drive in a chopped top car and be comfortable.
No. So anyway.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, Joe.
Good,
on to the next one, brother.
That's right.
Okay, bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
It's really cool to see the 2 years of work paying off here with something very special and so meaningful, not only to my dad, but to Joe. As I mentioned in one of the other videos with the 32 Progress, Joe has a business called Joe's Paint and Body in Ocoee that's been there for 42 years, and he is still working every single day, hard as fuck, but would still find time every week to spend hours on this 32 with my dad. The two of them just back in the saddle again, back in the mega mix, because it is something that meant so much to them both. And they were both very excited by it. So I'm really happy, and they really were excited to show all of you that it's complete and how it looks. I don't have a ton of videos of it running, but I think it's going to be getting quite a workout here in the hands of my dad here. He is so happy to have this 32 back. I think it's just super cool, and I just wanted to share all of this with you now that the project is complete and they're on to the next one. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Alright, hold your horses. Twist my arm, why don't you? I'll review Fallout Season 2. I wasn't planning on it because I'm so tardy to the party with it. I only finished Season 2 like 3 days ago or something like that. And the conversation's been there, done that, and now that the dust is settled, I guess I'll give you my thoughts on it because people keep asking. I thought it was alright. I think it's much weaker than Season 1. There were quite a few things about it I found disappointing and just a step backwards compared to where they were last season. And that's not to say Season 1 was perfect or anything, but it was very solid. I really did enjoy it. I went in expecting like poop and maybe even a little shit, but I actually got something that was entertaining. Season 2, though, while I didn't get any, fecal matter or anything, it is just not as strong. There were still things I liked about it, but overall, as a complete package, it just left a lot to be desired. I guess before diving into complaints, I'll at least give you like the things I really liked about the season. I think they nailed the look of New Vegas. I really think they crushed it. Like, they did a great job in Season 1 with sets and costume and everything. Like, I do think they capture the spirit of the games really well. In Season 2, it's no different. I think they absolutely knock it out of the park with the way New Vegas looks. I think they crush it with the characters. Deathclaws, I thought, looked great. Like, well, outside of one scene where it got a little janky, but like, for the most part, I really think they nail the aesthetic of New Vegas, and I do think they capture the spirit of it as well for the most part. The action, again, shines. I think they do a really good job of bringing the over-the-top gore from the game to the show and keeping like the almost silliness of some of the, blowing people's limbs off and shit intact and making it feel like it fits in the show. I do really like the way they handle action. I think they've continued to do a good job with Season 2 in that regard. I think the action slaps. Though there are quite a few things. It's not quite how I remember it from the game. Granted, it's been many years since I played the game, but it doesn't follow what I thought it would from the established lore of New Vegas. But what they put here still works in the context of the show, so I can excuse it to a certain degree. There were some things I really didn't like about some of the changes they made, but overall, I thought it was fine in the context they built it in for this series. That being said, I've got to make a mention, and I know this is supposed to be like, the thumbs up moment, the thumbs up section here, but I have to make a mention that what they did with the factions here, I think, was a big old blunder. I don't really like the changes they made to the factions at all. I guess we can get into that more in a minute if I want to dive deeper into spoilers, but if you played New Vegas, you're better off just neuralizing yourself and forgetting everything that happened in there, especially in regards to factions, because the show takes pretty much none of it. But like I said, what they do and like how they change it fits in the context of this show, but even still, I couldn't help but be disappointed, specifically about some of the decisions they made with the factions. I also think that the best part of Season 2 was the flashbacks. I think that's where the writing's the best, because outside of the flashbacks, I think that's when it really stumbles. The worst part about Season 2 is the writing. It's what really holds it back, and I think that's where they took many steps in the wrong direction when it comes to the Fallout television series here. It honestly felt like there were just moments where the writers just said, fuck it. Like, in the writing room, someone was just like, guys, we're thinking too hard. Just run it as is, and we'll just, fingers crossed, hope no one really stops to digest it. Because there are some nonsensical shit that goes on here. Best example, spoiler alert, the death clause in New Vegas. New Vegas is not the way it was in the game. I do think it looks very similar, and I think they capture this, like, the aesthetic of it, and I think it looks really cool, but they do make a crucial change, which is now it's infested with Deathclaw. And people live just outside of this barricade. And there are a bunch of Deathclaws in there, and at the end of the season, Maximus fights the Deathclaws in there. And he starts beating some of them, but there's a lot. and then at one point he gets tail whipped and sent through the barricade. Very easily. Like, the Deathclaw could have broken through this. It is literally like one piece of sheet metal. And they launch Maximus through it like a fucking missile. And now all of a sudden the Deathclaw start pouring out into the area where people live. Why the fuck are people living there with all those Deathclaws on the other side of a very flimsy, unreliable barricade? And why are the Deathclaw not going out there and eating them at any point? There is a plentiful food source on the other side of a very tiny barricade they could easily break out, and yet they just never do. I guess maybe the idea is the Deathclaws are too stupid to do that? I don't know. It just felt really weird. And like, I tried to cope initially like, oh, maybe it's just because the power armor was so heavy that it busted through this near impenetrable barricade. But then the question naturally arose in my noodle, well, if the power armor is so heavy that it can do that, then the Deathclaw must be like 10x that strength in order to ragdoll the power armor like that. Meaning, if they just hit their tail against that barricade, it would have fucking disintegrated it. So, like, there's no way of spinning it where the Deathclaw couldn't have been going through that barricade anytime they wanted to. They just, I guess, decided they never wanted the food on the other side. And I just really don't get why people would choose to live there knowing the Deathclaw are there. Just very odd. Very, very weird choice there. And there's a couple other moments like that. For example, like, there's a scene where the ghoul gets punched and impaled on a big spiky pole in the middle of town. And he is there for like an entire day. And the town just goes on around him. He's asking for help. No one helps, which I think fits perfectly in line in the Fallout universe. But also, nobody steals from him. Nobody goes over and kills him or anything. No one steals anything from him. No one messes with him. I thought the implication was going to be when he was stuck on that pole and starting to, go feral, was that people were going to go just start stealing from him. Then he was really going to be fucked. But that never happened. They just leave him alone and ignore him. Which, ignoring the cries for help is one thing. That makes sense. But you're telling me no one there in this world, this town of people that do anything to survive and scavenge supplies, you're telling me they wouldn't go just take the easy supplies from this ghoul's bag who is completely stuck on this pole? Like, come on. No, don't, like, be serious. There's just some moments like that where it just, and another one, sorry I keep going down these, but the more I think about it, the more, like, ridiculous it is. Norm, Lucy's brother Norm, who I think has another interesting side plot that goes on throughout here, which gives you a lot more insight into like actual employees of Vault-Tec who have now been thawed out. He is now in a position where they've turned on him, it's mutiny, and he's about to get killed, but then rad roaches come through and start killing all of the vault dwellers that were about to kill him. And how does Norm survive? He hides under a table that is literally like a picnic table. It is just open on all four sides. And the rad roaches go right by him, kill all of the vault dwellers, eat them for a while, and then just leave. Presumably going right by Norm, who is just exposed in the open there under that table. Why? He didn't have like the cloak of invisibility or anything. The rad roaches had already been spotted like on the ground and everything. They would have seen Norm. Why didn't they kill him? And also, they were feasting upon and killing all of the vault dwellers for quite a while, and yet one of them survived. Conveniently, the one Vault-Tec employee that Norm had befriended. It's just very, like, the plot armor they give characters in Season 2 is, like, just very peculiar, because they don't even bother trying to give you a logical explanation for how they could have possibly survived. And oftentimes just felt kind of flat. I'll be getting into some spoilers here, but since the show is still pretty new, I won't get into like the biggest spoilers. But one thing this season did is they really seemed to want to do more gags. Like, that's the impression I got. Now, season 1, of course, still had like comedy and stuff in there. It's fucking Fallout. Of course that's going to be there. And I thought it did a pretty decent job capturing that spirit in season 1. In season 2, I think overall they do a good job of capturing the spirit of the Fallout world. But when it comes to its characters and some of like the jokes they tried to play off, I thought they really fucking fumbled and fell flat on their face. Like, the entire side plot of like the inbreeding support group, I thought offered nothing and was just like a headache every time they were given screen time, and they got way more screen time than I think they ever should have for the role that it played in the show. So like incest jokes were in season 1, and they were kind of like, you know, haha, that's wacky. But in season 2, they go hog wild with incest jokes. They even like attach a whole hemorrhoid onto the overall narrative ass, where Reg now has an inbreeding support group, which is supposed to help, you know, vault dwellers overcome the trauma of the circumstances around their birth being the product of incest and inbreeding. But he offers snacks, and the vault dwellers don't actually care about any of that incest shit. They just care about the snacks. They want to snack down, and then it becomes a big snack club, which then becomes a problem because they're running low on water. So Overseer Betty is now losing control of her vault. She's being pushed to the edge because Reg refuses to concede here. He refuses to just go belly up and give, you know, the snacks back. He even makes a point saying, you can take away the inbreeding support group, but you can't take away the snack budget, and then grabs a handful of Jell-O and eats it. And this goes on for so long. Like, I feel like there were so many scenes of this fucking snack club, and it's just, like, it didn't make me laugh. It was just like, okay, come on, let's get back to, like, the interesting stuff, please. Why are we spending so much time here? The whole idea is it's supposed to show that Betty is losing control of her vault. And I think they could have done that without giving so much screen time to something so fucking insignificant and annoying. And I just think that's the most egregious example. There's other moments where the show does similar things where it like lands on a gag and then just like beats the shit out of it. But anyway, I think like one of the worst writing sins that season 2 makes is the inconsistency around some of its characters. At the end of season 1, we saw the Ghoul take on the Brotherhood of Steel in their power armor without fear, without hesitation. He was just a force of nature fucking clapping them. In season 2, he gets beaten by a rad scorpion. He gets absolutely fucking slapped around, steamrolled by a rad scorpion, which leaves him incapacitated for a long period of time. Like, I'm very confused on like the power scaling. Like, he's sometimes, you know, an absolute menace, unstoppable, and then other times he's just coughing baby and Rad Scorpion comes through and bullies him. It was just kind of frustrating. Like, he is always either extremely powerful when the plot demands it, or inexplicably weak when the plot needs him to be like sidelined for a little while on the bench. And Lucy, I really like Lucy as a character. I think she is the perfect character for a Fallout show, where she is like extremely, you know, ingrained in her morals. You know, she still says fudge instead of fuck, and she really wants to see the best in the people around her. So like in the Rad Scorpion case, the reason that happened is because she took them off course to try and help someone that was crying out for assistance, and it ends with them getting ganked by the Rad Scorpion. And the Ghoul was like, we should just kill them, you shouldn't do this. And then once he goes down, once he, you know, gets the wind taken out of his sails because he's all fucked up from the Rad Scorpion, he then takes the survivor back to where she came, which happens to get her involved with the Legion, which ends with her on a cross dying. And then the Ghoul has to save her. And even after that, she still stands by her morals. I think it's a really cool character trait to see explored in a universe like Fallout, where everyone is in some way a bad guy because they have to be to survive the wasteland. There's no one that's like morally pure or anything, and Lucy's not either. But she tries to be, unlike most people in the show. And I think that's very cool, but because of that, a lot of how Lucy survives is based off of pure fucking luck. So like with the Legion, she survives because the Ghoul came back and rescued her because he still needed her as a bargaining chip. And there are just so many instances of her surviving solely because of luck. Like even at the end of the series, I won't spoil what was going to happen there, but with her father, there was something that was about to happen. Lucy was about to lose, but again, the Ghoul saves her. There are just so many times where she is just saved by sheer dumb luck. which I think is just a shame because the show has established that she can hold her own. She can do what it takes to survive, and it's not to say that she never does in season 2. She does have a couple of badass moments, but for the most part, a lot of how she gets to where she ends up is just because roll the dice. She got lucky. And I don't know, it just felt kind of like underwhelming after like the third or fourth fucking time that happened this season. Now, that being said, she is not the only character that tries to be a good person. Maximus also does as well. But we can see him making a lot more morally gray decisions, and there's even like a whole swing of things where it seems like he's going in the wrong direction and is no longer that interested in being a good person, and, you know, kind of snaps back into it. But it is nice to see a character like Lucy who's all about, you know, trying to be a good person, and Maximus who wants to be a good person but is also okay just kind of really teetering on the edge. I really do like both of these characters, and I just wish season 2 did more with fleshing them out and evolving them. Maximus, I do think they did a good job with, though, for the season. I enjoyed his plot line quite a bit with the Brotherhood. And it is interesting to see him, you know, start turning heel. And like, he's now doing some bad shit that you wouldn't really expect someone that's wanting to be a good person would indulge in. And even someone close to him is talking about that too. Like, we used to make fun of the Codex, and now here you are quoting it. And he's like, well, you know, maybe it's not so bad after the things I've seen. I think that's a very interesting concept to play with. And it is different from Lucy, who is still, even after everything she's been through and all the times her morals get her in hot water and damn near fucking executed, she stands by them. Maximus, not so much. He's a lot more fluid when it comes to his morals and what he's going to do to try and make the world a better place, leave it better than he found it. I do like these characters. I just don't think season 2 did enough with them to grow them. I liked what season 1 was setting up, and then season 2 I think dropped the ball a bit. And unfortunately the same is true for House. I think there are moments where they get like the House from the game, but then there's other times where they just make him like cartoonishly evil, like when he just goes to a bar, starts a bar fight, and kills the guys there for some reason for the sake of science. Like, that was just evil for the sake of evil. But then there are other times where, like, Cooper, these are during the flashbacks, like I said, I think these are the best moments of the show when it comes to writing. Cooper's, like, talking to House, and then you get to really see House, the way in which I remember him, and what is objectively a more interesting character. One who isn't, like, fully just, like, some madman, raving lunatic, evil, billionaire guy. He is a bad guy, but a complex character. Like, just as he was in the games, he has a lot of depth, and they show that only in some flashbacks. Like, it seemed like they really wanted to do more with House, but then also felt obligated to make sure you know this is a bad guy and he does bad things. Watch him kill these guys in a bar fight. That type shit. So that, like, just kind of disappointing with some of the things they did, like, with House. But, as I said, in the flashbacks, that's when the writing is at its best. Like, Coop and Barbara's conversations about, you know, what they're going to do about the end of the world and their daughter, and how that changes their thinking and the way in which they want to approach the problems that they face. I think the flashbacks handle all of that very well. It's just when they get outside of flashbacks, it starts to really fall apart. Anyway, though, I don't think Fallout Season 2 was bad. It was still enjoyable. Like, I did enjoy watching it. It wasn't like a slog, and it didn't frustrate me a ton to the point where I didn't want to watch it or anything like that. I did like it. I just didn't like it nearly as much as I liked Season 1. So anyway, that's really about it. See ya.